The Prairie, rewritten as a modern thriller. Written by E.K. Stewart, reimagined as a gritty modern take on James Fenimore Cooper's classic novel. Narrated by Danny, our AI assistant. Chapter 1, Ashes of Asa. The burial was done. Esther didn't want to leave. Her husband's grip said she didn't have a choice. "I can read," she said, voice hollow, feet dragging through the prairie grass as Ishmael pulled her forward. "Much good it's done me, but Ishmael, the boy, he never had that burden. We gave him that much, at least." Whether it was mercy or cruelty, she couldn't say, neither could he. Ishmael kept walking. When they crested the low rise of ground, the last point from which the grave site would ever be visible, the whole party stopped without a word spoken between them. Nobody ordered it, they just stopped. Some instincts don't require commands. The mound itself was invisible at this distance, but it wasn't hard to find. The column of carrion birds circling above it marked the spot like black smoke from a signal fire, screaming, wheeling, patient in the way that scavengers always are. Esther stared at those birds for a long moment, then she turned away. To the west, barely a smudge against the flat line of the horizon, lay the rock. Her other children were there, alive, needing her. The dead make no demands on the living, not forever. She let her feet carry her forward. The grief didn't go away, it just got outpaced. The death of Asa had done something to this family that nothing else could have. It had reminded them they were a family. These were people bound together more by habit and proximity than blood loyalty, and Ishmael had known for some time that the bonds were fraying. He'd watched it happening the way a man watches a rope begin to unravel, strand by strand, slow enough that you tell yourself there's still time. Asa had been the infection. His sullenness, his contempt for his father's authority, had moved through the younger boys like fever through a bunkhouse. Ishmael had felt the ground shifting under him. He was an honest enough man in his own brutal way to recognize the particular cruelty of that irony. He had done the same thing to his own parents once. Young and strong and hungry for open country, he had simply walked away from two old people who needed him, and he had never looked back. The prairie had a way of returning what a man sent into it, but Asa was in the ground now. The insubordination hadn't died with him, not entirely. 2 or 3 of the older boys moved with something behind their eyes that Ishmael didn't like, a slow, grinding suspicion, half-formed and inarticulate, about exactly how their brother had come to be lying dead in that ravine. The thoughts were there. He could see them working behind those flat, dull faces like something moving under ice, but they were slow men. The thoughts never quite broke the surface, and in the end, a father who puts his dead son in the ground commands a certain authority that no living son is quick to challenge. His grip on them had held. For now, that was enough. The march back was long. Abiram's fruitless scouting, the discovery of the body, the burial, all of it had eaten through the day like acid through cloth. By the time they were crossing the broad, featureless waste between the grave and the rock, the sun had dropped well past its peak and was burning low and orange in the west. The air had gone flat and still with late afternoon heat. The rock appeared gradually, the way high ground always does on the plains. First a suggestion, then a shape, then definition, the jagged crown of it hardening against the sky as they closed the distance. By a mile out, Ishmael could make out the objects on the summit, or should have been able to. His eyes were good, always had been. Something was wrong with what he was seeing, but he couldn't name it yet. "It'll be hard on the girls," he said, talking more to fill the silence than from any real expectation of comfort landing. Asa always came back from a hunt with something for them. They thought well of him. He was the best of them, Esther said, flat, certain. Ishmael glanced back at the column of his sons moving behind him. Big men, hard men, the kind of men that frontier country produces or buries. "Careful with that talk," he said, and there was just enough quiet pride in his voice to blunt the edge of it. Esther said nothing. "Where's the girl?" Ishmael muttered, eyes going back to the rock. "Nellie should have had the children up and watching, I told her." He shook his head. "Her mind's back in Tennessee half the time. She was never meant for this life," Esther said. "I took her in because she had nobody left. Death hollowed out her family and left her standing. Asa had a softness for her." She paused. "They might have done all right together if things had gone differently. She'd make a poor frontier wife if this is how she keeps the camp while the men are out." Ishmael raised his voice without turning. "Abner, fire your rifle, wake them up." The young man pulled the flintlock up and touched it off. The report cracked out across the flat ground and rolled away into nothing. No answer, no movement on the rock. The party halted without being told to. They stood in the stillness, watching the distant height, waiting for a figure to appear, a wave, anything, nothing. Ishmael nodded once. "Again, all of you." The volley was ragged but full, half a dozen rifles letting go at the same moment, the sound swelling and echoing off the hard earth. It was enough noise to wake the dead. The rock gave them nothing back. "There," Abraham said, pointing, his voice bright with the particular eagerness of a man who needs to believe things are fine. "Someone's moving up there. That's cloth." Esther said, "A petticoat on the line. I hung it myself before we left." "There, now something else. That's the tent," Ishmael said. His voice had changed. The others heard it and went quiet. "The bottom's come loose." He was staring hard at the summit, reading it the way a man reads sign. "They've let it work free in the wind." "Foolish," the gust hit them before he finished the sentence. It came from the south, hard and sudden, lifting dust off the ground in tight, spiraling columns around their boots, and then, as if it had somewhere specific to be, it shot upward toward the rock with the directness of something aimed. They all watched it happen. The tent shuddered, held. For one moment it seemed to find its footing against the wind. Then the leaves went, the entire canopy of branches they'd layered over the camp for shade, spinning up and outward in a tight vortex before the wind took them and swept them flat across the prairie in long, dark lines, like a murmuration pouring out across still water. The tent went next. It rose, caught, billowed enormous and white against the darkening sky, and then dropped behind the rock. Gone. The summit stood bare, naked rock. No movement, no figures, no fire. No sound. They've been taken. Esther's voice broke on the words. "My children, my babies." Ishmael was already moving. Whatever lived in him that was slow and ponderous and deliberate, it was gone. He crossed the ground at a dead run, hit the barrier of brush and timber they'd stacked around the base of the rock, and went through it like it wasn't there, branches snapping, the whole structure scattering under his weight and momentum. Then he was on the slope, driving upward, his heavy legs churning, his big hands grabbing rock and earth, and there was nothing sluggish about him now. There was only the climb and whatever waited at the top. Chapter 2, Last Light Halt. The spring gave them away. It broke from the hillside in a cold, clear rush, cutting through the dry earth and feeding a thin line of green that traced itself across the prairie floor for miles. The animals smelled it before anyone saw it. The team surged forward without being asked, instinct overriding exhaustion, and the stranger followed the pull of the water until he found ground that suited him. He stopped, looked the place over with the practiced economy of a man who had done this 1,000 times. Dark soil, elevated enough to drain, timber within reach. He turned to the emigrant and said nothing, letting the place speak for itself. The emigrant made a slow survey of the ground, eyes moving without urgency, face giving nothing away. "Aye, this may do," he said finally. "Boys, sun's going, get to work." The young men heard it. They didn't move, not immediately. They stood with their axes hanging from loose grips and looked at the trees with the vacant, unhurried expressions of men who had never once been in a hurry. One of them let his axe slip from his shoulder to the ground. The others watched it fall. The old emigrant didn't push it. He stripped off his pack and rifle and went to work on the cattle himself, moving with quiet efficiency. Helped by the hard-eyed man who seemed to keep his hand near a rifle, the way other men kept a hand near a wound. Then the eldest son moved. He stepped forward, planted his feet, and drove his axe into the trunk of a cottonwood with a single, unhesitating stroke. The blade disappeared to the eye. He stood there a moment, looking at what he'd done the way a man looks at something that never had a chance. Then he raised the axe above his head and worked with a speed and precision that turned the trunk into timber in under a minute. The cottonwood came down hard, top branches snapping, the whole thing folding into the grass with a crash that scattered birds from cover. That was the signal. The others moved in without a word. They stripped that section of ground the way a fire strips brush. Tree after tree hit the earth. The work was almost contemptuous in its efficiency. Each man finding his rhythm, axes catching the last light. Where there had been timber, there was now open sky. The old man watched. As each tree fell, he tilted his head back and looked at the gap it left in the fading blue above him. He said nothing. He let the bitterness sit behind closed teeth and finally turned away, muttering something too quiet for anyone else to hear. He moved through the group, past the fire that had already been coaxed to life in the cleared ground, and turned his attention to the emigrant and his hard-eyed companion. The cattle had been turned loose and were working their way through the branches of the fallen timber, pulling at the green tips. The two men had moved to the wagon, the one that had been kept covered and quiet on the trail, the one that rode heavier than it should. They rolled it clear of the others by hand, muscle, and leverage, and positioned it on elevated ground at the edge of the brush. From somewhere in the wagon, they produced a set of poles, worn smooth from repeated use, clearly cut for this specific purpose. They drove the thick ends into the earth, bent the tops, and fixed them to the wagon's hoops. Canvas came out next, heavy folded panels, and they worked it around the frame and staked it to the ground until they had something between a tent and a structure. They studied it, adjusted a stake here, tightened a fold there. Then they grabbed the wagon's tongue and hauled the wagon itself back out from the center, rolling it clear until it stood in the open air, stripped of its covering, empty except for a few pieces of furniture that the emigrant removed himself. He carried them inside alone. He didn't offer to share the task. The old man saw all of it. He crossed the ground and approached the tent, reaching for the gap between two canvas panels. A hand locked around his arm and yanked him sideways. Hard. The hard-eyed man up close now, all angles and warning. "It's an honest regulation, friend," the man said. His voice was flat, his eyes said everything else. "Mind your own business. Sometimes that's the safest thing a man can do." The old man steadied himself, held the other man's gaze. "Men seldom haul anything worth hiding into country this empty," he said. "I meant no harm by it, only hoped to see something that might remind me of better times." "Not many come out this far at all," the other man said. "Whatever your reasons, true enough." The old man released a slow breath. "It's been many months since I've laid eyes on another white face before yours. I told you I meant no harm." He walked away without pressing it. That was the thing about learning to live alone in a place this large. A man acquired a particular respect for other men's boundaries. He'd earned the lesson himself out here over decades of country that didn't forgive you twice. From somewhere near the fire, the emigrant's voice cut through the evening air, hoarse and carrying. Ellen Wade, the girl young, quick, with something coiled and purposeful in the way she moved, was up from the fire before the echo died. She passed the old man at a near run and disappeared behind the canvas of the tent without slowing. Nobody else looked up. The young men were distributing feed to the animals, or working the heavy pestle of a corn mortar, or maneuvering the remaining wagons into a rough perimeter, a defensive line of sorts, closing off the open approach to the camp. The work was unhurried, but it was methodical, and when it was finished, the position was better than it looked from the outside. The woman announced the meal in a voice that could have been heard a quarter-mile out, a tactical liability nobody mentioned. The emigrant glanced around for the old man, found him standing at the edge of the firelight, and gestured toward the kettle with the blunt generosity of men who don't have much but share what they have anyway. "I thank you," the trapper said, using the word that fit him now and would fit him going forward. "I've eaten, but I've not sat with people of my own kind in some time. I'll take a place if it's offered." "Old settler in these parts?" the emigrant asked, working his jaw around a mouthful of hominy. "I wouldn't call myself a settler. I move a month here. Elsewhere, nothing fixed." "Hunter, then?" The emigrant's eyes dropped briefly to the old man's rifle, reading it the way a man reads the condition of another man's equipment. The assessment wasn't favorable. "They're old," the trapper said, catching the look. "Same as the man carrying them, and I'm not a hunter, not anymore. I'm a trapper." "Out here those two things generally amount to the same," said the hard-eyed man. "To the shame of any man capable of better," the trapper answered, and his voice carried weight in it. "More than 50 years I carried that rifle in the wilderness, and in that time I never once set a snare for so much as a bird. Leg-hold trapping, that's a recent failing. I won't pretend otherwise. Makes no difference to me," the hard-eyed man said. "Whether you take your pelts with a rifle or a trap, the land was made for our use, same as the things that live on it. You've got little enough gear for a man who's come this far out," the emigrant said, steering the conversation. "I hope you're better stocked with pelts than you are with everything else. I need little, at my age, food and something to keep the weather out. I trade a pelt now and then for powder and lead. That's the full extent of my commerce. You're not from these parts originally." The emigrant said it the way men in this country said things, half observation, half question, leaving room for a man to correct him without embarrassment. "Born on the coast, spent most of my life in the trees." The trapper paused, let the fire settle. "Then here," every head around the fire came up at that. The young men looked at each other. The woman extended a small civility toward him that she didn't extend to many, a gesture that acknowledged something she couldn't quite name. "It's a long road from the eastern seashore to this country," the emigrant said, resuming his steady work on the hominy without interrupting his chewing. "Weary is the better word for it. A man would see considerable hard country." 75 years on that road," the trapper said quietly. "There are not half that many leagues between the Hudson and this place, and I have tasted venison of my own killing on most of them." He let a beat pass. "Though that's old men's talk, what does any of it count for when the miles are almost done? "I've heard of that river," the eldest son offered, voice lower than the rest. Deferential in the way young men sometimes are toward age and genuine experience. "From what I was told, it runs wide and deep, wide enough, and there are settlements growing along its banks that would surprise a man who hadn't seen them. But put it next to the river further west, and it's nothing but a creek." "I don't call anything a river a man can walk around the top of," the hard-eyed man said. "A real river crosses you. It doesn't give you the choice." "How far west have you pushed before this?" the trapper asked, looking past the hard-eyed man to the emigrant. "Far enough to know it doesn't end quick." The emigrant wiped his mouth. "I kept to the left bank of the main river heading out, then rafted across when it bent too far north. The women lost some wool in the crossing. One cow didn't make it. Since then we've been bridging creek by creek. The Lord put this country here as a kind of warning," the trapper said, and something in his tone made the camp go still. A barren belt at the back edge of the settled land, to remind men what their own carelessness can make of a place given enough time. He paused, staring somewhere past the fire. "Weeks you can travel out here and find nothing, no house, no field, no creature that has a den inside four walls. Even the wild animals range for miles between water, and yet—" He stopped, let the silence carry it. Nobody spoke. "Yet when the wind comes out of the east," he continued, "I can almost hear it, axes, falling timber." He shook his head once, slow and final. When he was done, the fire was the only sound. The emigrant ate. Eventually he spoke. "You keeping west then, or have you got a fixed place out here somewhere?" "I keep moving until I have reason to stop." The emigrant stood as he said it, no ceremony to it. Conversation over, the trapper stood with him. The camp arranged itself for the night with the practiced efficiency of people who had done this many times in many places. Rough shelters went up from felled branches, trade blankets, and buffalo hides. The children disappeared into them. The young men worked the final defensive preparations. Felled trunks dragged into the gaps between wagons, a rough perimeter that closed the open ground down to a manageable problem. Two of them checked their rifles. Powder charge, flint seeding. Priming pan, no conversation. Then they separated and moved to opposite ends of the perimeter, settling into the shadow of the brush where they could watch the open ground without being seen against the firelight. The fires were banked and concealed. The trapper made no move toward the offered bedding. He stood and watched until the last task was completed, then walked away into the dark without a word to anyone. The moon was new, a thin pale cut in the sky that gave barely enough light to navigate by. It caught the high points of the prairie swells and left the low ground black. The trapper moved through it the way he'd moved through hundreds of nights in places just like this, not hurrying, not hesitating, reading the ground by memory and instinct as much as by sight. He walked for some time without settling on a destination. The encounter with the emigrants had stirred something loose in him. Old things, he let them move through him without fighting them. He reached the top of a rise and stopped. He set the butt of his rifle in the grass and leaned on it and looked out at the dark. The hound came up beside him and sat, pressing against his leg. Then the dog growled, low, steady, not the sharp alarm of an immediate threat, something further off, something still taking shape. "What is it, dog?" The trapper looked down at the animal, a hand dropping to its neck. "Easy, Hector." "What have you got?" The hound stretched its nose up toward the dark air, then down toward the grass and went quiet again. But it had said enough. The trapper raised his eyes and scanned the near ground slowly and carefully. Prairie, swells of grass catching the thin moonlight, then on the same rise where he stood, movement. A shape in the uncertain light, small, indistinct, working toward him and then stopping as if calculating risk. The dog's eyes were open now, tracking the shape. But he held his silence, not a threat or not one he'd committed to yet. "Come closer," the trapper said, keeping his voice low and level. "We're friends here." The shape moved again, closed the distance until it resolved into a young woman, slight, quick-moving, her face sharp with something between purpose and unease. She was close before he placed her, the girl from the camp, Ellen Wade. "I thought you'd gone," she said, scanning the dark around him. "They said you left and weren't coming back. I didn't recognize you at first." "Men are scarce in this country," he said. "I'd hope I still carry enough of the look of one to be recognized." "I knew it was a man. I thought I recognized the dog's sound." She stopped herself like she'd said more than she intended and dropped her eyes. "I didn't see any dogs with your father's party," the trapper said. "Father." The word came out with an edge on it. "He's not my father." "I have no father." She paused. "I have nearly no friends." The old man studied her in the thin moonlight. What was in his face wasn't pity. It was the particular attention of a man who had watched a great many people in a great many kinds of trouble and could read which kind he was looking at. "Then what are you doing out here?" he asked. "This country isn't built for the young and unprotected. You knew that when you crossed the river. You left the one thing that stands between the weak and the strong. What thing? The law. He said it without apology, though the word seemed to cost him something. I've spent most of my life beyond its reach and been glad of it, but I'm old enough now to know what fills the space when it's gone, men like the ones at that fire. He let that sit. If you have no father, he continued, I hope at least you have a brother, someone who, God forbid, she said. And the heat behind it told him everything he needed to know about the men at that camp and what they were to her. Then, quick as she'd flared, do you truly live out here alone? Is there no one else? There are the rightful owners of this land, hundreds of them, thousands if you count all the ground they cover, but of our own kind, few. Have you met no other whites before us? Not in, Hector cut him off, a single low bark. Different in pitch and urgency from before. The trapper's hand went to his rifle and he straightened off it, standing his full height, eyes moving across the dark ground below. Something's moving, he said quietly. Could be a black bear working down from the higher country, could be something else. His voice stayed level, stayed close. The girl's eyes swept the prairie, not with fear exactly, but with the tight impatience of someone waiting for a threat to show itself so it could be dealt with. She'd been out here long enough, the trapper noted, to know that the worst part was usually the waiting. The dog looked northeast and barked again. Both of them turned toward the sound. Chapter 3, Stranger in Range. The trapper heard the footsteps before he saw the man. Not the heavy, earth-shaking plod of the emigrants' party to the east. This was something different, measured, deliberate, coming from the opposite direction entirely. He'd been reading ground long enough to know the difference between a man who belonged to a place and one who was moving through it with purpose. White blood, he said, low enough that only the woman beside him could hear. Or close to it. Steps too heavy for a full blood. Half and halves in this country are meaner than the real article and twice as unpredictable. He brought the rifle up without theatrics, no wasted motion. His thumb found the flint, his fingers checked the priming by feel alone, the way a man does it when he's done it 10,000 times in the dark. He was already swinging the muzzle forward when her hands found his arm. Don't, her voice shook. It could be someone we know. Friends, he said, carefully peeling her fingers away, are a rare thing in any land. Out here they're damn near mythological, and I've never met a neighbor at this distance from anywhere. He's a stranger, that's not cause enough to kill him. The old man looked at her then, really looked. The fear in her face was real, but there was something else underneath it, something urgent and specific. He lowered the rifle and set the butt against the ground. No, he said more to himself than to her. No, she's right. I've got nothing worth killing over, not at my age. Let him come. He won't want anything from you. If he's decent, he'll want only what's his. He didn't have time to unpack the strange contradiction in her words. The man was already inside 50 feet. Hector had been awake for the last 30 seconds. The old hound had risen from his warm spot at the trapper's feet the moment the footsteps registered, slow and silent, the way a dog moves when it's serious. Now he stalked forward through the grass with his belly low and his hackles raised, every muscle coiled. Call him off. The voice that came out of the darkness was deep and even, not aggressive, friendly almost. I've got no quarrel with your dog, but I'd rather not have to settle one. You hear that, pup? The trapper kept his voice casual, unhurried. Come back here, you old fool. His bite is long gone anyway, friend. Come ahead. The stranger didn't hesitate. He closed the distance in a few long strides and came to a stop directly beside the young woman. He looked at her first, a quick, sharp assessment that lasted less than a second, and then his attention shifted to the old man with the same practiced efficiency. Where did you come from? He said. There was an ease to him that didn't feel manufactured. He leaned on his rifle with the casual confidence of a man comfortable in his own skin. You actually live out here in all this nothing. Long enough that I've stopped counting, the trapper said. My camp's not far now. You asked your question, I'll ask mine. Where are you from and where are you headed? Easy, old man, I'm still asking. What are you doing out here at this hour? You're not running buffalo in the dark. Walking from a party of emigrants camped over that rise back to my own place. I'm wronging no one. He paused. And you seem to know this girl well enough to read her face in the dark. She showed me the way, the stranger said without missing a beat, seeing as she knows the country so well. I met her the same way I met you, by chance. 10 years I've worked this ground and never once found white people out at this hour until tonight. The trapper studied the younger man. If my being here is a problem, say so and I'll go. Friend, the youth said, and he pulled the cap from his head and ran a hand through a dense tangle of black hair. If I've ever laid eyes on that girl before tonight, then Paul. Her hand came up and covered his mouth before the words were out, firm, familiar. The gesture said more than the interruption. He's trustworthy, I can see it. Our secret, Ellen, have you? I haven't forgotten anything. We're safe with him. He's a trapper. Something shifted in the young man's face. He extended his hand. A trapper. Then we're in the same line of work, more or less. Give me your hand, old man. The country doesn't have much use for my craft anymore, the trapper said, gripping the offered hand and measuring the strength in it without being obvious about it. The boy was built like an oak stave, lean and hard and balanced on his feet. Trapping takes cunning over brawn, no shame in it, but it seems a small life for a man built like you. I've never set a trap in my life, the young man said. He grinned. I've put lead into a few things that probably deserved better from me, but traps, no, what lives on the ground isn't my business. Then what is? The youth reached up and unlatched a small tin cup that hung at his neck. The lid sprang open and the smell hit the trapper immediately, clean, dark, unmistakable. Honey. A bee hunter, the old man said. The surprise was genuine. The boy had the look of someone who should be leading men through river crossings, not following swarms across open country. It pays in the settlements. Out here, he shook his head slowly. The trade seems uncertain. You think there's no trees. I know different. Pushed a few 100 miles further west than most to prove it. He snapped the lid shut and looked at Ellen. Now, if the old man would give us a moment. He doesn't need to leave, she said quickly, too quickly. He doesn't, the young man exhaled. He pulled his hand through his hair again. Ellen. I don't care who hears me. I'll walk straight into that camp right now and say my piece to your uncle's face. Just say the word. My uncle would, Paul, you know the danger, you know why you can't be seen. Has he done something he's ashamed of? The trapper asked it quietly without heat. No, her answer was fast and certain. Nothing like that, but there are reasons it's better he stays clear for now. Reasons that would do him no harm if they came out, but they haven't come out yet. She looked at the trapper. If you'll wait by that willow, I'll come say good night before I go back to camp. The old man withdrew. He moved without sound and without hurry, putting enough distance between himself and the pair that their words became shapeless murmurs in the dark. Then he stopped, settled his rifle across the crook of his arm, and waited. Hector circled once and lay down across the trapper's feet. The old man stood and watched the dim shapes of the two young people against the darkness, and felt something stir in him that he hadn't felt in a long time. The simple presence of other human beings, young ones with their whole tangled lives still ahead of them, reached back through the years and found things he thought had gone quiet for good. He stood there and let his mind run back along the long, strange road of his life, through all its hardship and solitude and moments of savage beauty, until Hector moved. Not the lazy adjustment of a sleeping dog. This was deliberate. The hound got up, turned his head into the dark prairie, and stood with his nostrils working steadily. Then, apparently satisfied with whatever conclusion he'd reached, he returned to his spot and lowered himself back down with the measured care of an old animal that doesn't move without reason. What is it? The trapper kept his voice barely above a breath. Tell me, pup, what do you smell? Hector growled once, stayed put. That was enough. That was more than enough. The old man had learned decades ago that a dog's nose was better intelligence than any man's instinct. He moved back toward the pair with a quiet urgency, covering the ground without announcing himself until he was close enough to speak. We're not alone out here, he said. Something's moving. The youth's hand tightened on his rifle. Could be one of Ishmael's boys off the camp. I'll end his walk for him. They're all in the wagons, Ellen said, her voice tight. I watched them. The two on watch were half asleep when I left. Maybe a large animal, the young man said, caught the dog's nose. I had a hound in Kentucky that would tree his own shadow from a dead sleep if the dream was right enough. This dog doesn't dream, the trapper said. He hasn't worked a false trail in 30 years. His nose says there's something out there, and I've never had cause to argue with it. He paused, reading the darkness to the west. I'd counsel you both to get to cover now and part company while the doing is still quiet. I'm not leaving her. Paul, Ellen began. Quiet. The trapper held up one hand. He heard it before either of them did. A vibration more than a sound, carried up through the soles of his moccasins before it reached his ears. Then Hector lifted his head and released a long, keening wail that climbed through the dark air like a warning from something older than language. No one spoke. The sound came in waves, muffled in the low grass, sharp and clear on the hard ground, muffled again. But it was growing, definitely growing. Buffalo spooked by a cat, the young man said. No. The trapper was already moving, already assessing the ground. The spacing is wrong, too long between strides, too regular for panic. He turned, his face had changed. They're riding hard and they're riding straight at us. There's no time to run. Then we stand. There are 30 of them. The words came out flat and without drama. Sue, by the way they move, down both of you into the tall grass. Now, don't think, move. He didn't wait for agreement. His hand found the young man's shoulder and he pushed firmly. With the authority of someone who'd kept men alive by overriding their pride at exactly the right moment. The three of them dropped into a thick stand of grass and went still. The moon pulled behind a thin sheet of cloud. The trapper lay with his cheek against the earth and listened to the thunder of hooves grow from a murmur to a roar. He could feel the ground shaking now. Hector pressed flat beside him, silent, trembling with the effort of staying quiet. The trapper kept one hand on the dog's neck. He counted the shapes as they came over the rise, dark, fast, chaotic. Riders who moved like they'd been born on horseback, which most of them had. They swept past so close he could smell the horses. Then they were gone into the dark to the south. He waited. 30 seconds, they turned. Keep your heads down, he breathed. They're coming back up the rise. The band swept back over the high ground and milled there 20 yards away. Some dismounted. The rest walked their horses in slow, restless circles, scanning the plain with the focused patience of men who knew exactly how to find what they were looking for. Beside the trapper, the young man's hand found his rifle. He began to ease the lock toward the set position. Don't. The old man's mouth was an inch from the young man's ear. The click of that lock carries 50 yards on a still night, and if the moon catches the barrel, you'll bring every one of them down on us before you can draw a breath. The youth froze, but his eyes were hard and his jaw was set, and the trapper knew that if it came to a fight, the boy wouldn't break. The Sioux leader spoke in a low voice at the center of the group. The others drew in close. The consultation lasted less than a minute. Then they spread back out along the ridge, walking their horses slowly now, searching. They heard the dog, the trapper said, barely moving his lips. Keep your face in the grass. We should run, the young man whispered. Too late for that. Even as he said it, the trapper felt a shadow fall across him. He looked up. An Indian stood directly over them. Dark eyes, angular face, still as stone, looking down at the three shapes in the grass with the flat, calm expression of a man who'd found exactly what he expected to find. The young man moved like a trap springing. He was on his feet in a single motion. His hands at the Indian's throat, driving him backward with a force that had its full weight behind it. The Indian went down. The young man went down on top of him, and his hands were locked and his arms were driving, and in another few seconds it would have been settled. Then the trapper's arms came around him from behind. He locked them across the younger man's chest and pulled him off with a strength that surprised them both. The boy thrashed and cursed and started to turn on the old man, and then the grass was full of Sioux. They came from three sides, fast and quiet, and before either man could reset his footing there were hands on both of them and rifles at their chests, and the thing was done. Ellen didn't scream. She rose from the grass with her chin level and her hands at her sides and let them take her too. The trapper stood in the grip of two warriors and looked at the sky and breathed slowly and steadily. The way you do when you've lost the hand and all that's left is to decide how you carry yourself in what comes next. Chapter 4, Captives of the Prairie. The night air hung still and close over the prairie. No wind, no sound except the soft creak of leather and the occasional stamp of a hoof somewhere in the dark. They had taken everything, rifles, powder, the few small comforts a man could carry across open country. The Sioux moved through the captives with the efficiency of men who had done this 100 times, which they had. They stripped what they wanted and left the rest. The old trapper didn't fight it. Didn't argue, he even held items out before they reached for them, reading what the warriors wanted before they knew themselves. His face gave nothing away. Paul Hover was another matter. Every time a hand reached for something on his person, his jaw tightened and his fists balled. He stood there vibrating with it, a coiled thing looking for a reason to release. Ellen's fingers found his forearm. She didn't speak, didn't have to. He felt her trembling through her grip and held himself together through pure will, though it cost him something each time he did it. The Sioux weren't finished. The chiefs formed a tight cluster 30 feet away, their voices dropping to the low, urgent cadence of men planning something larger than what had already happened. The trapper listened without appearing to listen. His eyes moved in slow, deliberate arcs across the dark prairie while his ears did the real work. They know about the camp near the willows, he said quietly. They're not stupid people. A white woman this far from the settlements doesn't travel alone. Paul gave a short, humorless laugh. If they haul Ishmael Bush and his whole circus out to the Rocky Mountains, maybe I'll forgive them. Paul, Ellen's voice was sharp and low. Stop it. It was thinking about consequences that kept me from going at one of those men with my bare hands 10 minutes ago, Paul said. Old man, that cowardice is on you. Be patient, Ellen said. Please. Paul sucked a breath through his teeth and swallowed it. Fine for you. The trapper kept his eyes moving. They've got the scent now, same as a hound on game. There's no pulling them off it. Can we warn them? Ellen asked. Her voice was steady, but her eyes weren't. I can call loud enough to wake the whole bottom, Paul said. Quarter mile, easy. And take a war club across the skull for it. The old man said flatly, no, we need to be smarter than they are right now. That means one voice, one story when they come to question us, someone who speaks their language. He looked at Paul. Talk all you want, Paul said. I've got nothing for you. Youth, the trapper said without venom. I remember what that felt like. Ellen put her hand over Paul's mouth before he could answer. He's right, look, they're coming. She was right. A tall warrior separated from the group and moved toward them. He stopped at the edge of speaking distance and stood there in the half-dark, reading them without a word. The silence stretched long enough to become a statement. Then he spoke, the consonants hard and guttural, the rhythm nothing like English. The trapper answered him. His Sioux was rough but serviceable, and the warrior's posture shifted slightly, the barely perceptible adjustment of a man recalculating. The warrior spoke again. He wants to know if the pale faces have hunted out their own land. The trapper said without turning his head, that they come this far to count what's left. He answered in Sioux without waiting for a response from his companions. Some here to buy, some to sell, he told the warrior. But word will travel that this is no country for honest trade if men can't come near a Sioux lodge without losing everything they carry. The warrior's expression didn't change. The Sioux live far north. In the snow country, this is Pawnee land. Why do you speak of Sioux? If the Pawnee own this ground, then we stand here by equal right. The warrior's eyes sharpened. The pale faces have stolen enough from the red man. You come this far to carry lies also. I go where I have the right to go, the trapper said. The calm in his voice was not performed. It was structural, load-bearing, the composure of a man who had stood in places like this more times than he could number. The Pawnee and the white man are brothers. A Sioux shows himself in the Loop village at his own risk. Something cracked open behind the warrior's eyes. The Dakota are men, he snapped, the word carrying old and tribal pride. The Dakota have no fear. What brings you out here? I have sat in many councils. I have heard wise men speak. Bring your chiefs to me and I will talk. The warrior drew himself up. I am a great chief. Wucha is well known among warriors. Do you take me for an Assiniboine? The trapper looked at him steadily. Do I look like I can't tell a burnt wood Teton from a chief? Go away. It's dark, but you can still see that my hair is gray. Wucha's face went still in the particular way of a man whose bluff has been named. He was manufacturing a new approach when the sound of movement behind him pulled his attention back over his shoulder. Something had shifted in the band. He turned back quickly. His voice dropping the pretense like a coat he didn't need anymore. Give Wucha the Long Knives whiskey, he said. He will speak well of you to the great men. Go, the trapper said. The word carried enough weight that the warrior actually stepped back. I'll speak to Maori, not to you. Wucha held the trapper's gaze for 3 full seconds, cataloging the insult, storing it. Then he turned and moved back into the darkness. The trapper watched him go and noted the way the name Maori passed from man to man through the band like a current, each warrior straightening slightly at the sound of it. Then Maori came forward. He was taller than the men around him and moved differently, with the unhurried deliberation of a man who had never in his life needed to rush toward anything. He wore his authority the way some men wore a weapon, present, visible, and never drawn unnecessarily. His warriors arranged themselves around him without being told to. He looked at the trapper for a long moment before speaking. The earth is very large, he said. Why do the children of my white father never find enough room on it? Some of them heard their friends in the prairies were in need, the trapper replied. They came to see, to trade, powder, blankets, things of use. Traders do not cross the great river with empty hands. Our hands are empty because your young men decided we were tired and lightened our loads for us. They were wrong about my strength, though. I'm old, I'm not finished. Maori's expression didn't shift. Your load fell somewhere on the prairie. Show my warriors the place before the Pawnee find it. The way there is crooked and the night is dark, the trapper said. There's time to sleep. Take your men over that hill. There's water there and wood. Build fires. Rest. When the sun is up, I'll tell you what you want to know. A low sound moved through the assembled warriors, not anger, exactly, something more controlled, dissatisfaction being held in check by discipline. Maori absorbed it without acknowledging it. I know you are not alone, the chief said. I know you have men nearby. I know horses are not scarce among your party. His eyes moved to Ellen. A Dakota woman can walk 30 nights across the prairie and not fall, can she? He let the implication sit. The trapper chose his words the way a man crossing ice chooses his steps. The women of the Sioux and the women of the white man do not share a lodge, he said carefully. Would a Teton warrior put his wife above himself? I have heard there are lands where women hold the councils, but I have only heard it. A stir went through the circle. Maori's bearing didn't waver. My white fathers on the Great Lakes told me their brothers to the east are not truly men, the chief said. Now I see they were right, a nation led by a woman. He let his gaze settle on the trapper with the weight of a judgment. Are you her dog, old man, or her husband? Neither, the trapper said. I never saw her face before today. She came to the prairies because she'd heard a great people lived here and she wanted to see them. She is poor, the same as I am. If your men take what little she and her companion have left, she will go hungry. Maori's composure broke, not catastrophically, a single seam opening. His voice dropped into something harder and more direct than the formal cadence he'd maintained. I am not a woman, he said. A Dakota has eyes. Tell me, white hunter, who are the pale faces sleeping near the fallen timber? He pointed. The direction was exact, not approximate, exact. The trapper felt something settle in his chest. The man had done what his whole war party couldn't, found Ishmael's camp in the dark by himself through observation alone. It may be that white men sleep out on the prairie, the trapper said, keeping his voice level. If you say so, I believe it, but I don't know who they are. If there are strangers in the grass, send your men to wake them. Let them speak for themselves. Every man has a voice. Maori looked at him with something that might have been contempt, or might have been respect, or might have been both at once. He shook his head slowly, and a thin, cold smile crossed his face for just a moment before it was gone. The Dakota are not fools, he said, and Maori did not become their chief by calling to sleeping men so they can rise and greet him with their rifles. He turned away. I will whisper in their ears instead, when I am done. Their own kind may come and wake them. A quiet sound of approval moved through the warriors. Then Maori was walking, and his men were falling in around him and behind him with the fluid cohesion of a unit that had worked together so long the hierarchy had become instinct. Wucha made one more attempt on the trapper, sidling close with another demand. The old man turned away from him without a word. It didn't matter. A command rippled through the band, and the entire party began to move. Silently, men and horses both, shifting position in the dark with a discipline that would have impressed any military man. They halted 200 yards on, and when the prisoners found their bearings, they understood why. The dark line of the copse was visible ahead, Ishmael's camp, another consultation, brief and quiet. Then the horses were handed off again, and the same arrangement as before, guards on the prisoners. The rest of the warriors preparing to move. Wucha positioned himself closest to the trapper and, catching the man's eye, raised his tomahawk and tilted it toward Ellen. The message was clear enough. Any sound from the captives and it would be her first. Then he was still. Paul Hover stood rigid beside Ellen, close enough that she could feel the tension running through him like voltage through a wire. She wanted to warn them. She could feel the impulse moving through her body the way cold water moves, finding every crack, every weakness. She opened her mouth twice, and both times Paul's hand found hers in the dark and closed around it. His eyes were forward, watching. The trapper watched too, with the stillness of a man who had learned long ago that stillness was its own weapon. His eyes moved continuously, cataloging every guard, every position, every gap between men, waiting for the moment, if a moment came. Out in front of them, Maori and two warriors shed their outer garments, handing them off without ceremony. What remained was functional. A knife secured at the hip, a tomahawk balanced and checked, leggings tight, nothing loose that would catch brush or slow movement. Maori ran his fingers along his knife sheath once, checking the lacing, confirming the draw. His two men did the same, then they went to ground, not dramatically. They simply ceased to be vertical. One moment 3 figures stood at the edge of the firelight, and the next they were gone, absorbed into the tall grass as completely as if the earth had taken them. The prairie was silent. The captives watched the space where the men had been and watched the grass for any movement and heard nothing. 30 feet, 50, 100, the darkness gave back nothing. No sound, no shape, no rustle. The minutes passed like something physical. Maori moved through the grass the way a water moccasin moves through shallows, not pushing through resistance but flowing between it, finding the path of least disturbance, pausing when pausing was required, covering ground when ground could be covered. He used the fog in the low places. He kept his belly to the earth and his chin above it just enough to see. He'd done this before on other nights, against other camps, and the body remembered what the mind had once learned. He stopped at the edge of the copse. The camp was dark and quiet. He raised his head above the grass line, a slow, controlled rise, and read the shapes in front of him. wagons, a tent, the low forms of men sleeping on piled brush. He counted what he could count and worked the angles until he had a serviceable picture of the position. He let his head back down and listened. Nothing. The silence of the camp was total in a way that made him careful. Men in the field knew that a camp that made no noise sometimes made no noise because it was waiting. He pressed his ear to the earth. After a long moment he heard it. The irregular, slightly labored breathing of a man fighting off sleep and losing the fight. It was genuine. He knew the sound well enough to trust it. He began moving again. His target was on the near edge of the camp, back against a fallen log, chin drifting toward his chest. One of Ishmael's sons. Built like something quarried rather than born, legs sprawled out in front of him, rifle resting across his thighs. Prairie came up out of the grass beside the log 3 feet away. He lay flat and still and watched the young man's chest rise and fall. The knife came out. He found the right angle over the sternum, confirmed the placement. The young man's arm swung back without warning, bicep rolling, the sheer mass of it catching the moonlight for a moment. Prairie went stone still behind the log. He understood immediately. That body, that size, those proportions, in a fight the man would be catastrophic. Even dying he might be catastrophic. The sounds of it, the thrashing, every man in camp would be on his feet in 3 seconds. He sheathed the knife. The blade clicked home in the skin sheath with the smallest sound imaginable. He waited. The sentinel's head dropped again. His breathing flattened out into the long, slow rhythm of a man well under. Prairie backed away from the log without making contact with a single twig. He moved laterally along the edge of the copse, keeping it at his shoulder, using its shadow for cover. His eyes picked up the pale shape of the tent. He stopped outside it and listened with the patience of a man who understood that impatience was what got people killed. He lifted the canvas at the ground level and looked inside. He stayed like that for nearly a full minute. When he withdrew, his expression had changed, not visibly to anyone watching from a distance, but something had shifted in the quality of his attention. A decision made. He lay outside the tent for several more minutes, motionless, incorporating what he'd seen into a larger calculation. Then he moved toward the center of the camp. He navigated the defensive barrier of branches carefully, working through the gaps with a patience that made the whole thing look effortless. On the other side, he stood upright for the first time and moved through the camp with quiet authority, reading the layout as he walked, memorizing it. He checked the lodge where the woman and children slept. He passed 3 enormous sleeping forms on their brush beds without disturbing a single dream. He reached Ishmael, even stretched out and unconscious. The man projected something, the dense physical authority of a patriarch, a man accustomed to being the largest and most dangerous thing in any room. Prairie stood over him and studied the situation with the analytical detachment of a man who had learned to keep emotion downstream of calculation. He drew the knife again. Ishmael turned in his sleep. One eye cracked open, swollen with fatigue, and found the dark figure standing above him. "Who's there?" The voice was thick. Suspicious, not quite awake. Prairie dropped to the ground and lay flat. He grunted once, a sound approximating the grunt of a man resettling himself in sleep. Ishmael's eye tracked the movement with the sluggish half-attention of a man who saw what he expected to see, one of his own family finding a new position. He watched for another 5 seconds, then turned over and was gone again. Prairie lay still for a long time after that, not because he needed to. Because patience was a skill and skills required practice even when you were already good at them. When the camp had settled back into its deep and vulnerable silence, he rose and moved toward the livestock pen. The first animal he encountered was small, gentle, and utterly unafraid of him, some domestic creature that pressed its soft nose into his hand with the complete trust of something that had never learned to be afraid. He ran his fingers over it with something close to curiosity, then left it no use to him. He found the horses. Standing among them in the dark, his hand moving along a flank then another, feeling the muscle and weight and potential of each animal, Prairie allowed himself the small interior pleasure of a man who has walked into a locked room and found it full of exactly what he came for. The discipline of the approach, the long controlled patience of the last hour, all of it receded. What remained was pure satisfaction. He had the camp. Chapter 5. Silence before strike. The prairie was dead quiet. The Teton war party held their positions in the darkness, spread out across the landscape like a net drawn tight, patient, invisible, every man waiting on the signal that would unleash them. It was a discipline that had nothing to do with training and everything to do with nature. From the low rise where the captives stood, the view was bleak and enormous. Broken moonlight bled through a layer of cloud, casting the flats and the shallow draws in shades of gray and nothing. The encampment below was a darker smear against the dark land. The ridgelines caught faint silver at their crests. Everything else was void, but the old trapper knew what lived inside that silence. So did the others. Paul's breathing changed. Ellen felt it through the arm she gripped, a slow, deepening tension moving through him like current through a wire. She couldn't see what was out there. She didn't need to. Fear was its own intelligence. Wucha was supposed to be watching them. He wasn't. The guard crouched close to the old man, close enough that the trapper could smell the grease on his hair. Wucha's voice dropped low, barely a breath, knife already in hand as he leaned toward the old man's ear. If the Tetons lose their great chief to the long knives, he murmured, the old die same as the young. The trapper didn't flinch, didn't look at the blade. Life comes from the Wakanda, he said. His voice flat and certain as granite. Burntwood warrior and chief alike, they all answer to the same law. A man dies when he is called, no Sioux changes that hour. Wucha shoved the blade forward until the steel filled the old man's field of vision. Wucha is the Wakanda of a dog. The trapper looked at him then, a long, direct look. Something moved behind those deep-set eyes, real disgust, clean and honest, and then it passed. What replaced it was quieter. Something closer to sorrow. Why should a man made in God's image, the trapper said in English, loud enough now, calm enough to be dangerous, let his soul be provoked by something that barely passes for reason? Wucha's hand moved fast. He grabbed a fistful of the old man's gray hair and wrenched his head sideways, knife rising toward the roots of it, lips pulled back, eyes bright with the pleasure of it. Then the night split open. A shriek, high, sustained. Savage tore across the prairie from somewhere out in the dark. Before the echo died, it was answered by 100 more, voices bursting from the black in every direction at once, as if the earth itself had opened and was screaming. Wucha's grip released. Now, Paul's voice cut through the chaos. Now, Ishmael, show them what Kentucky's made of. Fire low, boys, level into the draws, they're hugging the ground. Nobody heard him. The noise drowned everything. The guards around them had stopped being guards. They were something else now, leaping, arms thrown overhead, shrieking with a joy that was almost indistinguishable from violence. Whatever discipline had held them was gone. Then came the sound of the ground itself moving, a low thunder building fast, hooves, hundreds of them. The trapper read it before he saw it. They've stripped him clean, he said quietly, left him without a single animal. The herd came over the rise in a wall of noise and dust and panic, horses, cattle, every four-legged thing Ishmael Bush had owned, driven hard by dark shapes moving fast behind them. The Teton horses tied nearby felt it and went wild, surging against their restraints, responding to something older than training. Every eye turned to the stampede. The trapper moved. His hand shot out and took the knife from Wucha's belt in one clean motion, faster than a man his age had any right to move, and brought it down on the rawhide rope binding the animals beside him. One cut, clean through. The horses screamed, wheeled, and scattered in every direction across the dark prairie. Wucha spun on him. The transformation was instant, pure predator, the knife gone from his hand, fingers already fumbling for his tomahawk. Eyes tracking the disappearing animals at the same time they locked onto the old man. The struggle inside him didn't last long. Greed won. Wucha turned and ran, following his companions after the horses, swallowed by the dark within seconds. The old man watched him go. A low, dry sound moved in his chest, the closest thing he had to a laugh. Red nature's red nature, he said, almost to himself, whether it's a forest or a flat. A white sentinel would answer for that with his life, but there goes the Teton, running on two legs after animals that have four, thinking he can catch them. He paused. He will too, give them until morning. Reason against instinct, poor reason, but still reason. There's more man in an Indian than people account for. He was quiet a moment. The Delawares, though, now there was a people, scattered and broken now. Ah, well. He looked out toward where the settlers' camp sat in darkness. The traveler keeps his water at least. Nature denied him his timber, but he's seen the last of his animals. I'd stake my rifle on it. Shouldn't we get to Ishmael's camp? Paul said. There'll be a fight over this unless the old man's lost his nerve. No, Ellen's voice was quick and tight. Paul, the trapper's hand touched her arm lightly and his voice dropped. Quiet, sound travels far out here. He looked at Paul. Is he a man who will fight for what's his? Don't call him a friend of mine, Paul said, an edge in it. But fight, I'll tell you what that man is. You know the deputy that tried to clear the settlers off near the Buffalo Lick in Kentucky. He didn't wait for an answer. I'd lined a good swarm into a dead beech that same afternoon, found the deputy on his back at the roots of it. Whole clean through the little Bible he kept in his jacket pocket over his heart, like a piece of sheepskin was going to stop a settler's ball. He paused. They never formally proved it on him, and there were 50 others camped in that same stretch with just as much right as Ishmael had, but you ask me if he fights. Ellen went still beside him. She pressed the weight of it down somewhere deep, but her hands betrayed her. The trapper had heard enough. Every man knows best what ties him to others, he said. It's a grief that color and property and tongue cut such deep lines between people who all answer to the same Father. And here something practical moved into his voice, the mind of a man accustomed to preparing for what comes next. This has more of a fight in it than a sermon, and we'd best be ready for it. Listen, movement below, we may already be seen. The family's coming out, Ellen said. Her voice carried an anxiety that made no distinction between friend and threat. Paul, go, you can't be seen here. If I leave you alone in this country before I see you safe, Paul said, may I never hear another hive. What about the Tetons? How long before they circle back? Not before dawn, the old man said, the dry sound moving in his chest again. They'll run those animals to the edge of God's country first. Hear them. He tilted his head. The faint drum of hooves still carried from the direction of the willow bottoms. Your real Sioux horses run like. He stopped. Then he was already moving, hands pulling them both down into the grass before either of them processed the sound, a metallic tick, faint but unmistakable, the click of a flintlock being drawn to full cock somewhere in the dark below. All three went flat. The rifles came in a tight volley, short, sharp cracks rolling across the flat, and the hiss of lead cutting the air close overhead, ugly and intimate. Paul had his face in the grass. He was almost smiling. Fine shooting from the wrong end of a barrel. Three-cornered war tonight, old man, you want me to answer them. Fair words only, the trapper said, fast and hard, or you're both dead. Not sure my voice will improve the situation over my rifle, Paul said. Paul, Ellen's voice was barely sound. Please, more shots, closer. The pattern tightening as the shooters found their range. The trapper stood up. He rose to his full height, gaunt and tall against the pale sky, and started walking down the slope toward the camp. No hesitation, no crouch. The same pace a man used when he'd already settled accounts with fear and moved past it. The moonlight found him and held him, and below the rifles went quiet. He walked until a voice came out of the dark, flat and hard. Who goes there, friend or foe? Friend, the old man said, one who has lived too long to spend what's left of it on quarrels. A shape detached from the shadow of a low scrub, enormous, deliberate, and Ishmael Bush put himself directly in the trapper's path. The two men stood face to face. Not too old to play both sides, Ishmael said. You brought those savages down on us, and now you'll take your cut of what they stole. What did you lose? The trapper asked, the same flat, unhurried voice. 8 mares. Good animals, a foal worth 30 silver coins. My wife has nothing left for milk or wool. The hogs are out there somewhere tearing up the prairie. Ishmael let the butt of his rifle drop onto the hard ground, a deliberate sound meant to communicate something. How many head do you figure for your share, old man? The trapper met his eyes. I have never owned a horse, never needed one, though I have crossed more of this country than most men alive. I take no cloth but deerskin and no meat but what I hunt. I have no share in what was taken from you and no desire for one. It wasn't a speech, it was a statement of fact, delivered the way a man states his name. Ishmael studied him. The anger in him was real and it was large, but it was not stupid. Sounds like a lawyer talking, he muttered, too smooth. I claim nothing but what I am, the old man said, a trapper, no more. Hunter. Trapper makes no difference. Ishmael's voice settled into something slower, heavier. I came out here because the law was sitting too close on my neck. I don't need courts and I don't need 12 men to tell me what's mine, but I did not come this far to be stripped of everything I carried. A man who ventures into these lands must deal with the people who hold them. Hold them. Ishmael let the word sit a moment. I stand on this ground the same as any governor in the eastern states. Where is the law that says one man gets a county and another begs for enough dirt to be buried in? You tell me where that's written. The trapper was quiet a moment. I cannot say you're wrong, he said. I have said as much myself in places where it might be heard, but your animals were taken by men who believe this ground is theirs. That dispute will not be settled tonight. They'd better hope it isn't. Ishmael said something cold and final in it. We're a slow people, stranger, slow and sure. There's not a man alive who struck me a blow without receiving one back, not one. Then you followed instinct instead of principle, the trapper said with no heat in it. I have taken life. In open warfare I have no regret for it, but I have never left even a Mingo unburied on the trail without carrying the weight of it. There is an ease of mind that belongs to a man who acts from reason. I have known it, and I have known what follows when he doesn't. Ishmael looked at him sideways. You've been a soldier. I have fought. The last time was under Anthony Wayne. I was passing through moving west, came across his rear column and fell in as an observer. But when it went to powder and lead, my rifle spoke with the rest. Something moved briefly in the old man's eyes, a flash of something vivid, and then the shadow that followed it. Though I knew less of the right of that quarrel than a man of my age ought to know before he takes a life that cannot be given back. Ishmael's posture shifted. The calculation behind his eyes changed. Mad Anthony, he said, I did a season with him myself, too much regulation in it for my taste, left without collecting my pay. He almost smiled. Esther made use of the pay certificate well enough later on. Government didn't come out ahead. He turned and called into the dark. Come out, it's just the old man. 4 shapes emerged from cover, his sons, rifles in the crooks of their arms, eyes moving over the stranger with the slow, unreadable appraisal of men who had learned not to ask questions and not to miss anything. Each one looked once, said nothing. The eldest spoke to his father without looking away from the trapper. If this is all that was on that rise. We didn't waste much powder. Ishmael turned back to the old man. There were 3 of you up there, moonlight doesn't lie. You saw the Tetons coming off the flats in the dark, the trapper said. It's easy enough to mistake shadows for a crowd when your blood is up. Ishmael held his gaze a moment longer, then let it go. The thieves will answer for this, he said. Not tonight. Tonight there's nothing wiser than sleep. He turned toward the camp. You ate my bread, old man. Come in. He led the way back through the dark without waiting for a reply. The trapper followed him into the circle of the camp. Ishmael spoke a few words to his wife, sparse, blunt, the facts stripped down to their bones, with dark promises woven through them for whoever had run off his stock. The woman absorbed it without visible surprise. The camp settled. The trapper found a pile of brush at the edge of the firelight and lowered himself onto it with the particular economy of a man who has slept in worse places than he can count. He was still within seconds, not the stillness of sleep, but the trained, listening stillness of a man who closes his eyes and keeps the rest of himself open. He did not fully let go until he had located Ellen Wade among the women of the camp, confirmed she was there and accounted for, and satisfied himself that Paul had kept the sense to stay out of sight. Then the old man slept, lightly, alert, the way he had always slept, one ear still pressed to the ground of the world. Chapter 6, Blood Without Borders. The land had a way of humbling men who thought they understood it. Ishmael Bush was not such a man. He had spent 53 years learning exactly what the frontier demanded of a person, and he had paid every debt it asked. He'd built his life at the edge of things, at the margin where law dissolved into something older and less forgiving. He'd never lived within earshot of a church bell, never dropped a tree he didn't need, never asked permission from any man, court, or Congress. The prairie was his in the way that only a man who has truly bled for a piece of ground can claim it. America liked to pretend it had no aristocracy. Bush knew better. He'd watched the eastern cities fatten themselves on inherited names and imported manners. Powder-faced men in tailored coats who traced their bloodlines back to English gentry like it meant something. Out here, none of that carried weight. Out here, a man was exactly what he could do, no more, no less. The Sioux had hit the camp at midnight. They'd come in fast and quiet, the way men do when they've studied their target and found it wanting. They scattered the horses first, that was the move. Classic, drive the herd into the dark and let confusion do the rest. By the time the camp understood what was happening, the raiders were already ghosts on the plain. Bush had slept through part of it, not from cowardice, from calculation. He knew the darkness made pursuit suicidal. He knew exactly what he still had and exactly what was gone, and he weighed those facts with the cold arithmetic of a man who has survived by never mistaking emotion for strategy. He would move when there was light enough to move by, not before. The camp settled back into uneasy silence. Sentinels sat their posts. Whether they stayed awake was a matter for their own consciences. The prairie offered nothing back but wind and the low rustle of grass that stretched unbroken to the horizon. Then the gray hour came. That dead, flat light before the sun commits to rising. Ellen Wade was already moving. She came up out of the pile of sleeping children like smoke, careful, deliberate, each step placed with the instinctive precision of someone who had spent a lifetime not being noticed. She crossed the perimeter of Ishmael's defenses and paused at the outer edge, listening. The air moved across the grass in slow pulses, nothing else. She gave it another 10 seconds, then descended the slope and climbed the nearest rise. From the top, she scanned the plain, looking for movement, listening for footfalls in the matted grass. She heard them before she saw him, a single figure climbing the far side of the rise toward her. She opened her mouth, the name already forming, and stopped. Not Paul. "I didn't expect to see you this early, Doctor," she said, pulling the greeting back like a hand from a hot iron. "Or at all." The man who reached the crest was small, wiry, dressed in a collision of buckskin and broadcloth that suggested two different wardrobes had lost a fight. Dr. Obed Bat, who preferred to be addressed as Battius, M.D., and never missed an opportunity to remind you of his fellowship in several learned societies, moved with the nervous energy of a man whose mind was always running 3 subjects ahead of whatever his mouth was saying. He arrived at Ellen's side without breaking stride, as though he'd been expecting her. "All hours are alike to the genuine student of nature," he said, settling in beside her. "Man who cannot find something worth examining in this light has wasted the gift of his faculties." "I suppose so," Ellen said. She was calculating quickly how much she needed to explain about her own presence here before dawn. "I have been in the field 2 full days," Battius continued, producing a small leather-bound tablet from inside his coat with the focused reverence of a man drawing a weapon. "Searching the tributaries of the Platte for a particular species. 2 days. And not so much as a new blade of grass." "Bad luck," Ellen said. "Not at all." He stepped closer. His voice dropped into a register of barely contained triumph. "Ellen, I am on the edge of immortality." She looked at him. "I heard the gunfire from your camp," he said, pressing forward. "I was working my angle back toward the line of march when the shots reached me. I adjusted my course toward the sound." He waved a hand. "I assumed I was needed. Children. Ailments, you know. We had an attack." And then, he said as though she had not spoken, "I heard them." He stopped, let the silence work on her. Ellen waited, a herd moving fast across the swells. I could hear the ground taking their weight before I could see them. But one came close within 50 yards and I had my lamp and my tablet. He opened the leather cover and held it toward the gray sky. "Listen to this." He read from his notes in the flat, measured cadence of a man reciting scripture. The entry was dated. It named a genus. It named a species, Vespertilio horribilis americanus. The description that followed was meticulous, 11 feet in length, 6 feet in height, carnivorous, fierce, fearless, eyes expressive and terrible, horns elongated and diverging, voice described as sonorous and martial. He looked up, waiting for her reaction. "That sounds," Ellen said carefully, "like something I would not want to meet in the dark." "You would not," Battius confirmed, tucking the tablet back inside his coat with enormous satisfaction. "I nearly did not survive the encounter. It advanced on me repeatedly. I was forced to keep my lamp between us as a deterrent." He straightened. "The love of science sustained me." Ellen turned away slightly, pressing her lips together. "You think I lack courage," he said. "I think you speak a different language than we do in Tennessee," she said, steadying her voice. "Back home we'd say you were chicken-hearted." "An ignorant metaphor," Battius replied without particular offense. "The cardiac anatomy of a domestic fowl is entirely proportionate to its." "Ellen, look." His voice changed. She looked where he pointed. Something was moving on the plain below, coming in fast, straight toward them, low to the ground. The light was still bad enough to strip the details from it, but good enough to see it was large and closing the distance without hesitation. Battius fumbled for his tablet. "Now," he breathed, his voice cracking slightly with something that was not quite courage, "now I can correct my measurements. Ashy plumbeous, the ears, Ellen, note the ears." The creature opened its mouth and screamed. The sound it made was not the sound of anything dangerous. It was the sound of profound inconvenience and mild complaint, delivered at maximum volume across a quiet prairie at dawn. Ellen Wade sat down in the grass and laughed until her eyes ran. Battius stood completely still. The animal pushed its long nose against his coat and investigated his pockets with calm, methodical interest. It was his own ass. The same animal that had carried his folios, his specimen boxes, his botanical samples, and his camping equipment across 300 miles of open country without protest or drama. It had spooked with the rest of the herd during the Sioux raid and apparently spent the better part of the night finding its way back to the only human it recognized. "Asinus domesticus," Battius said in a voice that had been completely emptied of everything. Genus confirmed, species confirmed. He opened the tablet. He looked at the description of the Vespertilio horribilis for a long moment. Then he tore the page out. It disappeared into the morning air. Ellen composed herself enough to explain the raid. She laid it out plainly, the horses breaking through the camp perimeter, the dark shapes hammering past in every direction, the dust and noise and confusion. She kept her own movements carefully vague. But she drew the picture clearly enough that a man of even moderate intelligence could connect what he had heard and seen in the dark to a stampede of terrified livestock rather than to any new and terrible species of North American predator. Battius listened without interrupting. He did not express surprise. He did not protest. He simply stood with the quiet dignity of a man who is privately devastated and publicly composed. The Vespertilio horribilis americanus was never spoken of again. When she had finished, his thoughts had already moved to the practical. He had left his specimen boxes and folios in Ishmael's camp. The Sioux had raided that camp. The Sioux were precisely the kind of men who would have no use for dried botanical samples and pickled animal specimens, but that was a cold comfort when weighed against the alternative. He needed to know if his work had survived. Ellen told him she was sure it was fine. He did not believe her, or he didn't hear her. With Battius it was sometimes impossible to tell the difference. They separated on the slope of the rise. He moved toward camp with the urgent shuffle of a man recalculating his losses. Ellen turned back the other way, moving with the same careful quiet she'd used on the way out, slipping through the gray light, down the slope, through the perimeter, past the sleeping bodies, back into the tent. Still and silent as if she'd never left. Chapter 7, Counting the Loss. The prairie stretched out in every direction like a wound that refused to close. Flat, merciless, endless. Dawn broke hard across the grassland, and with it came Obed, stumbling into camp with his mouth already running. His wailing cut through the stillness like a blade. That was enough to pull every last one of them out of their bedrolls. Ishmael Bush was on his feet before the noise stopped. His sons followed. So did Eliza's brother, a hard-faced man who looked like he'd been carved from the same dark wood as his disposition. They spread out through the camp as the sun muscled its way above the horizon, taking inventory of what was gone. It was bad. Ishmael stood among the wagons, heavy-loaded, motionless, going nowhere now. He looked at the animals, looked at the absence of animals. His jaw tightened until the muscles stood out along his neck like rope. He glanced once at the children, clustered around their mother like debris after a flood. She held herself still in that particular way of women who have stopped expecting anything good. He walked away from the camp without a word. The others fell in behind him without being asked. They'd learned to read him the way you read weather: watch the eyes, watch the hands, stay ready. They climbed to the nearest rise in silence and stopped. The land gave them nothing. Prairie in every direction, brown and broken and vast. One buffalo worked the dead grass in the middle distance. Obed's mule grazed nearby, indifferent to everything, making the most of its unexpected freedom. "There's one they left us," Ishmael said, his eyes on the mule. His voice was flat as the terrain. "The worst one of the lot. This ground doesn't grow crops, boys, but there are mouths to feed." His eldest son kicked the earth with the heel of his boot. The ground gave nothing back, hard and dry and dead. "The rifle beats the plow in a place like this," the son said. "This is the kind of country that would make a crow weep to fly over." Ishmael pressed his boot heel into the dirt, slow and deliberate, left almost no mark. He looked at the old trapper and let out a short, ugly laugh. "What do you say, old man? This the kind of land a man settles on when he wants no deed and no county clerk asking his business." The trapper didn't flinch. "There's richer ground in the bottoms. You passed it. Millions of acres of it, where a man could put seed in the earth and pull a harvest back out without breaking himself to do it. If land is what you came for, you went hundreds of miles too far or not near far enough. Better land west of here." Ishmael kept his eyes on the horizon. "I've seen it," the old man said. He lowered his rifle and rested both hands on the barrel. The hound at his feet didn't move. "I've stood on the shores of both oceans. I was born on one of them, grew up there same as that boy." He nodded toward the youngest. "America got big while I was watching. Near 70 years I lived in York Province and then state." "You've been through York, never went near the towns," Ishmael said, "but I've heard the name. Too wide now, all of it. They put axes to everything. Hills I hunted, ground I knew, stripped bare, no remorse, no shame. I waited until I couldn't hear my hounds bark over the sound of the choppers, and then I came west. It was hard going, weeks of it. Falling timber and smoke thick enough to taste." The old man paused. "York is a long way from where we're standing." Somewhere on the far side of Kentucky, I reckon, Ishmael said, though I couldn't tell you the miles. A gull would fly 1,000 miles before it smelled salt air. The trapper looked out at nothing in particular, his eyes going somewhere interior. But it was good country once. I ran deer through the Delaware mountains, trapped beaver up on the Great Lakes, same season. My eyes were sharp then and my legs held me. Hector's mother, he looked down at the old hound, was a pup then, eager, too eager. She'd open up the moment she caught a scent and give away the whole play. Gave me trouble, that dog. Animals old, Ishmael said. A clean shot behind the ear would be doing it a kindness. The dog's like his master, the trapper said, not rising to it. He'll work until the work is done and then he'll stop. Things in this world seem made to meet each other. The fastest deer doesn't always run far enough. The biggest man doesn't always shoot the straightest. He let that land, then kept going. Those settlers pushing west with their axes, when they cut their road clean through from the Atlantic to the Pacific. They'll find that something got here first and stripped what they were coming for. They'll turn back on their own trail and smell what they've done. But those are thoughts that come to a man who's watched 80 seasons go by. He turned his eyes on Ishmael. What's pressing is this: you're in Sioux country. They believe they own this ground. They've got the numbers and they won't hesitate. They don't leave much behind when they decide to act. Ishmael went still in the way that dangerous men go still. Old man, whose side are you on? You've got white skin and speak like a Christian, but it sounds like your sympathies run the other direction. I've outlived my people, the trapper said. It was a simple statement of fact. The ones I knew are gone, scattered like sand in a dry wind. I haven't got the years left to build new allegiances, but I am a white man and I owe what a man owes to his nation. Though the states have their militia and their gunboats and don't need much from a man of 80. Then answer a straight question, Ishmael said. Where are the Sioux that took my stock? Where's the bison herd the mountain lion pushed across this plain yesterday morning? The old man shook his head. It's the same kind of question. Friend, said Dr. Batius, pressing forward with his notebook already in hand, his voice carrying the careful precision of a man who believed language was the highest form of courtesy. I must respectfully note that the creature you describe is more accurately classified as bison, Bos ferus, or Bos sylvestris, as some of the poets have rendered it, distinct from the common bubulus, though closely related. The word bison is the appropriate term, and I would encourage bison or buffalo. The trapper said the beast is the same under either name. Forgive me. But in natural science, classification is everything. The animal must be defined by the characteristics of its species, and those characteristics are precisely what the name is meant to convey. Would a beaver's tail taste worse at supper if you called it mink? The trapper's voice had an edge now. Could you eat wolf meat with a clear conscience if a learned man wrote venison on the label? The argument had real heat in it. One man who'd lived the knowledge. One man who'd catalogued it, and it might have gone somewhere unpleasant if Ishmael hadn't stepped on it with both boots. Beaver tales and book words are for men sitting by a warm fire, he said. I need something useful. Trapper, where are the Sioux? Might as well ask me the color of the hawk under that cloud. The old man looked skyward briefly. When a warrior strikes, he doesn't stand around to collect his wages. He's already gone. You think they're satisfied with the stock they took? Does a man stop wanting more when the harvest comes in? Have you ever found that holding something eased the desire for more? The trapper held Ishmael's stare. They'll come back. Maybe careful wolves circling a kill, testing the edges. Maybe not careful at all. There are places in this country where a bear doesn't circle anything. He just hits. You have seen them yourself. Batius pushed forward again, tablets open. The large variety, Ursus horribilis, rounded ears, arched forehead, 6 incisors, the distinguishing doctor. Ishmael didn't look at him. Batius went quiet. You're saying they'll come back, Ishmael said to the trapper. I wouldn't call them robbers, the old man said carefully. This is their law, same as you have yours. Ishmael's face went cold. I came 500 miles to get away from men citing law at me. I won't stand in the dock while a warrior sits in judgment. He put his hand on the stock of his rifle, not drawing it, just letting the gesture say what his voice didn't need to. The next Sioux that comes within range of this camp gets a ball from this rifle, and I don't care what medals he's wearing. A man who takes what isn't his is a thief. That's the only law I recognize. The Teton, the Pawnee, the Kanza, a dozen nations claim this ground, the trapper said quietly. The land belongs to whoever works it. Ishmael's voice rose. Air and water and ground, you can't deed those things. No surveyor draws a line across the sky. No sheepskin gives a man title to a cloud. He laughed, a short, contemptuous sound from deep in his chest. His sons picked it up and passed it down the line. "Come on, old man, neither of us has spent much time with title deeds or county clerks. Plain talk, if this were your problem, what would you do?" The trapper took his time. The pause was heavy enough to feel. Every eye on the rise found his face, and he turned slowly, meeting each one, and when he finally spoke it was low and without pleasure. "I have seen too much blood let over quarrels that settled nothing. 10 years alone on this ground, and I haven't raised this rifle against anything that walked on 2 legs. I have no taste for it." "Ursus horribilis," Batius murmured to himself, barely audible. The trapper glanced at him, confirmed it was nothing, and continued. "Even the buffalo cow fights when something comes for her calf. Then no one will say Ishmael Bush loves his children less than a buffalo loves hers." His voice was iron, final. "This is bad ground for a stand," the trapper said. 12 men against 500. They'd put rifle balls into this camp from the high ground or work arrows out of the thicket at your backs. You'd never leave cover." But he paused. 3 miles west there's a position I've noted over the years. Defensible. The kind of place where a small group could hold for days, maybe longer, with the right determination. The young men exchanged looks, the kind that contain whole conversations. Ishmael didn't wait. He was slow when there was nothing at stake, but when the stakes were clear he moved with a speed and force that made the slowness seem like something he kept in reserve. He questioned the trapper quickly, extracted what he needed, then turned to the wagons without another word. The work was brutal. No trail, no road, no guide except the cardinal directions the old man fed them by memory. The loaded wagons had to be dragged by hand across open prairie to the base of the nearest rise, then hauled up by main strength until they crested it. The sons distributed themselves along the traces and pulled. The women and children moved behind them, bent under loose loads, carrying what couldn't be left behind. Ishmael worked every point of the line. When a wagon bogged, he put his shoulder to it until it moved. When the grade beat them, he repositioned and tried a different angle. Once he'd gotten the column up to level ground, he set the course, warned his sons to hold the elevation they'd gained, and walked back down toward camp with Eliza's brother at his side. The whole movement took an hour. The trapper watched it from where he stood, rifle in hand, the old hound breathing slow at his feet. He didn't involve himself. He watched the young men work, and occasionally the work pulled something from him, a faint expression, almost warmth, moving across the weathered landscape of his face like light crossing a ruin. The strength in those boys was real. You had to respect it even when you couldn't respect much else about them. But as each wagon climbed the rise and disappeared, the expression faded back into its default state. Quiet, worn, and sad in the particular way of a man who has outlasted everything he loved. He watched the little tent. Through all of it, every wagon moved, every load redistributed, it stayed. One small wagon, a tent of pale cloth, still and separate, like a thing set apart on purpose. Ishmael and his brother-in-law returned to it once the rest of the column had gone. They were deliberate about it. Ishmael looked in every direction first, scanning the ground, the horizon, the thicket, before he moved. They crossed to the small wagon together, pulled the cloth aside, and disappeared inside. The trapper found himself moving without deciding to. Step by step, pulled forward by something he recognized as curiosity and knew better than to indulge. By the time he was aware of it fully, he was within a few yards of the wagon, close enough to hear the silence from within, which was itself a kind of information. Whatever was inside, these men handled it with practiced care and without speaking. They'd done this before. It didn't take long. They re-emerged, and Ishmael began working the cloth around the exterior of the wagon with efficient hands, shaping it into a kind of trailing skirt. The small structure shifted slightly as it settled back into travel configuration. The wagon would roll again, and whatever it carried would ride inside it, hidden. The brother-in-law lifted the draw shaft, looked up, and saw the trapper standing there. He set the shaft down. "I've been a fool before," he said flatly, "but look at that man and tell me he's not a problem." Ishmael turned. The look that came into his face was the kind that precedes serious decisions. He scanned the area as if searching for an instrument adequate to the situation, then swallowed whatever was climbing his throat and forced his voice to something below a threat. "In the settlements, prying is women's work," he said, each word careful. "Men who live where there's room enough to breathe respect what doesn't belong to them. Who exactly do you plan to carry this news to?" "I speak to one judge," the trapper said. He pointed upward, and there was nothing performative about it. "Only one. He needs nothing from me to know what passes, and what you want kept from him you won't keep." The words hit differently than either man expected. Ishmael's brother-in-law looked up, a brief, involuntary glance at the sky. Wide and blue and indifferent, neither man spoke for a moment. The squatter was first to recover. The threat in his posture receded, not because it was gone, but because it had found no useful target. A friend, he said, his voice still carrying its rough edge, would have put his back to one of my wagons instead of standing here where he wasn't invited. What strength I have left, the trapper said, I'll put where it's needed. Ishmael looked at him for another beat, then grabbed the draw shaft of the small wagon himself. He moved it across the grass with the easy, terrifying power of a man for whom heavy things were no particular matter, and the wagon rolled up and over the rise and was gone. The trapper stood and watched it go. Then he turned and looked at what was left. The site of the camp held the evidence of everyone who'd been there and was there no longer. Stripped logs where young trees had stood, ground scoured of anything useful. He looked up at the gap in the sky where the canopy had been, and his mouth tightened. Should have known, he said to no one. Should have known at the moment I led them to the spot. This is what men do: tame the animals, eat the animals, cut the trees to feed the animals, clear the ground, call it progress. The bushes along the swale moved. Old reflexes don't fully die. The rifle came up with something close to the speed it had carried 40 years ago, leveled and ready before conscious thought caught up. Then his hands recognized it for what it was, and he brought the barrel back down to the crook of his arm. Come out, he said, loudly enough to carry. Whatever you are, bird or beast or man, you're in no danger from me. I've eaten, I've drunk. My hands are done with killing for whatever days I have left. Come out. Paul Hover came out of the thicket, moving fast and low, and straightened up, grinning, though the grin was a little tight at the edges. Glad you thought it through, he said. The way you brought that rifle up, it looked like you still knew exactly what to do with it. I did, the trapper said, and for a moment there was something in his eyes beyond the sadness, a quiet satisfaction that belonged to the man he had been. There was a time when nothing moved within earshot of my position and lived to tell it. You'd have known that time, boy, if you'd been in the mountains when the Mingos were still a fighting force. Minks I know, Paul said, taking the old man gently by the arm and steering him deeper into the thicket, glancing back over his shoulder as he did. Don't know anything else you just said. Minks, the trapper said, allowing himself to be walked, his voice dropping back into memory the way water finds a channel. The boy thinks I'm talking about a mink, though a Mingo is about the same, a Huron. Anyway, is little better than a beast, and worse than that when you put rum in front of him. There was one I found in the rocks above the Horican, and I put him down from his perch with a single. The thicket swallowed both of them. The voice kept going. The prairie said nothing. The wind moved across the dead grass and found no one left to push against. Chapter 8. Winds over Prairie. A week had passed. The prairie didn't care. It never did. The sky had shifted in that time. Summer's green bled out of the land like color from a wound, replaced by the brittle browns and muted golds of approaching autumn. Above, clouds stacked themselves in massive, churning formations, driven hard by a wind that had nothing to slow it. No trees, no hills, no structure of any kind to break its ambition. Just the flat, merciless plain rolling in every direction and the wind owning all of it. It was the kind of country that made men question their choices. Near the base of a lone rock outcropping rising from the edge of a shallow creek, Ishmael Bush stood with his rifle hanging loose in one hand and his eyes fixed on the ground beneath his boots. The earth was cracked and pale, worthless. He regarded it the way a man regards a promise that was never kept. Time we changed our ways, he said. Not looking up, started grazing like cattle instead of eating like men with a god and a country. Abraham, his wife's brother, always within arm's reach, always watching for angles, stood a pace behind him. The man had a lean, angular face that never quite settled into an honest expression. Country's no good, Abraham said flatly, and standing still doesn't shorten the road. You want me to drag a cart across this wasteland? Ishmael turned his head slowly, fixing his brother-in-law with a look that carried the full weight of contempt. Weeks, months. My family isn't your settlement folk running back to their neat little houses. My land is wherever I plant my feet, and right now my feet need rest. Then rest after you finished what you started. Ishmael's eyes cut upward briefly, deliberately, toward the small white tent perched at the peak of the rock formation above them. A pale smear of cloth against the gray sky. It caught the wind and fluttered like a signal flag. Abraham followed his gaze. Neither man spoke for a moment, but something passed between them, an understanding, a reminder of what they'd both committed to and what still remained undone. I know it, Abraham said, quieter now, the edge gone from his voice. I feel it every day, but we don't get to stop, not yet. A man heard a preacher down on the Ohio once, said if you live righteous for 100 years and fall short on the last day, it's the last day that counts. The whole ledger tips on the finish. Ishmael made a sound somewhere between a laugh and a cough, and you believed him. I didn't say that. Abraham's eyes shifted sideways, but maybe he wasn't entirely wrong. He said this world is nothing but a desert, and there's only one hand that can lead a man through it. Spit it out. Abraham, you want to pray. Ishmael's voice had the flat humor of a man who found the weakness of others mildly entertaining. What good does it do you to serve God 5 minutes and the devil an hour? I'm no great farmer, but I know this. You want a good crop, you put in hard labor from the first thaw to the last freeze. Your preachers compare the earth to a cornfield and the men on it to what it yields. He paused, let the silence stretch. You're a thistle, Abraham. Wood too soft and porous to be good for anything, even burning. Abraham's jaw tightened. His eyes went flat and cold for just a moment, then dropped. They always dropped. Ishmael had broken him to the rain years ago and the habit held. The squatter didn't bother savoring it. He'd moved on before the sting had even finished landing. A man who's been robbed is entitled to make himself whole, Ishmael continued, his tone shifting toward business. I had stock taken from me. I intend to take stock back. And when a man does the bargaining for both sides of a deal, he'd be a fool not to collect a commission. 4 or 5 of his sons peeled away from the base of the rock where they'd been leaning in various postures of accomplished laziness and drifted toward him. They moved with the slow, heavy ease of young men who had never needed to be quick because they had always been large. I've been calling up to Ellen to give us a look at the horizon, said the eldest, Asa, his voice carrying the particular indifference of a man reporting something minor. She just shakes her head. Girl's stingy with words, I'll give her that. Somebody ought to teach her manners, wouldn't ruin the view. Ishmael raised his gaze to the top of the formation. 200 feet above the plain, Ellen Wade sat at the edge of the uppermost crag beside the white tent. Her fair hair tearing loose in the gusts, streaming behind her shoulders like a banner. She wasn't looking down, she was locked onto something out in the distance, her posture rigid, her attention absolute. Ellen, Ishmael cupped a hand to his mouth, throwing his voice up against the wind. You see something out there bigger than a prairie dog. She rose to her feet. Small frame, but she stood tall on the edge of that rock with no more hesitation than a hawk on a fence post. Her mouth was moving. Whatever she said, the wind took it. She sees something, Ishmael said, watching her. That girl doesn't spook at grass. Ellen, answer me. She didn't respond. Her eyes hadn't moved from whatever held them out on the plain. Ishmael glanced at his sons with a grin that had no warmth in it. Could be a Sioux war party. I'd welcome the chance to pay them back for what they took from behind these logs and rocks. His sons were nodding, feeding on the bravado. When someone noticed, the crag was empty. God Almighty, Asa said, and for once the phlegmatic young man sounded genuinely shaken. The wind took her. There was a beat of silence among the group. A flicker of something, not quite concern, but in the neighborhood of it, passed between the young men. Ellen had that effect on them whether they'd have admitted it or not. Blue eyes and fair hair and a directness that unsettled their slow-moving minds. She was sitting on cracked stone. One of them muttered, I kept meaning to tell her it wasn't safe. Is that a ribbon caught on the ledge below? Ishmael had already moved, his eyes tracking upward, narrowing against the gray light. And who the hell is moving in that tent? I've told you all not to. Ellen. The shout came from multiple voices at once, and there she was emerging from beneath the canvas, walking fast, fearless, right back to the edge of the rock. She dropped to where she'd been sitting before as though the ground beneath her feet was perfectly safe and always had been, then turned and pointed out at the plain, speaking urgently to someone still inside the tent, someone none of them below could see. Girl's lost her mind, Asa said, but he was watching her too carefully for a man who believed that. Maybe the doctor's been filling her head with stories, someone offered. Those names he uses. She thinks she sees something that isn't there. Or, Abraham said, his voice dropping to barely carry against the wind, she sees exactly what is there. He was looking up, not at Ellen. Ishmael followed his brother-in-law's gaze and caught it, the tent canvas moving, not in the wind, something deliberate in it, a lifting, from the inside. Don't, Ishmael said quietly, the word meant for whoever was on the other side of that cloth. You know better. Look for yourself, Abraham said. At curtains being raised by a hand. Ishmael brought the butt of his rifle down hard against the earth. The crack of it cut through the wind. Ellen, he roared upward. Get away from there, girl, now. She didn't hear him or didn't respond, her full attention still fixed on the horizon, her whole body turned away from the tent behind her. Ishmael stared up at her for 3 hard seconds, and something dark and decisive moved behind his eyes. He raised the rifle to his shoulder. No warning, no further call. He found his mark above the canvas and pulled the trigger. The shot split the afternoon. Ellen's scream followed it, sharp and immediate, and she disappeared into the tent in a single explosive movement, there and then gone, the canvas snapping shut behind her. The group below went silent, then the silence cracked. What did she do? Assa's voice came out low and controlled, which made it more dangerous than a shout. You shot at her like she was a stray dog. She was interfering with something that doesn't concern her, Ishmael said, his voice level, his eyes steady on his eldest son. Mind yourself, whatever she's touched up there, it spreads. That's a different treatment for a man. You're a man. Ishmael let it sit there, and I'm your father. Don't forget which of those two facts has the longer reach. What kind of father? One that remembers things. Ishmael's voice had dropped to nearly nothing. Things like who was supposed to be watching when the Sioux came through. Things like whose eyes were closed that night. You want to press me today, Asa? Press carefully. The young man held his father's gaze for a long, grinding moment, then something in him went flat, heavy. He stepped back and the fire went out. Asa was formidable in his anger, but his anger didn't last. It rose fast and faded fast, and Ishmael had learned to wait it out the way a man waits out weather. Abraham didn't recede as cleanly. While Asa stood between him and open conflict, the calculation had been easy for Abraham. Hold still, say nothing, let the larger men sort it. But now, with the immediate danger past, his face had shifted through pale and into something livid. The backhand blow across his mouth from Asa had left his lips split and swelling. His tongue moved over the damage and his eyes tracked his nephew with a patience that was not patience at all. Enough, Ishmael said, and looked at both of them in turn with the particular authority of a man who has never once in his life doubted that he would be obeyed. Enough, I'm done. Abraham, you were wronged. I'll see to it. That's my word, and it's the only word that matters out here. He turned. Asa, you've tested me twice today. There won't be a third time without consequence. He walked away. Behind him, the group broke apart. The near violence dissolving into the usual low-grade restlessness. Men separated, laned, stared at nothing. A few quiet conferences, heads close together, eyes cutting upward toward the rock, toward the tent, but nothing that held. The incident settled into the flat, dull texture of the day, the way most things did in this family, submerged, not resolved, never resolved. The tent sat still and white at the top of the rock. Then Ishmael turned back. I'll go up top and take a look at the plane, he said, moving toward his sons with a manner that was as close to conciliatory as he ever got. Nothing to fear, we'll take the day and hunt. There's a herd out there, mouths to feed. He crossed to the base of the formation and moved without hesitation to the narrow gap in the rock face, a cleft barely wide enough for a large man, fortified with cottonwood logs stacked into a rough breastwork, the outer face of it bristling with sharpened branches. One of the younger boys lounged against the wall there with a long rifle cradled across his chest, watching his father approach with the blank expression of a sentry who had never once expected trouble. Ishmael moved through the gap and began to climb. The ascent was hard work, broken rock, loose debris, slopes reinforced with more logs and sharpened stakes at the places where the approach flattened out. The wind hit him in full as he climbed, pulling at his coat, throwing grit into his eyes. He climbed steadily without pause. At the top, the world opened up. The plateau was modest in size, several hundred square feet of flat stone, enough to stand the bark-and log shelters the family slept under. They were rough structures, the kind a man builds when he doesn't intend to stay but knows he might have to. Esther was there, working with her distaff, her daughters moving around her in varying states of industry, her voice running without pause in a low stream of complaint that the wind broke into fragments. Half my time counting children to make sure none of them blow away like old rags, and you stand around below like lizards warming themselves on a spring morning. Mouths don't fill themselves, Ishmael, and laziness never put meat on a table. You'll have your say, Esther, Ishmael said. He moved past her without breaking stride, his eyes already reaching out across the plain below. The view from up here was absolute, flat land in all directions, the shallow thread of the creek winding through it, the grass bending in long waves under the pressure of the wind. And in the distance, dark against the pale ground, a herd, buffalo. He gauged the distance with the practiced eye of a man who had spent more years siding across open ground than he had spent under any roof. Buffalo, he said, Spanish league out maybe a touch more. Come down and do something instead of standing there calling out distances, Esther called without looking up. What were you shooting at before? Don't tell me hawk, I know a man's rifle by its sound. Hawk, at your age, shooting hawks when there are 18 mouths, Ishmael. Her voice shifted, sharpened. "You've been in that tent again, I can tell by the look of you. All that time spent on some worthless." He turned and came back to her, and the sight of him closed her mouth. The rest passed quickly and without ceremony between them, arrangements, routes, assignments. Esther softened enough to be practical. There was meat to get and only one way to get it. Ishmael descended. He organized his men in the flat below the rock with the efficiency of long practice, splitting them without debate. Half stayed behind, eyes on the walls, rifles in hand, watching the wide approaches. Half moved with him into the grass. He kept Isaac close on one side and Abiram close on the other, not because he trusted either of them with the other, because he trusted neither of them out of his sight. The hunters spread wide as they moved, arcing out to circle back on the herd from distance, the wind in their faces. The brown grass swallowing their silhouettes one by one until the rock behind them was just a pale smear on the horizon and the prairie was all there was. Then the tent canvas shifted at the top of the formation, just barely, caught not by the wind but by a hand, and no one below was watching any more. Chapter 9. Feast before flight. The hollow in the swall offered cover from the wind. Two men sat low in the grass near a shallow run, maybe a half-mile from Bush's encampment, far enough to be their own men, close enough to hear trouble if it came. The trapper had done the cooking. The bison hump had gone into a pit oven the old man had scraped out of the earth with practiced efficiency, wrapped in its own hide, sealed with coals, left to work. Now it sat between them on a flat stone, steaming in the cold prairie air, the fat glistening and dark. Paul Hover ate with the focused intensity of a man who'd been burning fuel for days. He tore into the meat with both hands, eyes half closed, jaw working hard. Every few bites he glanced across at the old trapper with something between gratitude and reverence, a look that said more than he had words for. The trapper ate slower, measured. The way a man eats when he's learned the difference between feeding his body and abusing it. Cut deeper toward the center, the old man said, using his knife to indicate the dense, marbled core of the hump. That's where the real value is, no salt needed, no spice. Nature put everything there already. Paul paused long enough to breathe. "If I had a drink to go with this," he said, "I'd swear no man has ever eaten better." "Strong meat," the trapper said, watching the younger man with quiet satisfaction, "makes a strong man." He broke off a chunk and tossed it sideways. "Here, Hector." The old hound caught it without moving more than his head. His yellow eyes tracked the trapper's hand, then closed again as he chewed. "That dog," the trapper said, watching him, "has eaten and slept wiser than any king alive. He was made a hound. He lives like a hound, simple as that." He looked at Paul. "You know the difference between eating out here and eating back in the settlements." Paul didn't look up from the meat. "Right now I don't much care. Out here you follow nature. Back there men think they can improve on what the Creator already built." He shook his head. "That's the whole of it." "I'll tell you what I think," Paul said, sitting back slightly, hands still occupied. "Every day we're stuck in this country I'm going to drop a buffalo. And you're going to cook his hump just like this." The trapper shook his head slowly. "Can't agree to that." "Why not?" "Because I won't help waste a kill. Take what you need and no more, that's the rule." "There won't be a scrap left," Paul said. "I'll eat every bit of it myself, right down to the hooves." He stopped. His eyes moved past the trapper, tracking something along the margin of the run. "Who's that?" A figure was moving toward them along the creek bank, unhurried. Upright, no attempt at concealment. Paul watched him come. He didn't stop eating, but his pace slowed slightly, the unconscious preparation of a man sizing up an unknown. The trapper turned, looked, and relaxed. He raised a hand. "Come on, friend, if hunger brought you here, you found the right place. We have meat. The boy there has parched corn." He gestured toward the flat stone. "Come in without worry, we're not wolves." The figure resolved into a slight, energetic man in a coat that had accumulated considerable evidence of his travels, burrs, mud, a smear of something botanical along one sleeve. He carried a fowling piece and a bag that bulged with collected specimens. He slowed when he saw them clearly, then smiled and picked up his pace. "A fortunate meeting," said Dr. Batius, for it was the naturalist, returning from his daily survey of the surrounding terrain. "We are men of compatible interests, I think." The trapper looked at him for a moment, then laughed, a short, genuine sound. "Lord, it's the man who tried to convince me a name changes what a creature is." He waved him down to a seat. "Sit, eat first, then you can tell me if you know what animal gave you its flesh." The doctor's eyes found the hump immediately. He sat with the disciplined speed of a hungry man attempting to appear dignified and accepted the piece that the trapper offered. He ate. His eyes drifted to the singed hide still attached to part of the cut, trying to read it. Any naturalist worth his training, he said between bites, can identify any creature on this continent by its physical evidence alone. The dentition alone, he swallowed. May I have some corn? Paul threw him the pouch without looking up. The teeth, the trapper said, would be a fine place to start. Go ahead and find them. The doctor turned the piece over in his hands. Searching, he found no teeth. He took the opportunity to examine the hide again without success. Well, the trapper said, the complete animal does not appear to be present. You might say that, Paul said, leaning back and finally, reluctantly, setting down what remained, a portion that would have fed a squad of men. His stomach had found its limit. I could vouch for several pounds of that animal personally. There's still enough there to hold you together. He nodded toward the meat. Cut toward the center, like the old man says. The heart, the doctor said, suddenly alert. If I can examine the heart, the classification becomes straightforward. The cardiac structure alone, he found it. He looked at it. He turned it over. The order would appear to be the animal displays characteristics of the belui given its. The trapper laughed again. It was quiet, but it went on for a while. The doctor stiffened. He says it's not the core, the trapper said, still smiling. Then he says the beast has belly orders. Friend, you are further from the truth right now than you are from the nearest town, and that is a considerable distance. What you have in your hand is the heart of a buffalo hump, and one of the finest I've cooked in 30 years on this prairie. My companion, the doctor said, working to keep the edge out of his voice, your classification system is fundamentally flawed. The buffalo does not, in fact, possess a hump. Furthermore, I'll stop you there. Paul said flatly, any man who claims buffalo meat isn't good while he's actively eating it has lost the argument. The doctor looked at Paul properly for the first time. His expression shifted, the focused recognition of a man sorting through a mental catalog. I know your face, he said. You or someone very like you, east of the Mississippi, you were working the trees. Paul looked up. You tried to get me to follow a hornet to its nest. Said my eye couldn't tell the difference between a hornet and a honeybee. A short, hard laugh. We camped together near a week. You were pulling lizards out of the mud. I was working hollows, filled 3 tubs with honey. You stuffed your bag so full of specimens it near split the seam. He studied the doctor a moment. I always figured you for a collector of oddities. That, the trapper cut in, is one of their wickednesses right there. They kill every creature God made, gut them out. Fill them with rags, put glass in their eyes, and put them on a shelf. Call it science. I remember you clearly, the doctor said to Paul, extending his hand with genuine warmth. A productive week by any measure, you are, he smiled at his own precision. Mammalia primates Homo Kentucky. Paul accepted the handshake with a tolerant look. Since that time, the doctor continued, I have traveled considerably further west. Having entered into an agreement with a man named Ishmael Bush. Paul's voice went flat and hard. He looked at the trapper. This is the man Ellen told me about. Then Ellen has misrepresented me, the doctor said mildly. I practice no bloodletting, quite the opposite school of medicine, in fact. My mistake, Paul said, his voice cooling slightly. She called you a capable man. The doctor bowed with professional modesty. Ellen is generous. She is a capable girl herself, spirited, intelligent. I have always found Nell Wade to be a kind and admirable young woman. Paul's hand stopped moving. He set down what he was holding and looked at the doctor with the slow, direct focus of a man deciding something. You have a particular interest in Ellen. Amor naturalis, the doctor said immediately. Paternus, the affection of a mentor or a father, nothing more. The tension in Paul's posture released by degrees. That's more appropriate, he said, picking his food back up. Man your age would just be a burden to a young woman with her whole life ahead. There is reason in that, the trapper said. There is nature in it. You said you're living in Bush's camp, Paul said to the doctor. In virtue of our agreement, yes, though nothing in that agreement requires the arrangement to be permanent. The trapper looked at him steadily. I was there when the Sioux hit the camp, ran off the livestock, stripped Bush down to nothing but what he had staked. The donkey accepted, the doctor muttered, chewing thoughtfully. My own animal was spared. Glad to hear it, though I don't know the worth of what you've named, but tell me something. The trapper's voice dropped slightly, the way a man's voice drops when he asks a question that has been sitting with him for some time. What does Bush carry under that white covering in the wagon, the one he guards like a wolf over a carcass? I went near it once. He near took my hand off. The doctor's fork, such as it was, stopped halfway to his mouth. You've seen it, seen the cover, tried to look underneath, that was enough. Seen it, the doctor repeated quietly. He set down his food. It has occupied more of my thinking than anything else I have encountered in this country. I cannot classify it. I have not been permitted near enough for direct examination. He lowered his voice. I have watched its habits from a distance. I can state with confidence the animal is large, likely inactive, possibly in a torpid state. Its appetite appears considerable, and now you tell me it is aggressive towards strangers, which confirms carnivorous tendencies. Paul Hover had gone still. He was watching the doctor with the kind of attention a man gives to information that matters to him personally. When you say animal, Paul said carefully, you mean an actual animal. A quadruped, four-legged, a beast. Ishmael told me himself he's transporting it into the prairie country to use as a lure to capture others of the same species. In exchange for my services during the journey, I'm to be permitted a full examination when we reach our destination. He looked between them. I confess I have some hope of being allowed to dissect it. Paul stared at him for a long moment, working through it. Friend, he said finally, his voice quiet and certain, Ishmael Bush has put you at the bottom of a dry well and pulled the rope up after you. I know something about that wagon myself, and I'm telling you, you don't cage a girl like Ellen Wade in the same tent as a wild animal. A woman, the doctor blinked. Nellie is associated with the creature. I know what I know. The trapper had been listening. Now he spoke, and both men looked at him. There is something wrong in that camp. I've seen Bush's temper when a man gets too close to what he's hauling. That isn't how a man acts over a beast. He reached down and touched the old hound's flank. And Hector here, a dog with his nose, doesn't miss a large animal upwind. He's been in range of that wagon. He never reacted, not the way he would to a caged predator. You would trust a dog over trained scientific observation? The doctor asked, his tone edging toward indignant. I would trust this dog over most men I've met, the trapper said evenly. He doesn't guess, he doesn't theorize, he either smells something or he doesn't. And what does your hound smell in the break right now? The doctor asked, nodding toward the thick grass to their left. He'd been watching it. Something was moving in there, the trapper had already noticed. His rifle was in his lap. He'd picked it up without making a production of it. Tell me what's in there, he said quietly. It could be anything, the doctor said, his voice dropping involuntarily. He looked at his fowling piece with the doubt of a man who knows its limitations. Gentlemen, perhaps we should prime our weapons. Already done, Paul said. He hadn't moved from his seated position, but the rifle was angled across his knees, hammer back, waiting. The trapper watched his hound. Hector raised his head. His ears moved, not forward in aggression, but angled, processing. His lips parted slightly over worn teeth. Then he breathed in through his nose, held it, and exhaled long and slow. He put his head back down on his forepaws. Not a predator, the trapper said, not game worth taking. He didn't lower the rifle yet. It's a man. Paul came to his feet fast. The rifle came up in one motion, muzzle pointed into the grass. His voice came out level and hard. Come out if you're friendly. If you're not, you should know where this is pointed. The beat of silence, then the grass moved and a figure stepped out into the open air. Friend, the voice said, white man, Christian, I hope. Chapter 10, Strangers on Sight, the Louisiana Territory. Vast, empty, unforgiving. Long before the ink dried on the transfer papers and the land changed hands for what men hoped would be the last time, the wilderness had already been claimed by those too stubborn or too desperate to wait on governments. Canadian hunters pushed south with their traps and their grudges. Americans drifted west with rifles and hunger. Half-breeds, caught between two worlds, scattered themselves through the river bottoms and the tall grass like seeds on wind. They lived in the Indian territories in the shadow of tribes that tolerated them, or they carved solitary existences from the land wherever they could find water and game. It was open country, violent country, and in violent country a man learned to read sign. When two strangers crossed paths out here, the meeting carried weight, a set jaw, a rifle held loose but ready, eyes that catalogued and calculated before the mouth opened. The white men shared a common enemy in the native tribes whose land this had always been, which kept most encounters from going sideways, but not all of them. Jealousy turned men cold. Greed made them cruel. There were graves in the tall grass that no one would ever find. So when two hunters met in these wastes, they moved the way two ships moved toward each other in pirate waters, neither willing to show fear, neither willing to drop his guard. This meeting was no different. The stranger came on deliberately, covering ground at pace that said he was in no hurry while his eyes said the opposite. They never stopped moving. He catalogued the scene the way a man does when his survival depends on accurate information. The fire, the meat, the old man, and Paul Hover standing with one hand resting on the lock of his rifle like he'd been born there. Paul didn't raise the weapon. Three men didn't spook at one, but his thumb stayed close to the hammer. The stranger's bearing told the story before his mouth did. He wore a forage cap of fine blue cloth, gold tassel gone dark with trail grime nearly buried under a mass of thick black curls. A stalk of black silk was knotted loosely at his throat. His hunting shirt was dark green, trimmed with yellow fringe, the kind the border troops of the Confederacy favored. Beneath it showed the collar and lapels of a matching jacket, buckskin leggings, Indian moccasins, soft-soled and quiet on the grass. A straight dirk, richly worked and genuinely dangerous, rode in a sash of red silk netting at his waist. On his belt hung a pair of small pistols in close-fitted holsters. A short, heavy military rifle crossed his shoulder, horn and shot pouch riding under his arms. A knapsack on his back bore the initials that men had already taken to joking about Uncle Sam. Everything about him said soldier, the way he moved, the way he held his ground, the way he read the situation without appearing to read it. "I come in amity," he said, "no dramatics." His eyes had already noted Dr. Batius in his defensive posture and filed it away as irrelevant. "Friend, my business won't interfere with yours." Paul studied him for a half-second, then made up his mind. "You know how to line a bee, follow one back to its tree across open country, a dozen miles, say." "Never had to," the stranger said, a small smile. "Done plenty of hunting, though, other birds." Paul thrust his hand forward, the instinctive move of a border man who just recognized his own kind. "Then we've got nothing to fight about. You don't want my honey, I don't want your whatever it is. Shake, and if your stomach's got room, cut yourself some of that hump. It's as good as anything you'll find between here and the Rockies." He paused. "How long out of the settlements?" "Many weeks, many more before I'm back." The stranger was already moving toward the fire, hunger finally winning over caution. He settled beside the bison hump and pulled out his knife. "I haven't eaten since yesterday's sunrise. I know this animal well enough to know I'm not turning down the offer." "Good man." Paul grinned. He sat, picked up a flint and began working on his rifle's lock with practiced ease. "All I need now is a tight cabin near good timber, a stand of hollow trees for hives, and the same meal every day and maybe a little." "A little what?" The stranger looked up, genuinely entertained. "Something that's my business," Paul said simply and began to whistle. Dr. Batius watched the newcomer eat, and his expression had nothing to do with appetite. He had caught it immediately, the way the stranger had named the animal correctly. Not the common, mangled usage, but the proper term. The doctor knew what that meant. He had fought through every bureaucratic obstruction Spain had erected around her territories to do his work out here. He had sweated and starved and risked his neck for his research. And now, sitting across a fire in the middle of nowhere, eating bison hump with casual ease, was what appeared to be a rival. The stranger was young, he was clearly educated, and Dr. Batius had not come all this way to share the credit. He cleared his throat the way a man does when he's about to make a thrust he's been preparing. Naturalists, when speaking with precision, generally attribute the genus to the cow rather than the ox. The boss, the castrated male, cannot perpetuate his kind. It is the vaca, the female, who represents the more elevated specimen. He waited, ready to follow with the next strike. The stranger looked up from his meal with an expression of profound indifference. "I'm sure you're right. Vaca is probably the better word." Batius blinked. That was not a parry, that was not even resistance. He regrouped. "I appreciate the concession, though I would not apply it wholesale to the Bibulus americanus. That requires considerable qualification. You hold a medical degree, I presume, doctor?" "No degree," said the stranger. "A graduate student, then? Some other field of the sciences?" "None of those either." Batius leaned forward. "Surely, young man, you haven't come out into this country without some documentation, some commission, some proof of purpose that would allow two men of compatible interests to move past formalities and get directly to the substance of their exchange." The stranger's jaw tightened. He set down his knife. Whatever ease had been in his face a moment ago was gone now, replaced by something harder. He looked at Batius, then at Paul, measuring. Then he reached inside his shirt and produced a small case. He extended it toward the doctor with the kind of deliberate calm that men use when they are choosing not to be angry. "This will establish my right to travel in American territory," he said. Batius unfolded the document with hands that moved too quickly for dignity. The parchment was heavy, official, the seal of state. The signature of Jefferson himself, countersigned by the Minister of War. "A commission," Batius said, his rivalry evaporating into something between shock and professional relief. "Creating Duncan Uncas Middleton captain of artillery." The old trapper, who had been sitting at the edge of the fire saying nothing, went rigid. "Who?" His voice came out rough, raw. "Say that name again, the middle name." "Uncas," the young man said, slightly wary. "It belonged to a native chief." My uncle and I both carry it. It's a memorial, a service done to my family by a warrior long ago in the old border wars. The trapper was already moving. He crossed to the young man without invitation and pushed back the dark curls from his forehead with both hands, studying his face the way a man reads a map he half remembers from a dream. My eyes aren't what they were, he said, almost to himself. But I can see the father in the son. I could see it when you first came up. What's your father's name? Middleton pulled back slightly, confused but not alarmed. An officer of the United States in the Revolution. My mother's brother was Duncan Uncas Hayward. Uncas, the old man whispered it. Something was happening behind his eyes, decades folding back on themselves. And his father, the same name without the Uncas, he was the one to whom the service was rendered. He and my grandmother both. I knew it. The trapper's voice broke on the second word. His hands, rope-veined and scarred and still strong despite everything, were trembling. Son or grandson, the blood is the blood, the look is the look, he steadied himself. Is the one they called Duncan without the Uncas, is he still living? The young man shook his head. Full of years, he said quietly. Honored, surrounded by people who loved him. Full of years. The trapper looked down at his own hands. He lived in the settlements, safe. He was quiet for a moment, then he looked back up and there was something almost desperate in his face. Did he speak of Uncas? Did he speak of the wilderness? Often, he called the Delaware swift as an antelope. He used the French name for him, le cerf agile. He came back to those memories again and again. And brave. The old man's voice had gone soft, hungry for it. Was he brave? Middleton met his eyes and didn't look away. My grandfather called him and his father, the one called the Great Serpent, the finest models of courage and constancy he had ever known. In his own words, a noble shoot from the stock of human nature which never attained its proper elevation only because it grew in the forest. The trapper's eyes dropped to the ground. He fussed with the hound's ears, ran his thumb along a seam in his hunting shirt, opened and closed the pan of his rifle with hands that had no steadiness left in them. Hands that had once held that same rifle through campaigns that were already legend by the time this young officer was born. He didn't forget the white man entirely, he managed. No, Middleton said, there are 3 in my family who bear that scout's name, my brother, 2 cousins. The trapper's head came up. The exact name, spelled the same, starts with an N. Exactly the same. And I have a hound working a deer somewhere north of here, Middleton continued, descended from a dog that Scout sent as a parting gift to his friends. Same bloodline the man always ran himself, finest nose in the territory. Hector, the old man addressed his dog in a low, private voice, the way a man speaks to something he loves without reservation. Your kin are in the prairies, old boy. And then he couldn't hold it anymore. He fought it. Anyone watching could see that. His jaw worked, his throat tightened. He was a man who had held a line through things that would have shattered most, and he was losing a battle against something he had no weapons for. When he finally spoke, his voice had been stripped of everything but the truth of it. Boy, he looked up at Middleton. I am that scout, a warrior once. He paused, breathed. A miserable old trapper now. And then 80 years of accumulated silence came out of him all at once, out of eyes that had seen things this young officer could not imagine, on a face that had been hardened by weather and loss and the peculiar loneliness of outliving the world you were made for. He pressed his face into his buckskin and wept, and it was not a small thing to witness. Paul Hover had been sitting absolutely still, jaw tight, taking in every word of the exchange like a man watching a slow fuse burn. He wasn't a sentimental man. The frontier didn't make sentimental men, but something had gotten into his throat and he couldn't swallow it down. He surged to his feet, grabbed Middleton by the collar with one hand, a reflex nothing calculated, and demanded to know who the hell had made an old man cry. The answer caught up with him before Middleton could speak. He let go. Stood there for a second with too much feeling and nowhere to put it. His hand shot sideways and found the nearest available target, which happened to be Dr. Batius's wig, which came away cleanly, revealing the naturalist's pale and startled scalp to the open air of the American plains. There's your rare specimen, Paul said, holding up the wig and gesturing toward the weeping trapper. You want to catalog something? Catalog that. Remarkable, said the doctor, retrieving his hairpiece with quiet dignity, his eyes bright and his voice thicker than usual. Truly remarkable, cause and effect playing out exactly as natural law would predict. The silence that followed was a different kind of silence. The 3 of them moved closer to the old man without quite deciding to, drawn by the weight of what they'd just witnessed. It has to be true, Middleton said finally. He was not embarrassed to wipe his eyes. How else would he know details that barely exist outside my own family's walls? I'll swear to every word of it, Paul said flatly. We had thought him dead for years, Middleton said. My grandfather believed himself the younger of the two. He died thinking so. The trapper raised his head. Whatever had broken loose was now locked back down, not gone, but controlled. The composure that came back to his face was not forced, it was earned. It was the composure of a man who had made peace with the long view of things, even when the long view was hard. It should not surprise you that I am still here, he said. The Lord has seen fit to spare me through fourscore years of hard use for reasons I have stopped questioning. I have nothing to gain by lying about who I am. He looked at the young officer steadily. And you, boy, what are you doing out here? Lewis is working up the river. Hundreds of miles west of this position. You're carrying a commission but no detail. You're alone. That is not the behavior of a man on official business. It's not official business, Middleton said. It's private, and the reasons are sufficient if you'll hear them. He looked at each face in turn, the old hunter, the beekeeper, the naturalist. He made a decision. I believe you're honest men who would help rather than harm someone on a worthy errand. Then sit down, said the trapper, settling himself back against the earth like a man who had spent a lifetime making temporary places feel permanent. He gestured to the ground beside him. Sit and tell us what brought you out into the wastes alone. Middleton sat. Paul dropped down on the other side. Even the doctor arranged himself with something approaching gravity. The fire cracked. Somewhere to the north, a hound was working a trail. The young captain of artillery began to speak. Chapter 11. Shadows fall heavy. The sky had been building to this all day. Dark clouds stacking on the horizon like a threat that meant business. Now the sun broke through the haze for just a moment, a clean orange streak across the western prairie, before it dropped behind the flat edge of the world and took the last of the light with it. The herds were gone. The birds that had been riding the thermals south toward the Gulf were gone too. What was left was silence and the kind of heavy, dew-soaked air that pressed against your skin and made the darkness feel physical, like something you could cut. Esther Bush sat on the highest point of the rock, her younger children clustered around her legs, and watched the darkening plain below, waiting, the way a woman learns to wait when her life has trained her to expect nothing comes easy. Ellen Wade sat nearby, but not too near, close enough to be present, far enough to say something without saying a word. Your uncle's a damn fool. Nell, Esther's voice was flat, matter of fact, the verdict of a woman who'd reached the same conclusion too many times to be surprised by it. He sat up here scheming half the morning while those boys of his stood around scratching themselves. Sun's going down and there's still work not done. Ellen answered without really thinking. It's not wise and it sets a poor example. Esther turned on her. Who put you up to judge? You show me a harder working set of boys on this whole frontier. Show me a man who leads a harvest crew cleaner through a wheat field than Ishmael. Show me. She let the silence answer for her. As a father, the man's generous as any lord I've known. His sons want a piece of ground, he deeds it to them on the spot. No lawyers, no fees, just his word. She laughed, a hollow, mocking sound that her youngest children caught and echoed without understanding why. The voice came up from the dark below, Ishmael's voice, big and rough and carrying easily across the still air. Esther, you up there running your mouth while we're hauling meat. Get down here, all of you. Boys are coming in and we need hands. He barely finished the sentence. The children were already moving, scrambling over each other down the rocks, narrow passages with the reckless confidence of young things that hadn't been badly hurt yet. Esther followed at her own pace. Ellen came last, quiet, watching her footing. At the base of the rock, Ishmael stood in the blue darkness, bent under the weight of a fat buck across his shoulders. A few of the younger boys were with him. Abraham materialized from somewhere in the scrub. Then one by one and two by two, the rest of the hunters came in off the prairie, each man carrying something. Ishmael dropped the buck and straightened his back. Plains are clear tonight. I covered a lot of ground myself on foot. And I know what an Indian moccasin print looks like in soft earth, nothing out there. He rolled his shoulders. Let's eat. Abraham wasn't satisfied. His eyes moved to the darkness beyond the firelight and stayed there. I wouldn't swear to that. I found sign today. Fresh, Sue, I think. Wait until Asa gets back. He crossed the same ground. Asa knows too much for his own good. Ishmael's voice dropped to something harder. Boy'd do better knowing less. He let that sit a moment, then shrugged it off. Doesn't matter. Let all the Sioux west of the Missouri come. They'll find this rock a hard nut to crack against 10 armed men. Call it 12. Esther planted herself in the firelight, hands on her hips. If that bug-hunting friend of yours counts as a man, then set me down as 2. I'll back myself against him with a rifle or a smoothbore, and I'll tell you what, that yearling heifer the Tetons stole had more guts than your doctor. At least the heifer never ordered me a blister around my mouth because my foot hurt. Might have done you good, Ishmael said quietly without looking up. A few of the boys stifled grins. But if Abiram's right and there's company nearby, he continued, we might need to move fast, so let's get the meat up and put something in our bellies first. Talk can wait. They moved with the efficiency of people who'd done this 100 times. The rock swallowed them up. Esther worked the fire hard, alternating between cooking and cursing with equal energy, until the smell of venison and wood smoke filled the summit and drew everyone in close. The fire burned at the center of the rock's flat crown. Around it, the family arranged themselves in their habitual order, children nearest the heat, men in the outer ring. The flames lit their faces from below, sunburned faces, hard faces. The children's eyes still carried something soft, something not yet fully erased. Ishmael's face showed nothing at all. He ate like a man completing a task. Above them, the little tent stood at the rock's edge, half swallowed by the darkness overhead. Beyond the firelight, the prairie was nothing, a black void that could have held anything. Esther looked up from her tin. Asa should be back by now. Boy could eat a plowhouse. His stomach's never wrong about supper time. Ishmael swept his gaze around the circle of his sons. Not one of them volunteered a word in the absent brother's defense. The mood around the fire was still heavy with things unspoken. Abiram cleared his throat. I hope he hasn't run into the Tetons. He said it carefully, watching the fire. Asa's worth having in a fight. I'd hate to see him taken. Watch your mouth. Ishmael pointed a bone at him. You're scaring the women. Look at Ellen, white as limestone. He turned toward the girl, something half amused and half cruel in his expression. How is it, Nell? Remind me, why did I have to speak to you through my rifle barrel that day? What made you so deaf to plain talking? The blood came up in Ellen's face so fast it almost hurt to watch. She dropped her eyes to the ground and said nothing. Ishmael didn't push it. He set down his plate, stretched his massive frame, and announced he was going to sleep. One by one they followed him into the dark. That was the way of it out here. When the day was done, the body didn't ask permission. It simply stopped. The children went first, herded into their blankets by Esther's sharp tongue. Then the men, curling up in their designated corners of stone and hard ground. Within a quarter hour, the summit was empty of everything except the dying fire and Esther Bush, sitting alone at the edge of the rock. She stared down at the plain. Asa wasn't back. She wasn't a woman who frightened easily. Fear had never found much purchase in her, but this was different. This was her son somewhere in that darkness, and the darkness had no bottom that she could see. Abiram's words had done their quiet work. She sat and listened, not like someone listening for a sound, but the way an animal listens, total, involuntary, every nerve aimed outward at the black. Then she heard it, footsteps, the crunch of dry grass below. She was on her feet before the thought fully formed. Asa, you kept me waiting all night, and now you'll sleep on the ground for your trouble. She leaned over the edge. Abner, don't you open that passage. I want to see who it is first. A voice floated up from below, not Asa's voice. Smaller, rattled, trying hard to sound authoritative. Woman, I must insist you refrain from dropping anything on my person. I am a citizen, a property owner, a graduate of 2 universities, and I stand on my rights. This is Dr. Obed-Badius, your guest, your friend, will you please? Esther was already walking away from the edge. She didn't want to hear it. The wrong man had come back from the dark. She found her pallet and pulled her blanket up and lay there staring at nothing, her jaw tight. Below, Abner had finally shaken himself awake enough to recognize the voice, and the doctor was let through the gap. He came up through the passage in a hurry, breathing hard, and paused at the top to look back down at the sentinel with an expression of stern medical disapproval. Abner, you were asleep at your post. The symptoms were unmistakable. The boy yawned cavernously. Haven't got any symptoms, doctor, and Pa already had me and the children through the pox and measles months ago. The doctor gave up on that and picked his way carefully across the summit. He knew Esther was awake, could hear her tossing from 10 feet away, and he knew from hard experience what her wakefulness could produce. He needed that problem solved. He stepped to the entrance of her shelter and lowered his voice. Mrs. Bush, you appear to be in some discomfort. Perhaps I could be of service. You could give me a blister, maybe. That's what you're good for. A restorative draft, a few drops of cordial and a measure of my own brandy. It will help you sleep. A moment of calculating silence. Give it here. He prepared it efficiently from memory in the dark. She snatched it from his hand and drained it without ceremony. He sat back and waited. 18 minutes later, her breathing had gone long and deep and entirely unreachable. The opium he'd added to the brandy had done exactly what he'd intended it to do. He waited another 5 minutes, listening to the silence of the summit. Then he rose, slowly, carefully, the way a man moves when the penalty for noise is severe, and slipped out into the night air. He moved from dormitory to dormitory, bending close, confirming what he needed to confirm. Everyone down, everyone gone somewhere unreachable until morning. He turned toward the uppermost ledge of the rock, the highest point, and began to climb. It was almost there, 1 foot reaching for the final ledge, when a hand closed on the back of his coat and stopped him as completely as a stone wall. "Is someone ill?" The voice was barely above a breath right at his ear. "Is that why you're up here at this hour?" The doctor's heart departed his chest cavity and did not immediately return. He pressed a hand to his sternum and turned. "Ellen Wade," he exhaled through his nose, slowly, deliberately. "Ellen, thank God, listen to me carefully." His voice was a thread. "If Ishmael wakes up and finds us here, he will throw us both off this rock without losing a night's sleep over it. Keep your voice down." By the time he'd finished the warning, they'd both gained the top. The flat crown of rock, empty and wind-scoured, with the dark bowl of the sky overhead. Ellen looked at him steadily. "Tell me why you're up here, plainly. I will tell you everything. You have my word." He glanced back toward the dormitories. "Ishmael won't wake, not until the sun's in his eyes. My aunt is the danger, but she won't be waking tonight either, will she? The doctor moved past that. You were on watch today. You saw what crossed the prairie." "I saw plenty: bison, antelope, wolves, and men." Ellen said nothing. "Men from Kentucky, shall we say." The color in her face shifted. The darkness hid most of it, but not all. "If you want to ask me a question, doctor, ask it plain. I won't dance around it. I found your man, Ellen, Paul Hover, be hunter by trade. I spoke with him." The doctor's voice dropped lower still. "He told me enough. Your uncle made an agreement with me, showed me something in that tent that was the price of my silence. But I need to see it again for myself. If what's in that tent is what I believe it is, Ishmael has lied to me and our arrangement is finished." "I gave my uncle an oath," Ellen said. "My mouth is shut on what's in there, but I gave no oath about my feet." She held his gaze for a moment. Something passed through her expression: decision, or maybe the release of a decision already made. Then she touched his arm, turned, and slipped soundlessly into the tent. The doctor stood alone on the high rock, listening to the empty prairie below, and waited. The wind moved through the darkness. Nothing else did. When Ellen appeared again, she said nothing. She simply took his arm and drew him in behind her, and together they stepped beneath the canvas and into the darkness inside. Chapter 12. Silence before reckoning. The morning muster was wrong from the start. Ishmael Bush felt it in his bones before a single word was spoken. His sons moved through the camp with the slow, heavy silence of men carrying something they hadn't yet named. No eye contact, no banter, just the scrape of boots on hard ground and the sound of wind pushing across the flat, indifferent prairie. Esther was quiet too, which was its own kind of alarm. Whatever the doctor had dosed her with the night before had her tongue sluggish and her eyes glassy, and without her voice filling the air like a crow on a fence post, the camp felt hollowed out. Assa's absence sat in the middle of it all like a stone in a stream, everyone moving around it, nobody touching it. Ishmael watched his boys from the corner of his eye. He'd seen this before, the shifting weight, the sidelong looks, men working themselves up to something. He'd built his authority through 30 years of hard country and harder living, and he wasn't about to let it crack now. He kept his face flat and his jaw set, scanning from one face to the next like a man waiting for someone to make a move he'd already planned a counter to. Ellen sat among the children without a word, calm as still water. The naturalist, Badius, settled beside her with the studied innocence of a man who knew exactly what he was doing. Every few minutes his eyes drifted upward. The others took it for one of his sky-gazing fits. It wasn't. He was watching the tent. The walls of it shifted faintly in the morning breeze, and each time they did, the doctor found something on the ground to examine until the moment passed. Ishmael had waited long enough. "Assa answers to me," he said. The words came out flat and final, the way a hammer meets an anvil. "He's been out on the grass the whole night through. When his rifle and his back were both needed, that's not something I'll let pass." Esther looked up from across the fire. Her eyes were still slow from the medicine, but there was heat behind them. "Save your breath, man, you may need it. Call long enough for that boy and see if he answers." "Some men let the young run the old," Ishmael said, his voice dropping a register. "Not in this family. You drove him off with that temper of yours." Esther's voice carried the particular sharpness of a woman who has been keeping score for decades. "And now you want him back when it suits you." Abner cleared his throat. He was the kind of man who had to build up to speech the way other men built up to lifting heavy timber. "The boys and me," he said, "we've mostly decided we ought to go look for Asa. It isn't like him to sleep out when he's got a bed to come back to." Abiram waved a hand. "He killed something big and he's sitting on the carcass keeping wolves off until daylight. We'll hear him calling in his load before the morning's half done." Esther turned on her brother the way a storm turns. "And you said yourself the Tetons were running close to this camp not 2 days ago. You said it with your own mouth." Abiram flinched. "I said it and I'll say it again. The Tetons are near. All the more reason the boy had better have kept his wits about him." Batius chose this moment to speak, in that particular way he had of clearing his throat before an observation the way a man primes a flintlock. "It seems to me," he said carefully, "that when genuine uncertainty exists regarding a matter of some consequence, the wisest course is to resolve it directly rather than to speculate further." "No more of your doctoring," Esther snapped, rounding on him. "You and your medicines. I was perfectly well before you got your hands on me. Now I've got a weight on my tongue like a boot on a sparrow." "Is the medicine already spent?" Ishmael said dryly. "Must be a poor dose that can slow Esther's tongue past morning." "She makes a fair point, though," Batius pressed on, ignoring the abuse with the patience of a man accustomed to it. "Regarding the absence of young Asa, there is doubt. There is a simple means of resolving it." The family stared at him. Half of them confused, half of them hostile. Ellen spoke quietly from her place among the children. "Dr. Batius means we ought to spend an hour or two searching. Those who think Asa is in trouble and those who don't can both be answered the same way." There was a pause. Esther's face changed. "Then the man has more sense than I credited him." She pushed herself to her feet. "She's right. We go. I'll shoulder a rifle myself. And God help the Teton that walks into my sights. I've pulled a trigger before. I've heard the screaming that comes after. I'll hear it again if it comes to that." It moved through her sons the way a spark moves through dry grass. One by one they stood. Ishmael saw the tide shift and let it go. A smart man knew when to lead from in front and when to step aside and call it leading. He said nothing. He began checking his powder. Within minutes Esther had her rifle across her arm and was moving for the edge of camp, dressed in her half-man's clothing, her gray hair pinned hard against the wind. She looked like exactly what she was, a woman built by 40 years of frontier survival and not particularly fragile about it. "Those who want to stay and mind the little ones stay," she said. "Those who are not chicken-hearted follow me." Ishmael pulled Abiram close. "We can't leave the camp unwatched," he said under his breath, his eyes going briefly upward toward the tent. Abiram caught it fast, too fast. "I'll stay," he said with a readiness that was immediately wrong. The objections came from everywhere. The sons wanted him up front. He was the one who'd seen the tracks. He was the one who could show them where. His sister called his volunteering what it was, and she didn't bother to do it quietly. Abiram went pale and fell in with the rest. Ishmael reorganized the camp's defense with the grim efficiency of a man who has done it before. Ellen was left in charge of the high ground. She was small and she was young, but she was steady, and steadiness was what the post required. Rocks were dragged to the lip of the upper level, positioned where even a child could send them rolling down onto the head of anyone trying to climb the narrow approach. The barriers were reinforced. Smaller stones and loose debris were piled within reach of the younger children. A fire bundle was laid at the summit rock, ready to be lit as a signal. When it was done, the position was as solid as it was going to get. Then the party moved out. Esther led. There was nothing ceremonial about it. She simply walked out in front and the rest followed, because that was how it worked with her. Ishmael fell in behind with his rifle loose in one hand. His expression the same as it always was, weathered, watchful, and giving nothing away. "Abiram," Esther called back without turning her head. "Get up here, you saw the sign, you lead us to it." Abiram moved up beside her with the particular walk of a man who would rather be anywhere else. It didn't go unnoticed. Even the laziest of Ishmael's boys managed a smirk. They moved west. The prairie was flat and wide and said nothing. Swell after swell of grass rose and dropped away behind them. The sky was iron. The wind pushed from the northwest and carried the cold smell of nothing. There were no trees, no cover, no features, just grass and distance and the steady sound of boots on hard ground. The further they went, the quieter Esther got. That meant something. Ishmael called a halt. He planted the butt of his rifle in the earth and looked at his brother-in-law. "That's buffalo sign, that's deer. Where are your Indian tracks, Abiram?" Abiram pointed west. "Further on, I hit the deer trail here, found the Teton sign after I took the animal." Ishmael looked at the man's clothes. He let the look go on a moment. "You've got blood on you like you slaughtered a pen of hogs," he said. "I've cut the throats of 2 does and a fawn this week, and I'm cleaner than you are right now." He turned to his sons. "No Indian has been through here since the last rain. I know what Teton's sign looks like. This isn't it. Come on, I'll put us onto something worth the walk." "Follow me," Esther said, overriding him without a pause. Ishmael looked at her. He knew that tone. He let it go. Badius stopped walking. He sat down beside a low prairie shrub with an air of complete composure, produced something from his coat, and began examining the plant with focused attention. Esther didn't break stride. "Footsore already, doctor. Sit then. Like a hound, that's done. We'll find my son without you." "I shall remain here in pursuit of knowledge," Badius said pleasantly, already absorbed in the shrub's root structure. The family filed past him. Some of them laughed. He didn't look up. They pushed on another half hour. Esther's pace had slowed. She was scanning the ground, the sky, the middle distance. Her face had gone from angry to something harder and quieter underneath. Then the ground thumped ahead of them. A buck came up the rise at a dead run, close enough that the wind off its body reached them and was gone before a single rifle came level. One heartbeat of brown muscle and hard hooves and then nothing. "Damn," Abner said, pulling his rifle back, "and there's the wolf after it." "Hold," Ishmael said sharply. He caught his son's barrel and pushed it down. He looked at the 2 shapes flowing through the grass. "Those aren't wolves, those are hounds, good ones." They were. 2 dogs running a clean, high-nosed trail with the purpose of animals that knew exactly what they were doing. The older one was gray around the muzzle, running on something beyond muscle, beyond age. The younger one was all power and eagerness. They ran in long, fluid strides, covering ground fast, the pair of them pressing hard on the buck's line. Then the young dog broke off. It happened without warning. He veered from the track and stopped, and the sound that came out of him was wrong. Not a hunting cry, something else. The older hound circled back, slowing, sides heaving, and when he reached the spot his younger companion was spinning over, he sat down. His nose went up, and then came the howl, long, low, and grieving. The family stood without moving. "Something strong there," Abner said quietly, "to pull 2 hounds off a deer like that." "Kill them," Abraham said, and his voice was too fast, too tight. "That old hound runs with the trapper, you know it. We all know it. He's no friend of this family." Nobody moved. Nobody raised a rifle. They stood and watched the 2 dogs circle and howl, and even Abraham didn't lift his own weapon. Ishmael pulled himself back to it. "Come away," he said. "We're not in the business of shooting a man's dog because it found a dead deer. Come away." "Come not away," Esther said. The words stopped them cold. She was looking at the dogs, looking at the ground near them. Something was moving behind her eyes, something working its way forward that she didn't want to reach. "I am a mother," she said, "and I will know what this means. Come with me." She walked toward the dogs. Her sons followed. Ishmael said nothing. They gathered around the place where the hounds still circled. The earth was torn, boot marks, knee marks, the deep plunge of something heavy in its final struggle. The grass was dark. The smell was copper and iron and old. "What bled here?" Esther said, her voice was almost controlled. "Almost. What died here? You're all hunters, tell me." Ishmael crouched. He studied the ground without touching it. "Buffalo," he said. "Big bull, see there, the horn gouges, the hoof strikes." He fought hard. He said it without looking up. "Where's the carcass?" Esther said. Abner had already moved ahead. He stopped at the top of the low rise and looked down into the shallow depression beyond, where a stand of alder brush crowded together against the gray sky. Above it, black shapes turned in slow circles on the wind, dozens of them. "In the brush," Abner said. "The birds haven't settled, something's still moving." "White bear from the upper country," Ishmael said, watching the circling birds. "They hold their life tenaciously. That would explain the dogs." "We go back," Abraham said. "There is nothing here worth the risk." Ishmael's oldest son looked at his uncle the way young men look at men they have permanently discounted. "We could cage it with the other thing we're hauling," he said. "Take the pair of them back to the settlements and charge admission at the courthouse steps." Ishmael shot him a look and the boy went quiet, but he didn't go back. They moved as a group to within yards of the alder thicket. The sky had gone darker. The wind moved in hard, irregular gusts that flattened the grass in waves and then released it. The birds above were low enough now that their wingtips beat the outer branches of the brush when they swept past. They screamed as they pulled away. Whatever was inside the thicket, they wanted it, and they couldn't quite bring themselves to go in. Nobody spoke. The sound was the wind, the dogs, and the birds. "Put the hounds in," Esther said. Her voice had gone flat. Enoch pulled the dogs toward the thicket. The older hound stopped 5 feet from the edge and locked up solid. His legs shook. His whole body shook. He would not move forward. He would not move back. The whine that came from him was not a hunter's sound. The young dog hesitated, then pushed through. The sound he made inside lasted less than 3 seconds, then he came out at a run and did not stop running. "Is there a man among you?" Esther said. Abner and Enoch exchanged a look. They checked their powder, checked their priming, and walked forward together. The thicket took them. The brush closed behind them. The birds screamed and climbed. The wind dropped, and in the sudden quiet even Esther did not breathe. 2 cries came from inside, sharp, human, then silence that was worse than anything that had come before. "Come back," Esther said, moving forward, her rifle up. "Come back to me." The brush parted. Her sons came out. They were gray. Their faces had the look of men whose understanding of the world has just been revised in a way that cannot be undone. They were moving carefully, carrying something between them, and they laid it at her feet with the slow tenderness of men who are doing the hardest thing they have ever been asked to do. Asa, he was stiff. He was cold. Whatever had been done to him had been done with violence and intent, and the marks of it were written on him in a language that required no translation. The old hound lifted his head and howled once, long and final, and then both dogs broke from the spot and were gone, following the deer trail they had abandoned until the grass swallowed them and they were nothing. The birds climbed higher. They wheeled and screamed, but they did not descend. Whatever lay on the ground below still wore the shape of a man, and something in their dim and ancient instinct would not let them close with that yet. Esther looked down at her son and made no sound at all. Chapter 13, A Mother's Reckoning. The crowd pressed too close to the body. Esther felt it before she saw it, the heat of unwashed bodies, the stink of fear and morbid curiosity radiating off the men like something rotting in the sun. "Back off." Her voice came out raw, scraped hollow. "All of you, back off now." They moved. People always moved when Esther spoke that way. "I'm his mother." She didn't look at them when she said it. She was already moving toward him. "My right beats every one of yours, so which one of you is going to tell me who did this? Ishmael, Abiram, Abner." She turned, and her eyes were dry and terrible. "Open your mouths, let God's own truth come out. Who killed my boy?" Ishmael said nothing. He stood with his rifle hanging loose in one hand, and he looked at what remained of his son the way a man looks at a fire that has already burned down, steady, unchanged, whatever was happening inside him. None of it reached his face. Esther dropped to her knees in the dirt. She pulled Asa's head into her lap, the weight of it cold and wrong in a way that couldn't be described, only endured. She sat there and she looked at his face. The muscles were locked hard in the shape of his final moments, every feature twisted by what had come for him at the end. She read it all. She let herself read it. Her hands moved slowly through the matted, blood-dark hair. Her fingers traced the rigid lines of his jaw, the way a mother's hand moves over a sleeping child's face, except none of this was sleep, and she knew it, and her hands kept moving anyway. The grief was too large for sound. It had swallowed the sound entirely. Ishmael tried. He put a few rough words together, the way a man who has never learned comfort tries to offer it. She didn't hear him, or she heard him, and it didn't matter. Her sons gathered in a loose half-circle around her, these large, blunt men, and they shifted their weight and looked at the ground. One by one she waved them off with the back of her hand. A gesture that said, "Not now, not you, not this." Her hands fluttered. They pressed against the wounds and then pulled back. They searched for something to fix, some way to push back against the fact of it, and found nothing. Abner turned his face away. He swallowed twice. When he turned back, he kept his voice flat and purposeful. "She wants us to read the ground, figure out how Asa came to this. Sue did it." Ishmael's jaw was tight. "They've put me in debt twice now, third time we settle the account." It was a clean explanation, maybe too clean, but the sons were already grateful for a reason to move, to put some distance between themselves and the thing in their mother's lap that used to be their brother. They spread out across the ground without being told, reading it the way they'd been reading ground since they were old enough to walk beside their father. Trail craft, sign reading. It was the one language they all spoke without effort. Abner and Enoch had found the body. They reconstructed it now methodically. The body had been propped nearly upright when they discovered it, back braced against a dense tangle of brush, one hand still locked around the broken stem of an alder branch. The brush had likely kept the vultures off him. They'd been circling. The broken branch told another story. Asa had still been alive when he dragged himself into the thicket. He'd grabbed that branch. He'd been moving under his own power, barely, but moving. The picture assembled itself from the ground up. He'd been hit somewhere out on the open prairie. He'd made it to the thicket under his own strength, trailing blood, looking for cover. The trail through the brush confirmed it. And at the thicket's edge, the earth told a harder story. Trampled branches, deep boot impressions in the soft soil, and blood. More blood than a man could spare. A struggle had taken place there, a serious one. He was shot in the open and came here to go to ground, Abraham said. He walked the perimeter of the disturbed earth, eyes moving slowly. Hit in the open, fought hard, got pushed back into the brush. They jumped him in numbers. He made them work for it. One dissenting voice. Ishmael's turn him over, the squatter said. They examined the body with the detached precision of men who had seen violence before and understood its mechanics. The entry wound was beneath one broad shoulder. The exit was through the chest, shot from behind. The sons absorbed this in silence. Then one by one, a hard and complicated satisfaction moved across their faces. Abner was the one who said it aloud. Whatever came for Asa came at him from the rear. Ishmael stood over his son and said nothing for a long moment. He was too good for that to happen any other way, he finally said. I raised him right. You face your enemy, man or animal, it doesn't matter. You keep your front to him and you don't give him your back. The only way anything ever put Asa down from behind is if it came at him from ambush. He paused, something moved through his face and then was gone. He died facing forward, remember that. Enoch had been picking carefully through the torn fabric of the dead man's coat. He held something up between two fingers, a rifle ball misshapen from passage through muscle and bone but still recognizable. Here's what killed him. Ishmael took it. He turned it over in his palm. He held it close. His eyes were good and he used them. When he looked up, his jaw was set like iron. I know this bullet. The words came out through his teeth, each one deliberate. The old trapper. He marks his mold 6 holes laid crossways. That's his mark, right there, plain as a signature. He passed it to Abraham, who looked at it and nodded immediately, too quickly, with too much satisfaction. He showed me himself, Abraham said, proud of it, told me how many animals he dropped on the prairie with bullets cast from that same mold. He looked at Ishmael. I told you the old man was working with the Sioux, you believe me now. The lead ball moved from hand to hand. Several of the sons had examined the trapper's kit up close before this day, the way curious men handle another man's gear when he isn't watching. Several of them remembered the marked bullets. The evidence stacked up with a kind of grim momentum. The other wounds on the body, less severe, more numerous, were read as confirmation. The trail between the place of first blood and the thicket was long. The struggle had been extended. The interpretation came naturally. The trapper was old and the boy was strong, even dying. It had taken time. The old man hadn't dared fire again after the first shot. Too many hunters working the prairie, too much risk of drawing them in. He'd finished it another way and it had cost him. Asa's rifle was gone, so were the smaller valuables he'd carried on his person. Taken, Ishmael looked at his son for a long time. He made the man earn it, the squatter said. Right up to the last. There was something wrecked in the words and something proud, and he didn't try to separate the two. He died like my son ought to die, no quarter asked, no help from any law but his own. Let's dig his grave, then we find the man who put him in it. They dug without talking. The earth was hard and the work was slow, and they did it anyway. They wrapped Asa in what spare clothing could be gathered from among them, and when he was covered and lowered, Esther finally released him. She rose without being helped and walked to the head of the grave and stood there watching. When the hole was filled, Enoch and Abner climbed down into it and used their weight, 2 large men walking the mounded earth down solid, to compress the grave against the scavengers. The prairie held its own kind of carrion order. They all understood it. The vultures banked overhead in slow, patient arcs, reading the ceremony from above, waiting. Ishmael watched until it was done. He lifted his hat to his sons. A single, formal gesture, small and genuine and entirely out of place on a man like him. He stood at the grave for a moment after. The muscles in his face worked. His children watched him the way people watch a man standing at the edge of something high. Then whatever the moment demanded of him passed through him and was finished. He turned to Esther. He took hold of her arm and lifted her to her feet with no more effort than it takes to lift a child, and his voice when he spoke was even, but some quality in it had shifted, softened at the edges, just enough for those who knew him to hear it. We've done everything that can be done, he said. We raised him into something, we gave him a grave, now we go. Esther turned her eyes from the dark scar of fresh earth. She placed both hands on his shoulders and looked up into his face. What she found there she held for a long moment before she spoke. Ishmael, her voice was raw at the bottom. You left him in anger. The last time you saw him, you left him in anger. I have, he held her gaze. Whatever wrong the boy did me, I've forgiven it, completely. The Lord can deal with the rest. He tightened his grip on her arm, gently but with decision. Go back to the wagon. Chapter 14. Siege at the rock. The rock held the high ground. Ellen Wade understood that much. She understood it the way you understand anything when you're the only one standing between danger and the people depending on you, in your chest, in your gut, in the cold clarity that comes when there's no one else left to step up. The children had been manageable for the first few hours. Hunger, thirst, the endless, grinding complaints of small bodies that didn't know enough to be scared yet. Ellen had slipped away from them long enough to check on the woman in the tent, the one who actually needed her, before the shouting dragged her back. Nellie, Nellie, look, 6 voices, all of them pointing in the same direction. Ellen turned and felt her stomach drop. 4 men, moving fast across the open ground in a straight line toward the rock. No hesitation in their stride, no attempt to conceal themselves. She counted them twice. None of them belonged here. She scanned their approach and made quick decisions the way you do when time is the one thing you don't have. The older girls, Phoebe and Hetty, went to the levers. Crude mechanisms, but effective enough. Positioned correctly, they could send hundreds of pounds of rock down on anyone attempting the slope. The smaller children she placed where they'd do the most good just by being visible. And Ellen took the center, where she could see everything and direct whatever came next. She had read the stories every girl raised on the western frontier had. Women who'd held stockades alone for days. Mothers who'd protected their children with nothing but nerve and whatever was at hand. One woman who'd freed herself and a house full of children from sleeping captors using nothing but will and opportunity. Ellen intended to be that kind of woman today. Phoebe and Hetty steadied themselves at the muskets. They'd been raised in rough country, on the outer edge of settled land, where danger wasn't something you read about, it was something you smelled on the wind before it arrived. Their mother Esther had once held a log cabin against a raiding party and been left for dead after another fight. The girls knew the stories, every detail, and some part of them underneath the fear wanted very badly to be worthy of them. The 4 men had closed to within 100 yards, then they stopped, smart enough to use the dip in the ground for cover. The tall grass breaking their outline, they studied the rock for what felt like a long time. Ellen watched them watching her, then one separated from the others and moved forward alone. Phoebe whispered she'd take the shot. Hetty argued it was her turn. Put them down, Ellen said. It's Dr. Badius. The muskets lowered, not all the way, but enough. The barrels still tracked him. The naturalist advanced with the careful deliberation of a man who had taken precise note of those musket barrels and was making his peace with every step. He raised a white handkerchief on the end of his fusee when he got within speaking distance. Then he straightened his spine and projected his voice like a man who believed authority was something you could manufacture with enough volume. I summon you all, in the name of the Confederacy of the United States of North America, to submit to the laws. Hetty's hand went back to her musket. He's an enemy, Nellie, you hear him? He's talking about the law. Wait. Ellen stepped forward, pushing the barrel aside before the girl could make a decision they couldn't undo. Let him speak. Badius, reassured by inches, pressed forward. He described himself as a peaceful citizen, a supporter of civil order, a man of goodwill, and then, once he was satisfied the muskets weren't going back up, he raised his voice again and demanded their surrender. Ellen let him finish. I thought you were a friend, she said. You traveled with my uncle under an agreement. That agreement is void. He waved a hand as if brushing away a cobweb. Null, abrogated. The compact between Ishmael Bush, squatter, and Obed Badius, physician, is hereby dissolved entirely and of no further effect. He shifted his weight and softened his tone with visible effort. Ellen, you know the character of the man you're protecting. You know the danger of the company you're keeping. Abandon this position. Yield the rock to those who accompany me. I assure you it is a formidable force. He glanced back over his shoulder. Yield and no harm comes to you or to the children. Phoebe, he raised a finger toward her. Do you recall who treated that ear of yours when the cold got into it? And Hetty, this very arm you're threatening is the one that drew your tooth when it turned bad on you. Is this how you repay a physician? The musket barrels drifted sideways by a few degrees. Badius pressed his advantage. I demand the surrender of this rock in the name of power, of justice, and of, he caught himself, swallowed the word he'd almost said, reason. Ellen waited until the silence settled. I don't know the full meaning of everything you've said, Doctor. She replied evenly, but if understanding it would teach me to betray a trust, then I'm better off not understanding it. Don't try to force this. I may not have a choice in how I feel about it, but you can see what I have around me and you know this family. You know what they're capable of. Don't mistake their age for weakness. Badius took a careful step back from the base of the slope. I defer, he said with precise dignity, to one who may know the human character more intimately than I. Paul Hover came up beside him, rifle easy in his hands, no particular urgency in his step. Paul was a bee hunter by trade, a man comfortable in open country, comfortable in his own skin, unbothered by things that rattled other people. Ellen, his voice was direct, no theater in it. I didn't expect to find an enemy in you. You won't, she said. Not when you ask something I can give without betraying anyone. My uncle left me responsible for this family. You're asking me to open the door to the people he trusts least in the world. Am I a murderer? He gestured to the old trapper and the young officer who had come up to stand beside him. Is that old man, is this officer of the States? Ellen's voice was tight. Then what exactly do you want? The prisoner, Paul said, nothing more, the squatter's hidden captive. That's all. The young officer beside him started to speak. The old trapper caught his arm and put his mouth close to the man's ear. Let the lad talk. Nature will do its work in that girl's heart. Give it time. Paul looked up at her. Ellen, it's all out in the open now. We've tracked the squatter to his worst secret. We're here to right a wrong and free a prisoner. If you're the woman I always thought you were, you won't stand in the way of that. You'll move with us. I gave an oath. An oath made under ignorance or under compulsion, Badius interjected, is null in the judgment of quiet. The trapper's voice was firm but gentle. He shook his head at Badius. Ellen's voice didn't waver. I swore before God, both of us did, neither to reveal what's in that tent nor to help the prisoner leave it. We swore it under terms that may have included our lives. You may know the secret now, but not through any act of mine. And I'm not certain I can justify even standing aside while you force your way into my uncle's camp. The naturalist opened his mouth again. The trapper stopped him with a look. Paul shifted his weight and looked at her for a long moment. When he spoke again, his voice had changed. Something had gone out of it. Is that really the only oath you've taken, Ellen? Are the words Ishmael Bush puts in your mouth the ones that matter most? And everything else you might have promised, is that worth nothing at all? The color that came into Ellen's face was visible even at that distance. She stood with it for a moment, fighting something down, then answered him straight. I don't know what right you have to question me about any oath I've made to anyone. Those are mine to keep. I'll say nothing more to a man who thinks only of himself and takes counsel from nothing but his own wants. Paul turned to the trapper with the expression of a man who has been handed a puzzle with no obvious solution. You hear that? The most straightforward creature alive flies a straight line home when its work is done. But the way a woman's mind moves, it's all tangles and switchbacks. Easy, boy, the trapper said. Youth is quick and not overfond of thinking, but a promise is a promise. You can't throw it away like the scraps from a kill. Ellen's chin came up. Thank you for reminding me of my oath. I might otherwise have forgotten it. The trapper exhaled slowly and shook his head. That didn't land the way I hoped. The young officer who had come with them stepped forward. He had been listening to the whole exchange without moving. Ellen, since that is your name, some call me by my father's name too, she said. Call her Nellie Wade, Paul muttered, not quite under his breath, since that's her proper name and she's welcome to keep it. Wade, then, the officer continued. You've seen that I've kept my silence through all of this. I haven't called out once, though I know there is someone on that rock who would want to hear my voice above all others. Let me come up alone. I give you my word no harm comes to your uncle's property. Ellen hesitated. She made the mistake of glancing at Paul. He was leaning on his rifle with elaborate ease, whistling a river tune, studying something in the middle distance with total apparent indifference. She looked back at the rock. My uncle left me in command here, she said. I'll be in command when he returns. The young officer's jaw tightened. The sun is dropping. We don't have much time before the squatter and his sons come back. Badius turned and looked behind him with the expression of a man mentally calculating a retreat. I propose, he said carefully, that we withdraw to a prudent distance, convene, and determine our approach through deliberation. Alternatively, we might delay this entire operation until a more favorable season and secure additional, or we go over the top, the officer said, studying the rock face with a flat, measuring eye. Worst case is a broken arm. Then let's move, Paul said, and launched himself forward. The spring carried him clear of the overhanging ledge before anyone on the rock could draw a bead. He pressed his back against the stone beneath the garrison's line of sight, out of reach, grinning. You're going to have to do better than that, he called up. Come on, then. Ellen's voice cracked. Paul, listen to me. One more step and those rocks come down. They're balanced on nothing, and these girls will drop them. Then get rid of them, because I'm coming up. Hetty, the eldest, stepped to the edge with a musket braced against her shoulder and an expression that had nothing of childhood in it. I know you, Nellie Wade. You've got lawyers in your heart. Come one step closer and you'll get what the frontier gives. Push it in, girls, harder. I'd like to see the man alive that walks into Ishmael Bush's camp without his children's say-so. Don't move, Paul, Ellen said. Stay below the... Every voice stopped. The figure appeared at the top of the rock the way a figure sometimes appears in moments of crisis, suddenly, completely from nowhere. A woman, standing at the edge of the height, silhouetted against the sky, speaking in a voice with the trace of an accent that stopped everyone cold. In the name of God, stop, both of you, those who take the risk and those who would impose it. The officer went rigid. His voice came out stripped of everything professional. Inez. He moved before the word was finished. She's mine now. Nothing on this earth is going to stop me. Push up, Paul, make room. The shock of the woman's sudden appearance had frozen the defenders for 2 full seconds. It might have been enough, but Middleton's shout broke the spell. Phoebe raised her musket and fired at the figure on the rock without appearing to decide to do it, operating on reflex and fear and something darker. Ellen cried out and ran for the tent. Below. Fight accelerated. Paul had already moved, shifting his position along the base of the rock to make room. Middleton pressed in behind him. Badius, who had been knocked sideways by the musket's report into a state of partial shock, found himself stumbling toward the rock face out of pure instinct and discovered, pressed into a crevice just above him, a plant he did not recognize. His eyes locked onto it. Everything else ceased to exist. The trapper held his ground outside, watching it all with the practiced patience of a man who had spent a lifetime reading terrain and the people moving through it. He couldn't fight his way up, that wasn't his role today, but he could watch and he could read and he could call out what he saw. Tighter to the ledge, he called. Tighter there, you see, another inch and that stone would have found your foot and the bees would have had the plains to themselves. He tracked Middleton's movement. Now left side, fast. 20 feet of clear ground if you move now. The bush, don't trust that bush, he exhaled. Good, he's clear. He watched Badius make his peculiar ascent, inching upward with terror in every movement, then suddenly lunging for the plant with the total reckless commitment of a man who has forgotten about his own death. A cascade of rocks came down around him. The dust swallowed him whole. The trapper waited. Badius reappeared, sitting in a hollow in the rock face, sheltered by fragments that had piled up around him in his favor, completely unaware of his own survival, turning the captured stem in his fingers with the focused intensity of a man reading scripture. Paul didn't hesitate. He pivoted, planted a foot on the oblivious doctor's shoulder and drove himself upward through the gap the fallen rock had left in the wall. He cleared it in one motion. Middleton came through right behind him. The muskets never fired. Phoebe and Hetty were disarmed before they fully understood what had happened. No blood, no dead, no broken bodies on the slope. The rock was taken. Ishmael Bush had been certain it was impregnable. He'd been wrong. Chapter 15, Bonds of New Territory. The history had to be told. No story makes sense without its roots. 6 months earlier, the United States government had sent troops west to take possession of territory it had purchased but not yet tamed. Among them was Middleton, young, sharp, already marked for command. The men under him moved with discipline into a land of Spanish moss and slow rivers, where the old colonial families watched from behind iron gates with the quiet wariness of people who had learned that history happened to them whether they wanted it to or not. The handover was clean, no blood. The Creole families accepted their new citizenship with the same unhurried dignity they brought to everything else. The new American administrators were smart enough not to push. They held their authority loosely, like a man who knows the gun in his holster is enough without having to draw it. But cultures don't blend like water. They grind against each other like stone. Catholic and Protestant, active and indolent, freeborn and colonial. It took time. And as it always does, it was a woman who cut through what politics could not. Middleton never saw it coming. A few miles from the post he commanded, behind a long avenue of oaks dripping with Spanish moss, lived Don Augustin de Cerda-Valos, old blood, Spanish grandee stock. He'd come to Louisiana from the Floridas, drawn by an inheritance large enough to keep a man comfortable and provincial for the rest of his days. His name meant nothing beyond the limits of his small town, but he pointed to it often in yellowed documents with the quiet pride of a man who had nothing more current to be proud of. He kept to himself. His Creole neighbors were quick and social, always ready to crack the gate for the new American officers with their brass buttons and straight backs. Don Augustin was not. He had his daughter. That was enough. Inez had just crossed the border from girl to woman, and the garrison music that drifted across the evening air from the heights above her father's grounds moved something in her that she didn't have language for yet. She could see the foreign flag from the upper window of the house. She didn't understand everything it meant, but she felt it. She was 16 and alive to it in the way only 16 can be. Still, she didn't move. Her world was bounded by those grounds, that house, her father's silence, and the deep, cautious grace that southern Spanish blood had bred into her like a second skeleton. Fate is indifferent to caution. Don Augustin owed Middleton a debt. The specifics were a matter of a moment's danger averted, a gentleman's obligation incurred. The Don was too proud a man to let that stand unacknowledged. He opened his doors, not wide, not at first, but he opened them. And Middleton, who had the instincts of a good officer and understood that a position is taken by patience as often as by assault, was respectful, measured, and persistent. The old man thawed slowly. His daughter did not thaw at all, she simply caught fire. Middleton felt it too, there was no point cataloging it. A girl of 16 with dark eyes and a face that looked like it had been carved by someone who took the work personally, raised in seclusion, educated in faith and music and the particular sadness of a life too beautiful and too small. A young officer far from home with nothing to spend himself on but duty. The math was simple. He told her how he felt. She believed him. Convincing her father was the harder campaign. Religion was the main line of resistance. Don Augustin deployed Father Ignatius like a field commander positions artillery. The priest was systematic, earnest, and relentless. He came at Middleton's Protestant faith from every angle available to a century of Jesuit dialectic. He was good at it, but Middleton was not a man who could be argued into surrendering something he'd never agreed to put on the table. The priest was subtle. Middleton was blunt. Subtlety loses to blunt more often than subtle men admit. A dozen times Father Ignatius thought he had the young soldier cornered, usually in the same moment that Inez drifted past the doorway like a rumor of something better. A dozen times Middleton held ground with nothing more sophisticated than common sense and the stubborn refusal to agree with something he didn't believe. The priest came at him with the rapier work of refined theology. Middleton answered like a man swinging a fence post. He wasn't elegant. He didn't have to be. He didn't move, then the Protestants arrived in force. Settlers, traders, officers' wives, men who didn't believe in miracles and said so loudly over dinner. Father Ignatius watched the edges of his own congregation begin to fray under the friction of contact and started worrying about defense instead of offense. He pulled back, hid the relics, warned his flock away from scripture debates they couldn't win. A wise commander contracts his lines when he's overextended. The priest was wise enough to know when he was losing ground. He told Don Augustin what he had to tell him. That Middleton had not converted, no, but that the seed of conversion had been planted and required only time and the gentle influence of a Catholic household to take root. It was not precisely true. It was the best available lie with the most charitable available motive behind it. Don Augustin chose to believe it. Inez believed what she wanted to believe, which was that love was reason enough and God would sort out the rest. She was 16, she was not wrong. The wedding happened on a morning that looked like a promise. Father Ignatius performed the ceremony in the small chapel on the estate grounds, incense and Latin and the particular silence of a stone room holding breath. By mid-afternoon, Middleton had his wife. She was young and terrified and radiant. He held that fact carefully, like something he hadn't earned yet, and knew it. They spent the day in quiet, no celebration forced on them by obligation. Just the grounds, the long shadows of the afternoon, the specific gravity of two people who have just altered the structure of everything. Middleton rode out to the encampment on duty as the sun began to fall, the light going amber and long across the Spanish moss. Coming back through the grounds of the estate, he caught a flash of white through the garden foliage. Inez, still in the dress she'd worn to the altar. She'd found a small arbor off the main path, tucked back in the green, and she was kneeling. He stopped. He should have announced himself. He didn't. Her voice was low and steady, the cadence of prayer, and he heard his name inside it, wrapped in words of petition. She was praying for him, asking that she might bring him into the true faith, asking forgiveness for the presumption of marrying a man outside her church, for the possibility that in doing so she had risked her own soul. He stood in the trees and listened to his wife pray for him on their wedding day, and he felt something he didn't have a clean word for. Gratitude was in it, so was something sharper. The knowledge that she had given him everything she had and was now on her knees asking God to fix the part she couldn't. He let her finish, stepped forward, said nothing about what he'd heard. "It's getting late," he said. "Your father will worry." She looked up at him with something wet at the edges of her eyes. Be like him in everything, she said. Imitate my father, that's all I ask. I'll do my best. He offered his arm. Let's go in. Not yet. She stepped back gently, untangling herself from his grip. I promised Inesella I'd come, my nurse. She's been like a mother to me. She said this would be the last visit her own child would pay her. I can't break that. She looked at him with the full weight of it. 1 hour, go to my father. I'll come to you. 1 hour, he said. She kissed her hand to him. Then she blushed at her own boldness, turned, and moved quickly through the garden toward the nurse's cottage, her white dress disappearing into the evening like a candle being covered. Middleton stood watching the space where she had been for a moment longer than made sense. Then he turned back toward the house. Don Augustin was in good spirits. He talked about Louisiana's future, about the prosperity he was just beginning to understand his new country offered. Middleton listened, answered, watched the clock. The hour passed faster than hours had any right to pass when the person you were waiting for wasn't there. The hand moved, then kept moving. He stood up. The night had come in fast and the sky was wrong. In that climate you learn to read clouds the way you read faces. These ones meant weather. He moved quickly toward the cottage, scanning the grounds as he went, stopping twice when he thought he caught movement, the pale shape of a dress, both times nothing. He knocked at the cottage door, entered, stood in front of Inesella's face and already knew. Inez had left an hour ago. He retraced his steps at a near run, checked the arbor where he'd heard her praying. Empty, the mansion, nothing, no one had seen her, no one had heard her pass. He searched through the night without saying what he feared. When the sun came up and she still hadn't returned, he stopped being careful about it. The search went open and hard. Riders, questions, every road, every neighbor, every face. Nothing came back. She was gone the way smoke is gone, not violently but completely, leaving no edge to grip. The theories started immediately. The settlers passing through said the obvious ugly thing, that she had done it herself, that a young bride disappearing on her wedding night meant she had chosen to disappear. Father Ignatius, to his credit, doubted that. To his discredit, he let the parish believe what helped him most, which was that a girl so pure and so pious had been taken up entire, translated to heaven. The congregation absorbed this gratefully. Don Augustin found cold comfort in it. He was a father first, and he knew somewhere beneath the theological scaffolding that his daughter had not ascended. She had been taken. Middleton's grief came in waves, each one with a different character. First, the terrible thought that she had left him willingly, that she had chosen her church and her father over a Protestant husband, that the night was an escape arranged to spare everyone's dignity. He held that possibility for weeks because it hurt less than the alternative. It still gave her a life. Then the weeks became a month, and the month stretched, and the living version of the story became harder to believe. He was starting to face the dead version. That was when the man appeared. Middleton was walking back from evening parade, moving slow, his mind somewhere else entirely, when he nearly stepped on a man crouched at the edge of the restricted area. Ragged, hollow-eyed, the particular kind of ruin that comes from years of choosing wrong. He should have been nowhere near the post at that hour. Middleton's first instinct was hard. He suppressed it. The patrol finds you here, you're spending the night in irons, he said. He reached into his coat. Here's $1. Get somewhere else to sleep and something to eat. The man took the coin with practiced speed and looked up with a smile that had too much calculation in it for someone that far gone. I swallow all my food without chewing, Captain. Make this $20 and I'll sell you a secret. Go, Middleton said, the patience leaving his voice, before I call the guard. Go I will, and I'll take what I know with me, and you'll live a widower haunted by it until they drum you out of life. Middleton stopped moving. He turned back slowly. What did you say? The man was already limping away, dragging one leg that had given up on him some time ago. He threw it over his shoulder. I mean to get the value of that $1 in brandy and come back and sell you my secret for enough to buy a barrel. Say what you know now. I am dry, Captain. My throat doesn't work clean when it's parched. How much is it worth to you? Name something a gentleman could offer to another. Middleton looked at him for a long moment. The part of him that was a soldier knew this man was worthless. The part of him that was a husband couldn't afford to walk away. What does it concern? Matrimony, a wife and no wife, a pretty face and a rich bride gone missing. The man smiled. The smile was disgusting. Am I speaking plain enough now? If you know something about my wife, say it. Your reward is guaranteed. I've done deals on promises before, Captain. Promises don't pour out of bottles. Name your price. $30. It's worth 30 and not a cent less. Middleton counted out the bills, held them. If what you tell me is worthless, I will have it back and you with it. The man examined each note with the careful attention of someone who had learned to trust nothing. He pocketed them. Then he settled himself like a man about to give a speech he'd been rehearsing. "I know a man named Abraham White," he said. "That name mean anything to you?" "No, I didn't think so. White has been in the trade of moving human beings from one jurisdiction to another for longer than I've known him. Not the slave trade exactly, more specialized. Whoever has value, whoever can be moved, he moves them. I dealt with him once, to my regret, no honor in the man, none." He paused, running his tongue over his teeth. "I saw him in this town the day of your wedding. He had his wife's brother with him. Said they were looking at land, had 7 sons with him built like draft animals. I know what that party looked like, Captain, because I know what that party does. The moment I heard your wife was missing, I knew. You're certain. It wasn't a question. I know Abraham White. Where were they going?" The man shrugged with the infuriating looseness of someone who had given everything he had and knew it. "That's what the 30 bought you." Middleton looked at him for a moment with something cold in his face. Then he turned and walked back toward the post. He spent the night with it, turned it over, rejected it a dozen times as the desperate fantasy of a desperate man who wanted money and saw an opportunity, built it back up each time from what he actually knew. By the time the sky began to gray, he hadn't slept. His orderly knocked at first light. There was a dead man on the parade ground. Middleton dressed and walked out into the thin morning air. The man from the night before was on his back in the dirt, eyes fixed on nothing, face bloated, the smell of him already rising in the warming air. He had drunk himself to death with the $30 somewhere between the gate and wherever he'd planned to go. Middleton started to turn away and stopped. The man's right hand was extended. The forefinger was out, crooked, and around it in the dirt was scratched the beginning of something. Middleton crouched and read it. "Captain, it is true as I am a gentle." He had died before he finished the word. Middleton stared at it for a moment. Then he stood, ordered the corpse removed, and said nothing about the message to anyone. He began asking questions quietly, the way a man asks questions when he already suspects the answers and is looking for direction rather than revelation. A family matching the description had indeed passed through town. The day of the wedding. They had moved south and east along the Mississippi, taken a boat upriver, and at the confluence with the Missouri they had vanished into the interior. The same direction hundreds of settlers were moving, into land that the government had bought but not yet mapped, where the rules of civilization thinned out the further west you went, like a fire running out of fuel. Middleton told Don Augustin nothing about his reasoning. He selected his most reliable men, a small detachment. He gave them a hard look one by one and told them they were moving into country where there was no backup and no law. They all said yes. They followed the trail of Ishmael Bush's family through settlements and then beyond settlements, into the heavy silence of the open prairies where the trail went cold in the hard grass. He split his men and gave them a rendezvous date and moved alone. A week alone in the open grassland, watching horizon lines, reading ground, searching for a thread in country designed to swallow threads whole, and then the trapper and the bee hunter. A fire at night and a conversation that opened the thing back up. The rest had already been seen. The reunion already happened. What mattered was the road that had been traveled to get there and how long and at what cost. Inez was found. The distance between losing her and finding her had been 6 months of a specific kind of hell that a man either survives or doesn't. Middleton had survived it. He was not entirely the same man who had stood in a garden arbor listening to his bride pray for him in the evening air, but she was alive. That was the accounting that mattered. Everything else was the price of the ledger, and he had paid it. Chapter 16, Oaths and Captivity. The hour burned away fast. Questions and answers tumbled over each other, half-formed, urgent, neither of them breathing right until the story was told in full. Middleton kept his hands on Inez like a man confirming something real, something he'd almost stopped believing in. When the broken narrative finally settled, he asked the only question left. How did they treat you, as well as their circumstances allowed? Her voice was steady. Though it cost her, the man who leads them, Ishmael, I think cruelty is still new to him. He argued with the one who took me violently. Then they struck a bargain and made me part of it. They bound me to an oath. She paused. I worry that heretics hold their vows less sacred than those raised in the true faith. These men hold nothing sacred. Did they break the oath? No, but calling on God to sanction such a compact, was that not itself a sin? We believe the same, Inez. Every honest soul does. What were the terms? That they would leave me alone and unmolested, that I would make no attempt to escape and would not show myself until a time they named. I kept my word. Her jaw tightened until Ishmael turned violent. Then the time had passed anyway and I went to the rock. Middleton's teeth pressed together hard enough to ache. If your priest had refused you absolution on those grounds, he said quietly, I would have relieved him of the responsibility permanently. Inez looked up at him, a flush moving across her face. You may receive my vows, Middleton. You cannot absolve me from keeping them. No, he exhaled. You're right, I can't, I wouldn't. He steadied himself. Why did they do it? What was worth the risk? Money. She said it plainly. A wealthy father, a ransom, and perhaps, she glanced at him briefly, quickly. Then away, they thought a new husband's desperation might be worth something too. They could have cut the blood out of my chest. Yes, she said, moving past the moment with the quiet skill of someone who understood him. Men have sold themselves at the altar for less. If greed drives a man to that, it drives him to anything. It doesn't matter now. Middleton's voice shifted, hardened with purpose. I'm here, we hold this rock, but we are not safe, Inez, not yet. I need you ready to move. I need you to be what you are, a soldier's wife. I've been ready since your letter came. No hesitation. I have everything prepared. Then we go now and we collect our friends on the way. Friends. Inez turned, scanning the small tent, the word caught in her throat. Ellen, she was here. She was supposed to come with us. She promised. Middleton guided her gently out into the open air. She likely stepped away to give us our moment. He said with a quiet smile. She struck me as someone with good instincts. He wasn't wrong about Ellen Wade, but he'd misread her reason. The girl had seen immediately that her presence served no purpose in that reunion and had withdrawn with a kind of instinctive grace that required no instruction. She was perched now on a jut of rock with her shawl pulled tight around her, her face hidden, sitting with the stillness of someone trying to disappear. She had been there the better part of an hour, unaddressed, unacknowledged, or so she believed. She was wrong about that last part. Paul Hover had claimed Ishmael's rock the way men claim things after hard fighting, loudly, briefly, and with no particular dignity. He'd clapped both hands against his ribs and let out a long crowing imitation of a rooster taking a fence post, the sound carrying raw and ridiculous across the empty plain. Clean work, he announced to no one in particular. No blood, no bones, and the position is ours. How about that, old man? You've seen real forts come down. How does this stack up? The trapper stood at the base of the rock, unmoved by most of what the world had to offer him at this point. He returned Paul's grin with the quiet amusement of a man who found things funny without needing to perform it. You went through it well enough, he said. Now, after every engagement worth remembering. A man calls the roll and accounts for his dead, am I right? Some did. Your generals were slower than me and knew less about it, so. Paul drew himself up with mock ceremony. Starting with the rear, old man, I've been so occupied with bees and buffalo and other pressing matters that I never got your name. What do I call you? The trapper was quiet a moment. When he spoke, it came out measured and without self-importance. I've carried a good many names across a long life. The Delaware gave me one for my eyes, said they were like the far hawks. The settlers up in the Otsego country named me for the cut of my leggings. I've answered to half a dozen titles in as many territories. He paused. When the last roll is called and every man has to stand and answer, I expect what name he carried will matter a good deal less than how he answered to it. Paul had already moved on. He cupped his hands and bellowed toward the naturalist's hiding spot. Doctor, come up from your hole. Come see the view from the top side for once, instead of sniffing around in the grass like a bird dog that's lost the scent. Dr. Batius did not appear immediately. He had found a position of admirable security and saw no compelling military reason to surrender it before absolutely necessary. He remained wedged in his niche, cataloging a botanical specimen with the focused intensity of a man who had decided the crisis was effectively over. Paul's mouth snapped shut the moment Ellen appeared on the rock. He watched her settle into her spot, pull the shawl tight, and go still. Then he turned away and began working through the squatters' camp with elaborate purpose, pulling open Esther's drawers, scattering her daughter's clothes across the ground without ceremony, clanging pots together and moving them from one place to another for no coherent reason. He checked on the children he'd bound with cord, confirmed the knots, kicked an empty bucket 40 feet across the rock for pure release, and then planted himself at the edge with both thumbs hooked in his wampum belt and began to whistle. Hard, loud, and continuous. He was still at it when Middleton came out of the tent with Inez on his arm and the look on his face that meant it was time to move. The order came quickly. Middleton was not a man who called a formation twice. The trapper had already located the mule, a patient, phlegmatic animal named Asinus, who had been grazing at a sensible distance from all the trouble. He brought the beast over and began fitting the elaborate arrangement of straps and pouches that Dr. Badius called a saddle, doing it with the thoroughness of a man who understood that good rigging kept people alive. The naturalist materialized from wherever he'd been, gathered his portfolios, his plant pressings, and his insect collection, and loaded them into the saddlebags with academic precision. The trapper removed each item in turn the moment Badius's back was turned, replacing them with things that would actually be useful to living human beings. Paul moved light articles to the base of the rock with quick efficiency. Middleton made a final threat to the bound children: stay quiet, stay put, and then help the women descend. The trapper loaded what was necessary for the weaker members of the party, ejecting Badius's specimens without sentiment, and then stepped aside to let Middleton settle Inez into her seat on the mule's back. "Come on, child." The old man nodded to Ellen, already scanning the flat horizon behind them with the slow, expert sweep of someone who'd spent a lifetime reading open ground. "The man who owns this place will not be long, and he is not the kind of man who lets go of what he believes is his." "He's right," Middleton said. "We've already used more time than we had." I knew it, but I remembered how your grandfather used to look at your grandmother when they were newly married." The old man's expression was unreadable and very old. There are currents in a man that have their course regardless, wiser to give them a moment than to damn them. Ellen moved to the side of the mule and took Inez's hand. When she spoke, her voice was already breaking against the words. "God bless you. I hope you'll forgive what my uncle did to you. I hope." She couldn't finish it. The grief came up without permission and stopped her cold. "Did you not say?" Middleton said carefully, looking to his wife, "that this woman was coming with us?" "I did. I still want her to. She has shown me nothing but kindness. I can't." Ellen pulled herself back together with visible effort. "I shouldn't. These are my people, whatever they are. He took me in when there was no one else. Leaving now like this, it would look like betrayal, and maybe it would be." "She is no more kin to Ishmael Bush than I am a bishop," Paul said flatly. From somewhere behind them, he was not looking at anyone in particular. "If the man fed her through the winter, she's more than paid it back in schooling his children and mending Esther's clothes. Nobody here owes that family a debt they haven't already settled. It doesn't matter who owes what." Ellen's voice went quiet and hard. "There's no one waiting for me anywhere, no father, no mother. My nearest kin are people decent society threw out. Go, please. Take your happiness and go. I'm better off in this desert where no one knows what I come from." "Old man," Paul turned to the trapper with deliberate calm. "You've lived long enough to know how things go. Is it not the way of the world for the young to leave when they've grown and find their own quiet?" The trapper's hand dropped to the mule's bridle. His eyes were on Hector. The old hound had come to his feet. His nose was working the breeze in long, slow pulls, his lips drawing back over the remnants of his teeth. The younger dog stirred, caught the same trace, huffed once, and went still again. "That's enough," the trapper said. He tightened his grip and urged the mule forward. "The squatter and his boys are inside 2 miles. Move." Badius required no second invitation. Middleton forgot everything except getting Inez clear of the rock. The group rounded the base of the outcropping and pushed out across the open plain, using it for what cover it offered, moving as fast as the terrain allowed. Paul Hover did not move. He stood where he was, rifle in hand, watching the direction the trapper's dog had pointed. Nearly a full minute passed before Ellen realized she was still not alone. She pulled her face out of her hands. "Why aren't you running?" Her voice was raw. "Not my habit. My uncle is coming. He won't stop. Let him come." Paul's jaw was set. "He can knock me down if he wants to. Paul, if you care anything for me, go." "Alone?" He looked at her directly for the first time. "If I go alone, I hope. Go, please, while there's still time. I don't care about the time." He didn't raise his voice. "I care about you, Paul." "Ellen." She put out both hands. The tears came again, harder than before, past the point of managing. Paul Hover put one solid arm around her waist, turned her toward the plain, and broke into a long, fast stride after the others. Chapter 17. Flight to cover the cottonwood thicket was thin cover, but it was the only cover they had. The trapper had seen that immediately, the way a man who has spent decades reading terrain sees everything in an instant, not thinking, just knowing. The hill sat between them and Ishmael's party. That was the geometry that mattered. He used it without hesitation, pushing the group hard toward the brush line, keeping low, keeping moving. Paul Hover got Ellen into the tangle of vines and branches, just as Ishmael crested the rock. The big squatter stood up there like a man who'd taken a rifle butt to the skull, stock still, staring down at the wreckage of his camp, at his gagged and bound children laid out under the bark shelter where Paul had stashed them. The bee hunter's work had been thorough. From that height, a man with a long rifle and steady nerves could have put a ball straight into the thicket where they were bunched together. Trapper didn't waste time thinking about that. He ran his eyes over the group, everyone accounted for. "Nature's done its work," he said quietly, giving Paul a short nod. The young man was grinning despite himself, his eyes still on the woman beside him. Figured it'd be hard for two people who'd met in fair weather and foul under every kind of sky to part ways angry. He let that sit for exactly 1 second. "Now, we've got no time and every reason to move. Those boys up on that rock will cut our trail. When they do, they'll follow it. If it comes to a stand-up fight, rifles decide it. I'd rather it didn't come to that." He looked at Middleton directly. "Captain, your men, how far? The rendezvous is on the Platte, many leagues." The trapper absorbed that without expression. Bad ground to fight, outnumbered. He shifted his weight on his rifle. "This thicket runs close to a mile, angling away from the rock, bearing west instead of toward the settlements. If we..." "Enough." Middleton's jaw was set. "We move now." The trapper didn't argue. He turned without ceremony, took Asinus by the lead, and walked the animal across the soft, trembling earth of the swale. The ground sucked at every step. They crossed it fast and emerged on a harder ground on the far side of the squatters' camp, the rock now behind them. Paul threw one look back at the trail they'd beaten through the brush. It was wide enough to drive a wagon through. "Old Ishmael won't need a signpost to follow that," he muttered. "Let him come. I've stood in thin cotton in the middle of a broken hive without flinching. Ishmael Bush's boys don't scare me, but if any one of them ever thinks he's going to..." "Paul." Ellen's hand tightened on his arm. Her voice was barely a breath. "Please." He shut his mouth, but his eyes kept moving rearward as they pushed along the edge of the run, scanning, cataloging. Not trusting the stillness, they moved fast. Within minutes the group crested a long swell of prairie, dropped down the far side, and the rock disappeared behind the roll of the land. Unless Ishmael's sons stumbled directly onto their trail, they were invisible. The old man used the terrain the way a riverboat captain uses fog, not fighting it, working through it. Every low draw, every gentle rise, he adjusted their heading without explanation, without hesitation. 2 hours of hard travel brought them in a wide arc around the rock, cutting back until they had reversed their original direction entirely. The others were navigation blind out here. The prairie looked the same in every direction, grass, sky, distance. But the trapper moved like a man who had a map behind his eyes. His hound stayed out front, checking back occasionally to read his master's face, then pressing on. Then the dog stopped, sat down in the grass, lifted its nose to the air, made a sound low in its throat, not a bark, something older and more plaintive than that. "Easy, pup." The old man stopped beside the animal and waited for the others to close up around him. "I know this place." His voice had changed register slightly, something in it that hadn't been there before. "I know it well." He pointed ahead to a thicket, dark against the pale grass. "In there we can hold up as long as we need. Ishmael's people won't follow us into that ground." He paused, not willingly. Middleton looked at the thicket, something moved behind his eyes. "This is where we found the body. The same ground, whether he's still lying there or his people have buried him, I can't say. The hound's telling me something, but he's not sure of it himself." The trapper looked at Paul. "Go in and check. I'll keep the dogs quiet." Paul's hand went to his hair. He worked his jaw for a moment, the grin gone. "Now listen. I've stood flat-footed in the middle of 10,000 bees without my nerve breaking once. I'll face any of Ishmael's living sons anywhere, any terms, but handling dead men," he shook his head with considerable conviction, "that is not my line of work, and I won't pretend otherwise." The trapper looked toward Middleton. The captain had Inez close, his attention there, and then, unexpectedly, Dr. Battius stepped forward. The naturalist had performed with notable distinction throughout the retreat, primarily distinguished by the extraordinary velocity with which he had covered ground that he believed to be increasing the distance between himself and the Bush family. It was a remarkable performance from a man who normally could not pass a rock formation or a peculiar beetle without stopping to record it in his tablets. Lightning could strike. Rain could fall. The doctor's curiosity was not easily suppressed. But today his curiosity had been thoroughly subordinated to his legs, and his legs had performed admirably. It was perhaps fortunate that he hadn't realized the trapper had been leading them in a circle. The belief that every step was another step away from Ishmael Bush had done wonders for his stamina. The discovery of the error had briefly unsettled him, but he recovered, and now, with something to prove, he volunteered. Perhaps he felt the group had noticed his earlier enthusiasm for retreat. If this task requires a man with full command of himself, the doctor said, squaring his shoulders, then point me at it. My faculties are entirely at your disposal. The trapper studied him for a moment. There's plain meaning in there somewhere, he muttered. I'll take it as a yes. Watch yourself in the brush and remember what you're looking for. The doctor disappeared into the thicket. The trapper waited. The hound pressed against his leg, whining softly. The pup circled, nose down, reading the earth, then sat and lifted its voice in a short, mournful howl. Ishmael's boys have walked this ground hard, the old man said to no one in particular, left a strong scent. He watched the thicket opening. I hope the learned man remembers why I sent him. A minute passed, too, then Dr. Badius emerged from the brush, walking backward. He came out of the tree line heel first, facing the thicket he just left, and his face was the face of a man whose entire system of understanding the world had just been physically struck from his hands. He moved slowly, unable to look away from whatever was in there, his color gone to something approximating old candle wax. The trapper didn't wait. He released the hound and moved to the doctor's side. What is it? A basilisk, Badius said. His voice had gone strange, too high, too thin. A creature of the order serpens. I had believed its properties to be mythological, but nature is. What in God's name is a basilisk, and why are you speaking like a man whose coat's on fire? The trapper stepped past him and looked into the thicket. 50 feet in, at the very edge of the shadows, where dead leaves and torn brush had been scraped together against the ground, there was something. It was nearly round, the size of a man's head. It was covered in color, black, bright red. White, yellow, crimson, layered in patterns that had no logic, no symmetry, like someone had taken a paintbrush to a stone and worked without plan or purpose. It lay absolutely still against the earth. It could have been a gourd, a nest, a peculiar growth of fungus. Except for the eyes. 2 dark eyes, unblinking, fully alert, tracking every movement. The trapper's rifle came up in a single smooth motion and stopped. He held the piece a moment, then lowered it deliberately, understanding flooding in behind the first reaction. That's no animal, he said quietly. He didn't lower his voice much. He wanted what was in those leaves to hear him. That's a scout, painted up and lying dog still, trying to convince us he's a rock. He leaned on his rifle barrel and addressed the shape directly, speaking now in the language of the Dakota people. Come out. There's room on this prairie for another warrior. The men you're looking at have grown beards. Act accordingly. The eyes held, nothing else moved. It's not a man, the doctor said, having partially reassembled himself. The genus is entirely. You couldn't tell a moose from a bobcat at 40 yards, the trapper said pleasantly. He turned back to the shape in the leaves. Then he made a production of examining the priming on his rifle slowly, thoroughly, ensuring the process was visible to any set of eyes watching from 50 feet away. He raised the piece. I'm a peaceful man, he called out, but if there's no man in those bushes, then there's nothing in those bushes to be harmed by a ball. The muzzle settled. His eye came down behind the barrel. His finger touched the trigger. The leaves exploded upward. A tall Indian warrior came off the ground in a single explosive motion, shedding brush and leaf and debris, unfolding to his full height in the space of a breath. Standing straight and still and watching them with the absolute composure of a man who had decided the moment had come to be seen, he said one word: Wog. Chapter 18, Warpaint Encounter. The trapper hadn't meant to kill anyone. He lowered his rifle and let out a low, satisfied exhale, the kind a man makes when his instincts have proven sound. He looked over at the naturalist, whose jaw had gone slack, and said what needed saying. They'll hold still for hours like gators half buried in mud, working their schemes in silence. Then real danger shows itself and they move same as any man. But this one's painted for. He kept his voice level. There'll be more of his kind nearby. I want to know how many. A war party stumbling into whatever trouble's building with the squatter and his boys could go bad for all of us fast. The doctor released a breath that seemed to empty him entirely. A volatile people, he said. Exceedingly difficult to classify with an established taxonomy. Speak to him, but carefully, speak as a friend. The old man did what he'd been doing his whole life. He read the terrain, every shadow, every fold in the grass, every place a second man could hide. He found nothing. Then he raised his open palm toward the warrior, empty hand forward, and walked in. The Indian didn't move. He let the trapper close the distance without a twitch. No retreat, no aggression. Just that stillness, the kind that isn't passive, the kind that's a choice. He stood upright and absolute, like something carved from the land itself. If he'd calculated that proximity would neutralize the trapper's rifle advantage, He gave no sign of having done so, but the trapper recognized the geometry of it and respected the mind behind it. The warrior had shed his cover of leaves and stood in full view. The disguise discarded, what remained was a man who needed none. He was built for war in every dimension, tall, well-proportioned. The architecture of a man who had earned his body through hard seasons and harder miles. His face carried the bone structure of something ancient and commanding, broad at the forehead, strong along the jaw, features that suggested a lineage older than the nations crowding in from the east. The secondary lines of his face carried the faint mark of Far Eastern origins, though generations of prairie wind and sun had worked those features into something distinctly their own. His skin had been painted, not in the wild, grotesque fashion of warriors who wore their ferocity on the outside like a warning. This man had kept it simple, a deep band of black applied clean and deliberate that served only to sharpen what was already sharp. The effect was severe, controlled, more threatening for its restraint. His skull was shaved to the crown. At the top, a scalp lock, thick, deliberate, left like a dare. He wore almost nothing against the autumn cold. A robe of fine-dressed deerskin, tanned soft as cloth and painted with scenes of some past action, hung from one shoulder more like a statement than a garment. His leggings were scarlet wool trade cloth, the only item on him that acknowledged any white man's existence, and from the knee to the moccasin they were fringed with human hair, trophy hair, scalp hair, enough of it that each step he took carried its own grim history. In his right hand he held a short bow of hickory, one end braced lightly against the ground. His left hand rested, barely, deliberately against the shaft of an ash lance, long and thin, more suggestion than support. A cougar skin quiver rode his back, the tail of the cat hanging from it like a signature. A painted shield hung from a sinew cord at his chest. His eyes were dark and still and everywhere at once. "Is my brother far from his village?" the trapper asked in Pawnee, eyes cataloging the paint, the ornamentation, the small details that told a practiced reader everything about who he was facing, the way a river man reads a current. "It is farther to the towns of the Big Knives." "Why is a Pawnee loop this far from the fork of his river? No horse, empty ground. Can the women and children of a pale-face live without buffalo meat? There was hunger in my lodge." The trapper studied the young warrior's face. Nothing moved in it. "My brother is young to already have a lodge of his own. But I'll wager he's brave. I'll wager chiefs have offered him their daughters." He let a beat pass. "But that arrow he's holding, barbed and loose like that, that's not a hunting head. The Pawnees prefer their game not to suffer needlessly. It is good to be ready for the Sioux. A bush can hide one even when the ground looks empty." The trapper glanced back at Middleton and muttered in English, "He's right about that. Well-built kid, good instincts, too young to be leading anything yet. But a single rifle on either side of a fight with the squatter could tip the whole thing. We speak him fair." Then back to Pawnee. "My people are tired. We need to camp and eat. Does my brother claim this ground? The runners from the Big River people say your nation has traded with the tawny faces beyond the Salt Lake. They say the prairies now belong to the Big Knives." "That's what I hear too from the hunters and trappers along the Platte, though it was with the French we bargained, not the men who hold the Mexicos. And now your warriors move up the long river to see they weren't cheated in what they bought. Partly true, I'm afraid." The old man's voice dropped, carrying something that wasn't anger and wasn't grief but lived in the territory between them. "And it won't be long before the axes follow the soldiers, then the loggers, then all the rest of it, and everything that was wide and clean and honest out here gets crowded into something else. A peopled desert from the sea to the mountains, stripped of everything the Lord set down and filled with everything men ruin." The young warrior's face shifted. Something moved behind his eyes, fast, hot, and controlled. Where were the chiefs of the Pawnee Loops when this bargain was made? His voice was iron. "Is a nation something to be sold like a beaver skin? Fair point, and where were truth and honesty in it? But strength sets the terms in this world. And the weak call it justice, or they call it nothing at all. If the Wakanda's law carried the weight that the Long Knives law does, your claim to these prairies would be as solid as any settler's claim to the roof over his head." The warrior looked down at the trapper's hand, the skin of it cracked and weathered, pale beneath the years of sun. He pressed one finger against it. "The skin of the traveler is white. Does his heart say one thing and his tongue another? The Wakanda of a white man has ears. He shuts them to a lie." The old man held the warrior's gaze. "Look at my head. It's like a frosted pine. It goes into the ground soon. Why would I meet the Great Spirit with his face turned dark against me?" The Pawnee shifted his shield to one shoulder. He laid his free hand on his chest and dipped his head, slow, measured, a concession to the white hair and nothing else. The ferocity in his eyes didn't extinguish, it throttled back, the distrust remained. It was simply no longer pointed like a weapon. That was enough. The trapper moved on. He gave Paul his instructions in English, where to make camp, where to clear ground for the women. Inez and Ellen dismounted. Middleton and the bee hunter attended to them. The conversation continued, cycling between Pawnee and English as the others drifted in and out of it. What followed was a quiet war fought entirely with words and silence. The trapper pressed where he could, the state of the Loop villages, their food stores, their standing with neighboring tribes, anything that might explain what a lone warrior was doing this far from his people. The Pawnee gave nothing. The trapper's questions were practiced and subtle. The warrior absorbed them all and returned nothing actionable. The Indian's countermove was equally skilled. He asked about the fur trade, about the fortunes of various white hunters he'd heard named, about the steady westward push of the American government into Pawnee land. He spoke about it with a composure that didn't quite conceal the contempt running beneath it, and the trapper understood this too. The warrior knew white men more by reputation than by direct experience. What he'd learned had been enough to make him wary. That unfamiliarity showed when his eyes moved to the women. When they touched on Inez, something changed in them, not desire exactly, but something closer to awe. She was unlike anything he had been shown. And he was looking at her the way a man looks at something he had been told existed but had never believed in. His gaze at Ellen was briefer, less stunned, but the respect in it was real. It was a man's honest acknowledgement of a woman's presence, filtered through the discipline of a warrior who refused to make himself readable. The trapper caught all of it. He always caught all of it. Ellen moved around Inez without noticing any of it, steady and efficient. Her face carrying the complicated weather of a woman who had just made a decision she couldn't take back and wasn't sure she wanted to. Joy and doubt running parallel in her expression. Not quite resolved. Paul had no such complications. He'd gotten what he wanted, Ellen, and a victory over the sons of Ishmael, and he was operating now with the uncomplicated energy of a man who believes the hard part is behind him. He worked through the bushes with his cap sideways, clearing ground, watching Ellen with open satisfaction, whistling something low and tuneless. So the wolf tribe has buried the hatchet with the Kansas. The trapper continued in Pawnee, keeping the thread alive. In English, for the doctor's benefit, he added, "The Loops and the light-faced Indians are friends again. That's a tribe you've read plenty about, all those stories in the settlements about a Welsh people living out here on the prairies. How they came to this land before Columbus, and how they speak with white tongues and carry white ways." The doctor dropped his strip of dried buffalo. "Yes, a compelling theoretical framework supporting two positions I have long maintained. First, that this continent's connection to civilization predates Columbus by some considerable margin, and second, that pigmentation is a product of climate and circumstance rather than fixed natural law. Ask him. He is reddish himself." His answer would constitute empirical data on both sides of the question. "Do you figure a Pawnee reads books?" the old man said, almost laughing. "Believes the printed word like a townsman." He turned back to the warrior. "What does my brother think? All he sees here are pale skins, but Pawnee warriors are red. Does he believe a man changes with the seasons, that the son is something different from his father?" The warrior looked at him for a long moment. Then he raised one finger toward the sky. "The Wakanda pours rain from his clouds. When he speaks, he shakes the hills. The fire that burns the trees is the anger of his eye. But he fashioned his children with care and thought. What he made in that way does not change." The trapper translated. The doctor looked like a man whose hypothesis had just been used against him. "The Pawnees are a wise people," the trapper continued. "I'll wager they carry many honest traditions. Hunters I've spoken to talk of a great warrior from your tribe. My tribe are not women. A brave is no stranger in my village. This one is beyond the common. They say he might have done honor to the Delawares in their best days. That's a people that doesn't exist the same way anymore." The warrior held his gaze. Such a warrior would have a name. They call him Hard Heart, for the strength of his will. His deeds are spoken of all along the Platte. The Indian read the trapper's face the way the trapper had been reading his, looking for deception, finding the effort of an honest man. "Has the pale face seen this partisan of my people? Never. It's not with me now as it was 40 years back when I was a young man and fighting was my trade." A shout broke across the camp. Paul came out of the tree line leading an Indian war horse, a big animal, well-muscled, its coat glossy and dark, moving with the coiled energy of something that had never been fully broken. He worked it through its gates with the enthusiasm of a man who has found something he knows the value of. "Look at this animal," he called out. There's not a general in all of Kentucky riding anything half this good. Spanish saddle, real quality, and look at that mane, braided with silver balls all down it, like Ellen fixing her hair for a dance. He grinned. This is what a savage calls a horse. Easy. The trapper said, the Loops breed the best horses on the prairie. I've seen warriors out here better mounted than any congressman back east, but this, he looked the animal over with real attention. This is a chief's horse. That saddle came off a Spanish officer and he didn't give it up willingly. I'll wager this young man is the son of someone significant, could be Hardheart's own blood. The Pawnee watched all of this without visible reaction. When the commentary had run its course, he simply walked over, took the reins from Paul's hand with the quiet authority of a man who expects to be obeyed, and stepped up onto the horse in a single clean motion. He rode the animal the way the animal wanted to be ridden. The saddle was an ornament. His legs did everything, communicating through pressure and weight, asking rather than demanding. The horse responded like an extension of his will. Both of them, man and animal, moved with a freedom that made everything mechanical about riding look like a needless complication. The horse's blood ran back through the plains of Mexico to the Moorish barb and the Arabian desert, generations of breeding condensed into bone and muscle. The man's blood ran back through generations of horsemanship on open ground. The combination was something to watch. He didn't leave. Now that he had his horse beneath him, his exit secured. His options open, he moved with more freedom. He rode back and forth across the camp's perimeter, covering the same ground repeatedly, studying each person in the group with the frank appraisal of a man who no longer needed to pretend he wasn't looking. At the far end of each pass, when the trapper half expected him to break and run, he would wheel and come back. The trapper made the sign, resumed talking, peaceful intent, I want to speak. The warrior read it. He took his time weighing it. Then he brought his horse back in close, not fully trusting, not fully distant, walking the narrow ground between the two, and he stopped with an expression that was equal parts contempt, caution, and something that might have been, under better circumstances, curiosity. It is far to the village of the Loops, he said, gesturing in entirely the wrong direction. The road is crooked. What does the big knife want to say? Crooked road indeed. The old man muttered in English, especially since you'd be walking away from your people. Then in Pawnee, do the chiefs of the Loops welcome visitors in their lodges? The warrior inclined forward over his saddle, barely perceptibly. When have my people forgotten to feed a stranger? If I bring my daughters to the doors of the Loops, will the women take them in? Will the warriors smoke with my young men? The country of the pale faces is behind you. The warrior's eyes moved over the group, then came back to the trapper. Why do you move so far toward the sunset? Are you lost, or are these the wives of the white soldiers waiting up the Missouri? Neither. The soldiers on the Missouri carry orders from my great father in the east. We are not soldiers. White men and red men are neighbors on this ground, and we want to be friends. The Omahas visit the Loops when the war road between them is closed, don't they? The Omahas are welcome. The Yanktons, the Tetons who camp in the river bend. The warrior's face hardened. The Tetons are liars. His voice was flat and final. They cannot keep their eyes closed in the dark. They sleep in the sun. He looked down at the fringes on his leggings, and the look he gave them carried something beyond pride, something colder. Their scalps are so many that Pawnees walk on them. Let the Sioux keep to the snowbanks. The plains and the buffalo belong to men. The trapper glanced at Middleton. There it is, he said quietly. He's tracking Sioux, the arrowheads told me, and the paint confirmed it. You can read what a warrior is hunting by his eyes if you know what to look for. He looked down at the old hound. Easy, Hector, you've never smelled a Pawnee before. Settle down. Back to the warrior, my brother speaks truth. The Sioux are thieves. Every man on the prairie knows it, every color, every nation. But the people with me come from the east and are not Sioux. They want to visit the Loop lodges. The head of my brother is white. The warrior looked at him steadily. His eyes have seen many things. He raised one arm toward the eastern horizon. Can he tell me what that is there where the sky meets the plain? The trapper looked, a pale shape at the edge of visibility, light-edged, half dissolved in the distance. Looks like cloud, the way the sun catches the top of it. It is a hill, and on top of it are the lodges of pale faces. Let the women of my brother wash their feet among their own kind. Your eyes are strong to see white men at that distance. The Pawnee turned to him slowly. Let the silence build. When he spoke, his voice carried the patience of a man making a simple point to someone who should already understand it. When the plain runs black with buffalo, can my brother see them? Of course. When the geese fly south and their wings darken the sky, can he see them? No difficulty in that. When snow falls and buries the lodges of the long knives, can a man see the flakes coming down? My eyes aren't what they were, the trapper said, a trace of edge in it, but there was a time I was known for my sight. The redskins find the big knives the same way you find the buffalo, the way you find the birds, the way you see the snow. He paused. Your warriors believe the master of life made the whole world white. They are wrong, they are pale, and they see their own faces in everything. A Pawnee is not blind, he does not need long to find your people. Then the warrior stopped, his head turned, not toward the group, away from them. The gesture was involuntary, the kind of micro-movement a man can't suppress when something below conscious thought fires an alarm. He was listening. He rode without explanation to the nearest edge of the tree line and looked out across the open prairie. Nothing moved that the others could see. He held position for several seconds, reading something in the landscape that was invisible to every other eye present. He came back slowly. His eyes went to Inez. He held on her for a long moment, internal, some calculation running in the back of his mind that none of the others could follow. He pulled his horse to a stop. His mouth opened. Then his head dropped again, listening. He spun the horse and drove it to the tree line at a hard gallop, circling fast and tight like a man trying to fix a bearing, his movements suddenly stripped of all the deliberate calm he'd maintained. 2, 3 tight circles, scanning, calculating, and then he broke from the cover and drove north across the open ground, low over the horse's neck, and in moments the swell of the land took him and he was gone. The hounds tracked him with their noses for 50 yards, then sat down in the grass and raised their voices in a long, low sound that carried no joy in it. Chapter 19. Signs in the air. The old trapper read the silence the way other men read words. Standing at the edge of the thicket, he turned his head slowly, nostrils flared, eyes moving across the grass in slow, deliberate sweeps. The Pawnee was gone, melted into the prairie like smoke, but the old man wasn't satisfied. Something was still out there. He could feel it the way an old wound feels weather coming. There's both scent and sound on this wind, he muttered. Moving to the angle of brush the Indian had just quit. My senses aren't what they were, but something's moving out there. Middleton pressed close beside him, scanning the horizon. I don't see anything, I don't hear anything. The old man cut him a look, not cruel, just honest. Your eyes are fine for church, your ears work well enough in a parlor, but a year on these plains and you'd know better. Out here the air bends light like water. Distance lies to you. What looks like a man is a bird, what sounds like thunder is a bull. Don't trust what you think you know. Then he raised one finger and pointed. Middleton followed the line of that weathered arm and found them, black specks against the underside of the clouds, wheeling in slow, patient circles. Vultures, maybe a dozen, moving in the same direction the Pawnee had fixed his eyes before vanishing. Listen now, the old man said. It came low at first, a vibration more felt than heard, rising up through the soles of their boots from the earth itself. Then sound followed, a deep, resonant roaring that built like a storm rolling up from the south. Buffalo, the old man said flatly. Bison, if you prefer the doctor's term, though I'll tell you plain, a man who has hunted these plains his whole life knows the animal better than any man who learned it from a book. Battius stiffened immediately. Nomenclature is a matter of scientific precision. Who named them first? The old man cut in, fixing the naturalist with a patient stare. Was it a man in a university, or was it the first man God put on the earth walking among them? His children carry that right forward. You can dress it up in Latin if it pleases you, but the name was spoken before the ink was ever invented to write it down. That is a far too literal reading of the Mosaic account. I've never read much, the old man said without apology. What reading I've done. I did for one book alone, because that book speaks plain, speaks to the bone of what a man feels, what a man knows. You want to debate whether those animals were literally in a garden once. He swept one hand out toward the open plain. Look around you. The garden of the Lord was always the wilderness. It was the forest, the open ground. The fruit is here, the birds sing here, and no man's so-called civilization has improved 1 inch of it. Paul was already grinning. Now, the old man said, his voice dropping, sharpened to a point, watch. The herd came over the far roll of the plain like a slow avalanche. First the outriders, massive solitary bulls running wide flanks, then the columns, filing through the grass in dark rivers, and then the mass itself. Thousands of animals. The dung-colored prairie disappeared beneath them. Dust rose in pillars from the center where bulls fought and churned the earth with their horns. The bellowing was immense and continuous, rolling across the flatland like something geological. The group fell silent. Even Battius forgot to speak. There was nothing to say. The old man was the first to break it. He'd seen this before many times and it moved him still, but with the measured appreciation of a man who has long understood what he's looking at. 10,000 head running free, he said quietly. No owner but the Lord who made them. Tell me what governor in any of the states can walk into his pasture and slaughter anything half as fine. And when he sits down to his table, does his beef taste as good as meat earned by honest work, taken clean from what God laid out in front of you? Not if there's hump on the fire, Paul said without hesitation. There it is, the old man nodded. The boy who works for his supper knows the truth of it. Then his eyes sharpened. Herds angling this way. The words came flat and quick, all commentary stripped away. We need to move now. If we stay hidden and that column hits this thicket, they'll run straight through us. Every one of us gets trampled. He was already turning, already moving with the careful economy of a man who doesn't waste motion. Get the women to the far side of the brush, post the doctor's animal in the center. The rest of us take position at the front, we show ourselves, we stand our ground, and we try to split the column before it reaches cover. They moved fast. Inez and Ellen were placed deep in the thicket on the lee side, away from the approach. The doctor's long-eared mule Asinus was tethered in the center, trembling and wide-eyed. The old man took position at the leading edge of the brush with Middleton and Paul flanking him, 5 yards between each man, a thin line of 3 human beings standing in the open face of what was coming. The lead bulls were close enough now to see their eyes, small, dark, and glazed with blind panic. The mass behind them pressed forward with the indifference of water finding a low point. The sound was no longer just sound. It moved through the chest wall, it shortened breath. Middleton's hand went to his rifle. His eyes cut sideways to the thicket where Inez was hidden. He thought about running, dismissed it. A frightened bison at full run covered ground faster than any man alive. He tightened his grip and held his ground. Badius had stopped functioning. Standing frozen at the edge of the brush, his mind had come apart under the pressure of the spectacle. The dark mass in front of him had ceased to be a buffalo herd. In some unraveling corridor of his imagination, he was watching every creature he had ever catalogued, every specimen he had pinned, dissected, or preserved in spirits, converging on him for reckoning. He could not run, he could not speak. Somewhere in the locked machinery of his academic mind, he began absurdly attempting to classify them by genus. Paul was shouting, nobody heard him. His voice was swallowed whole by 10,000 animals in full flight. He spun toward the old man, face red, veins standing in his neck. Do something, he bellowed, or we get buried under the whole damned herd. The old man had been watching the whole time, still as stone, rifle up now. Leveled at the lead bull, a massive animal with a head like a boulder, horns slick with morning damp, he fired. The ball struck the animal square between the horns. The bull went to his knees. For one suspended second the column hesitated, then the bull shook his great head, rose, and came on faster. No time, no second shot. The old man dropped the rifle in the grass and stepped out from cover with his bare hands raised. He walked straight into the face of the herd. There is something in a man who does not flinch, something that registers in the animal brain, prey or predator, as a signal that does not belong to the normal order of things. The lead bulls faltered. Hooves bit earth as they checked their speed. The column buckled, rear animals piling into front ones, a churning mass of bodies stacking up in confusion. For 3 seconds, the whole leading edge of the herd rolled and floundered. Then a bellow from deep within the mass hit like a physical blow. And they surged forward again. Middleton and Paul stepped out beside the old man. 3 figures, arms spread, planted in the open ground. The column divided, not cleanly, not easily. It ground against them like a river against bridge pylons, but it divided, the dark stream splitting left and right around the thin human barrier, the thicket just barely out of reach. The pressure built. The dust came down thick as fog. Through the brown haze, shapes loomed and disappeared. The 3 men shuffled back, ceding ground by inches, holding the split as long as muscle and nerve allowed. A bull broke through on the left, brushed Middleton's shoulder hard enough to spin him, and crashed into the thicket at full speed. Down, the old man shouted. Flat on the ground, 100 more will follow him straight through. Then Asinus opened his mouth. The sound that came out of that animal was not a sound that belonged on a battlefield. It was ancient, ugly, rising and falling with a quality that had no precedent in the sonic vocabulary of a buffalo. It split the air above the herd noise like a blade. Every animal within earshot of the thicket stopped. Then they ran from it. The herd unraveled at its center with terrifying speed. Every bull that had been driving toward the cover was now driving away from it, the panic transmitting backward through the column in waves, each animal fleeing something it couldn't name and didn't need to. Within 90 seconds, the plain was dividing. two dark rivers flowing obliquely away from the thicket on either side, merging again a mile distant, the thunder fading. The dust began to settle. The old man picked up his rifle, began reloading with unhurried hands, and let the laughter move through him in the quiet way it always did, no sound, just the shaking of his shoulders and the deep lines crinkling at the corners of his eyes. "There they go," he said, ramming the charge home. "Tails between their legs, the ones in the back who didn't hear it, they'll convince themselves they did, and if we need the herd moved again, we know where the instrument is." Paul doubled over beside him, hands on knees, laughing hard enough to lose breath. Balaam's ass finally spoke. He managed between gasps, and Balaam himself never said a word. Batius had not moved. The old man turned to look at him. The naturalist stood exactly where he had been standing during the entire event, rooted to the ground, eyes forward, face the color of old candle wax. "Well, friend," the old man said pleasantly, "you make your living cataloging the creatures of the earth. How do you feel about a simple herd of buffalo now?" "Nothing." Paul jabbed the man's arm. Batius blinked. His lungs reinflated slowly like bellows worked by a reluctant hand. His mouth opened. "Boves Americani horridi," the naturalist said with tremendous gravity. "Then nothing more." The old man shrugged. "Horrid enough, I'll grant him that, though if he thinks that was something, he ought to meet a grizzly bear at close range someday. I could tell him about the falls of the Miss." He stopped. His eyes had moved past the settling dust to the far edge of the plain where the tail end of the herd still pushed south. His voice dropped to a different register, flat and careful. "There are riders out there." Middleton and Paul came up beside him. Through the thinning dust, a group of horsemen moved in tight circles around a massive bull that stood alone and bloodied on the open ground, too damaged to run, too stubborn to fall. Arrows jutted from its flanks like a porcupine's quills. As they watched, one rider drove forward with a lance, put it through the animal cleanly, and the bull went down with a roar that carried across the plain like a final statement. "The Pawnee knew exactly what he was doing," the old man said, watching the riders. "Going downwind, circling wide, running ahead of the herd to bring his people in on the flank." He fell quiet, studying. His eyes moved from rider to rider with the slow precision of a man reading a page, then something changed in his face. "Those aren't Pawnees." The words came out low and deliberate. "Look at the feathers, owl feathers, wing and tail both." He pulled back from the thicket's edge without taking his eyes off the riders. "Sioux, it's a Sioux war band, a beat, back, everyone back into the cover, right now, quietly." They moved without argument. Middleton was already turning, his eyes going first to Inez, confirming she was there, hidden safe. Paul had Batius by the arm and was pulling him bodily toward the deeper brush. The old man came last, backing in with measured steps. Facing outward until the brush closed around him, he let out a slow breath. "They've lost the squatter's trail," he said, keeping his voice barely above the rustle of grass. "These buffalo crossed their path and they followed. Now they've worked their way close enough to spot Ishmael's camp on that hill." He looked at each face in turn. "You understand what that means. We have the squatter on one side, a Sioux war band on the other. Pawnees somewhere in the grass between all of us, and 4 people who need to get out of this country alive." He pressed one finger thoughtfully against his cheek. "If I could set the Sioux and the squatter's people at each other's throats," he let the thought breathe for a moment. "We come in behind it when the smoke clears and we walk. 4 strong men can do it." "4, Paul said." The old man glanced at him. "I count 3. Paul pointed at Batius. The old man looked at the naturalist, still standing with the expression of a man who has witnessed something that rewired him permanently, and said nothing for a moment. "Every column needs its dead weight," he said without rancor. Then sharper, "That animal needs to be killed." Batius came back to life with the speed of a man who has been struck. "Kill Asinus." That would be an act of pure and needless cruelty. It would be crueler to watch a bullet find your spine because the mule announced our position to 50 Sioux warriors, the old man said flatly. A trumpet would be quieter. If that animal makes that sound again while those riders are within earshot, every one of us is stripped of everything we own and likely more than that. Asinus is intelligent, disciplined, and well-tempered. "I once crossed bad country with a man who couldn't stop singing," the old man said. "Fine human throat on him. Nearly got us both killed more times than I care to remember. That was in your grandfather's time, Captain, if you'll recall the business I mean, but the man at least had the sense to know when to stop." He looked at the mule with finality. "Kill it. There's a clean argument in that," Paul said. "Music is noise regardless of its source." "I vote with the old man." Battius looked between them, to Paul's hard face, to the old man's patient certainty, and something in him conceded. "Do not kill him," he said quietly. "I ask you, we have traveled far together." He didn't say anything else. He didn't need to. The old man understood loss. He had buried enough of it. "Bind his jaws," the old man said. "That halter will do. Tie it tight." He looked at the naturalist steadily. "The animal lives." But he stays silent. Paul had the muzzle bound in under a minute. The old man moved back to the edge of the thicket and looked out. The plain was quiet. The herd was a dark smear on the southern horizon. The dust had blown clear. Where 10 minutes ago there had been chaos, 10,000 animals, sound like the end of things, dirt so thick a man couldn't see his hand, there was now open, empty grass, clear sight lines in every direction. The Sioux had pulled off the carcass. Most of the band was ranging wide, pushing along the trail of the herd, looking for easy kills. A dozen warriors remained around the dead bull, working it, while vultures stacked themselves in patient columns overhead and waited. The old man's eyes moved methodically through the group, rider to rider, checking faces, checking equipment, checking posture and direction of travel. He stopped on one. "There's Wucha," he said almost to himself. He watched for another moment, then went still. 2 riders had broken off from the group and were moving toward a specific point in the grass, a place the old man recognized, a place where certain evidence had been left in the earth that no trained eye would miss. The 2 men pulled up their horses and sat looking down. Then the sound came, a long, keening cry, raw and piteous, that lifted off the plain and hung in the clear air. Not a war cry, something older than that, something that summoned. Within seconds, every rider in the band was converging on that spot in the grass. The old man watched them come together around the evidence of what had happened there, the same evidence the hounds had already read, the same broken ground that told its story plainly to anyone with eyes trained to look. He said nothing for a moment. Then he turned from the thicket's edge, settled his rifle across his arm, and looked at the group assembled in the brush behind him. "It begins," he said simply. Chapter 20, Trail of Blood. The trapper's eyes found Maudori before anyone else did. The Sioux war chief was the last to answer Wucha's frantic summons, arriving at a deliberate pace that communicated everything about where power resided in this band. He dismounted in a single fluid motion and crouched low over the trail, reading the ground the way a man reads a map. His warriors held position around him. Statues. Not one of them fidgeted. Not one spoke out of turn. Only the senior men exchanged glances, and even that was brief. These were not reservation police. These were fighters, and the old man recognized the breed. He'd seen it in 100 pairs of eyes across 60 years of hard country. Maudori moved along the blood trail with the patience of a man who understood that the ground never lied. He studied each dark stain in the dirt, each broken stem, each pressed boot print. Then he straightened and pointed his band toward the thicket. They came forward as one. The old man turned back into the shadows of the brush and kept his voice low enough that it wouldn't carry 20 feet. "They're coming, all of them." He let that land. "Now, do we fight or do we talk our way clear?" Paul's jaw set hard. "We fight." The doctor shook his head with equal conviction. "Absolutely not. We negotiate. This is madness." Middleton looked at both of them and made the call because someone had to. The arithmetic was simple and brutal. Counting heads against a Sioux warband on open ground ended one way. "We talk," he said, "and we do it smart." The trapper had already been listening. He nodded once slowly, the way a man does when he hears something that confirms what he already knew. "That's reason talking," he said. "What a man can't break through, he goes around. It's why we outlast the buffalo and outrun the moose." He shouldered his rifle and looked at each of them in turn. "Stay here, stay quiet, stay low." A pause. "My old bones aren't worth much against what's out there, but I know how these men think. I'll pull their eyes off this brush and give you room to run." Nobody argued. There was nothing to argue with. He pushed through the thicket at an angle, emerging onto the open prairie at a point well clear of the brush line, making it look as though he'd come from the flat ground itself, as if he'd simply materialized from the grass. The effect on the Sioux was immediate and controlled. No panic, no shouting, just a ripple of awareness moving through the band like wind across still water. The warriors' hands went to weapons, then stilled. They couldn't be certain where he'd come from, and that uncertainty was all the old man needed. He kept walking. When they saw his face clearly, saw the deep burned red-brown of a white man tanned to near leather by decades of open sky, the band pulled back to a distance that put them well outside accurate rifle range. They knew what a long rifle could do. They respected it the way you respect a rattlesnake. You didn't underestimate it. You gave it room. The old man stopped. He laid his rifle barrel first in the dirt at his feet. He raised his right hand, palm out. His hound growled low beside him. He spoke a sharp word to the dog without looking at it, then he called out in Sioux. "My brothers are far from home," he said, and the words carried easy and clear across the dry air. "They are hungry from the trail, come to my lodge, eat, sleep." The shout that answered him from a dozen throats told him what he needed to know. They recognized him. He'd been seen before out here. Known in the way that men with long memories and wide ranges know each other. Too late to retreat now. He walked forward and used the noise and movement of Wucha's excited explanation to close the distance until he stood face to face with Marjorie. Neither man spoke for nearly a full minute. They studied each other the way two wolves circle before deciding whether to fight or walk away. The chief's eyes were dark and still and completely without fear. He was looking for something in the old man's face, something that would betray him. He found nothing. "Where are the rest of your people?" Marjorie said. His voice was flat, controlled, the voice of a man accustomed to being answered. The old man didn't blink. "The Long Knives don't run trap lines in groups. I work alone. Your hair is white, your tongue is split." Marjorie held the stare. "I have been in your camp. I know you are not alone. The young woman, the warrior I found on the grass, where are they?" "I have no wife. That woman and her man are strangers to me." "I've said it before and I'll say it plain again. The Dakatas found travelers sleeping and helped themselves to their horses. Pale-faced women and children aren't built for long walks. Go look for them where you left them." Something ignited behind Marjorie's eyes, not rage, colder than that. "They are gone," he said, but Marjorie sees far. The old man looked out across the empty flats and let the silence do its work. "I'm old and my eyes are failing. Show me these men you see." The chief said nothing. He wasn't going to debate facts he already knew to be true. Instead, he looked down at the blood trail on the ground, and when he looked up again, his expression had shifted just slightly toward something resembling patience. "My father has seen many winters," he said. "Can he tell me what made this trail? Wolves, buffalo, maybe a mountain lion?" Marjorie's eyes moved to the thicket. He held the look for a moment, then spoke to 4 of his younger warriors without looking at them. They wheeled their horses and drove them hard toward the brush, circling the thicket twice, then 3 times, each pass tighter than the last, reading the edges of the cover. They came back and reported it empty. The chief's face revealed nothing. He touched his horse's neck gently, handed the jaw-rope to a young man nearby, and took the trapper by the arm, moving him a few steps away from the band. When he spoke again, his voice had shifted to something almost collegial, 2 experienced men talking. "Has my brother been a warrior?" The old man almost smiled. "Do leaves cover the trees when the fruit comes? Go ask the Dakatas. I have seen more warriors lying in their blood than you have living in your camps." He switched briefly to English, as if the language itself carried the weight of what he meant. "But what good is remembering when the legs go stiff and the eyes cloud over?" Marjorie studied him for a long moment, measuring. Then he reached out and laid the old man's hand against his own head. Respect, the gesture of one experienced man acknowledging another. "Then why do the Long Knives tell their red brothers to put down the tomahawk?" Marjorie said, "while their own young men never stop finding reasons to bloody their hands." "My people are as many as the buffalo and the passenger pigeon. They fight amongst themselves. But the ones who go to war are chosen men. That's why they fight so hard when they do." Marjorie shook his head slowly, a slight smile. "The Long Knives all want to be warriors. They would leave the red man to dig roots and plant corn. But a Dakata is not made to live like a woman. He must strike the Pawnee in the Omaha, or he has forgotten his father's name. The Master of Life looks with open eyes on men who die in a righteous fight," the old man said. "But he is blind and deaf to the man who is killed for what doesn't belong to him." The chief looked at him with a thin, ironic expression that was sharper than it appeared. "My father is very old. Has he made the long journey to the spirit country and come back to tell the young men what he saw there?" The trapper's hand came down and struck the butt of his rifle against the earth hard enough to feel it through the ground. "I have known men among my own people," he said, his voice level and utterly without heat, "who read their books until they decided they were gods and laughed at everything they couldn't measure. I have seen them. When a man lives packed inside walls with nothing but his own thoughts for company, maybe he can convince himself he is greater than the Creator. But a warrior who sleeps under open sky, who watches the seasons turn and the storms build and the herds move across the grass, that man has seen enough to know he is not the largest thing alive." He held the chief's gaze. A Dakota chief ought to know better than to laugh at justice. Marjorie recognized when ground had shifted beneath a conversation. He changed course without showing it. He laid his hand on the old man's shoulder and walked him forward until they stood within 50 feet of the thicket's edge. Then he fixed the trapper with those dark, reading eyes. If my father has hidden men in the brush, tell them to come out. A Dakota is not afraid. Madori is a great chief. A man whose hair has gone white and who stands near the door of the spirit world cannot have a tongue that runs two directions like a snake. Dakota, the old man met the look without flinching. Since the day the Great Spirit made me a man, I have lived in the woods and on these open plains without lodge or family. I am a hunter. My path runs alone. Then let my father point his rifle into that brush and fire. The old man understood exactly what was being asked and exactly what it cost him to comply. He stood for a moment, still as the flat horizon behind them, then slowly raised the long rifle and looked down the barrel at the thicket. His old eyes worked through the layered shadow, the tangle of branch and leaf and color, hunting for something that would not be a man. A trunk, a pale strip of bark on a thin tree. Barely visible in the mess of green and brown, he found it. He fired. The report rolled flat and hard across the prairie. The seconds after it were the longest of the morning. Then the smoke ribboned away on the wind, and he saw the pale bark jumping and torn exactly where he'd aimed, and the thicket held its silence, and he breathed again. He lowered the rifle and turned back to Madori with a face that showed nothing. Is my brother satisfied? The chief touched his own chest. Madori knows that a warrior who has sat at many council fires until his hair went white would not be found in bad company. A pause. But did my father not once ride a horse as a man of standing rides rather than walk the ground like a starving Kanza? Never. I was given legs and the will to use them. For 60 years I walked the eastern forests, and 10 years I have walked these plains. I have never needed another creature to carry me. If my father has lived so long in the shade of the trees, why has he come to the open grass? The sun will burn him. The old man was quiet for a moment. When he spoke, there was something in his voice that hadn't been there before, not weakness, something older than that. I spent my spring and summer and autumn in the timber, he said. When winter came for me, I was where I wanted to be, in the quiet of the deep woods, honest country. He paused. I could look up through the pines at night, and the way to the Creator was right there above me, open and clear. If I needed to speak to him, the door was in front of my face. He stopped, worked through it. Then the axes came, the choppers, season after season, nothing but the sound of trees falling and stumps burning and the woods being cut back like a wound. I bore it as long as I had reason to bear it. When that reason was gone, I thought about these empty plains I had heard about, country no one had ruined yet, so I came. He looked at the chief with a strange, weathered mix of satisfaction and grief. Was that not wisdom? He put one long finger on the chief's bare shoulder as he asked it, the gesture of one honest man to another. Madori held the question in his mind, then answered in the deliberate way of a man who chooses his words before spending them. The head of my father is very gray. He has lived among men and seen everything. What he does is good, what he says is true. A beat. Now, is he certain he does not know the long knives who are searching these prairies for their lost animals? Dakota, what I have told you is the truth. I live alone. I do not ride with white men who, the bushes behind him opened. All of them came through at once. Middleton first, one hand steadying Inez, his eyes moving across the Sioux band the way a soldier's eyes move. Counting and calculating. Paul behind them, his free hand keeping Ellen close, his expression carrying none of Paul's usual lightness, just the flat, hard look of a man ready for whatever came next. The doctor stumbled out last, his mule Asinus pushing forward with more enthusiasm than its owner, both of them blinking in the open light. The silence that followed was absolute. Madori did not move, did not react. His face remained exactly as it had been. But his eyes tracked across each figure with the speed and precision of a man processing information he had not expected and was now using. He looked at Inez the longest. The look was not what the old man had feared. It was something closer to reverence, as if he had seen something he had no category for. Then it shifted to Ellen briefly and with more familiar interest, and then moved across the rest of them, counting, measuring, filing. He said nothing. Instead, he raised one hand and the band came together and tightened around them all, quick and efficient, without drama. Then the trapper saw what he had been afraid of seeing. Coming around the far edge of the thicket, spread across the prairie in the moving formation of men who meant to close distance, was the squatter's family. Ishmael Bush's people, those capable of carrying a rifle, were carrying one. They had read the trail or seen the Sioux or both, and they were coming with the intention of settling accounts. 3 groups now stood on the open grass under the flat white sky. Madori's warriors on their high ground, Middleton's small party in the middle, Ishmael's people approaching from the far side. The Sioux chief turned his eyes on the old man. The look was somewhere between contempt and cold amusement. The long knives are fools, Madori said. You cannot catch the mountain lion sleeping, and you cannot find a blind Dakota. Did the white hare think he could ride a Sioux horse? The old man understood what had happened instantly. Middleton had seen the squatter on the back trail and taken his chances with the Sioux rather than face Ishmael on ground where there was no cover and no leverage. The old man didn't blame him. It was the right call, but it collapsed every card he'd been holding. He turned to face the chief directly. Has my brother ever taken the war road against my people? Something moved behind Maudori's eyes. The hostility shifted, not far but enough. What nation has not felt the Dakota hand? He swept his arm in a full circle. Maudori leads them all, and when he met the Long Knives, the old man said carefully, were they women or were they men? The war chief pulled back the light robe from his chest. A bayonet scar ran across it, pale and thick and old. The kind that closes crooked because it was stitched in bad conditions by someone without the proper tools. It was given, Maudori said, as it was taken, face to face. That is enough. A brave chief should also be a wise one. The old man turned the chief's gaze toward Inez with a slight tilt of his head. Look at her. Does she look like the soldier who put that mark on your chest? Is that what you are fighting? The Teton studied Inez for a long moment, then Ellen. Then the full party. My tongue has not been forked, the old man continued. The Long Knives do not send their women to the fight. Smoke with them, Dakota. That is the wise path. Maudori was still for 3 full seconds. Maudori is a great chief, he said at last. He placed his hand flat against his chest. The Long Knives are welcome. My young men's arrows stay in the quiver. The old man turned and brought Middleton forward. The two groups came together on the high ground with the careful, deliberate greetings of men who were not enemies yet and intended to keep it that way. But Maudori's eyes never fully left the squatter's party, moving slowly across the flat ground below. The old man could read the calculation happening behind those dark eyes as clearly as he could read the trail on the ground. He pulled Middleton and Paul close and spoke low and fast. The way you speak when time is the one thing you cannot buy back. Ishmael is working himself up to it, he said. Once his blood is hot, he won't stop, and an open fight out here between bordermen and this band with us in the middle ends badly for everyone we care about. Middleton nodded. Paul said nothing, but his eyes showed he understood. The old man straightened and addressed Maudori again. Does the great Dakota know every man in his band? Does he know if all of them are men of standing? The chief's gaze drifted, almost involuntarily, to Wucha. He said, the master of life makes chiefs and warriors and women. He also makes pale faces who are worthless and hungry for trouble. Those are the men coming toward us now. He let that sit for a moment. Their horses are gone, but their powder and ball and trade goods are not. They left them. A sharp light appeared in Maudori's eyes. Do they carry their goods in their hands like beggar Kanzas, or do they leave them somewhere like men who know where to find what they lose? The old man pointed toward the distant horizon. You see that dark line against the sky? The sun is sitting on it for the last time today. Maudori is not a mole. That is a rock. The long knife goods are on it. The chief's expression didn't change, but something behind it did. He looked at the old man the way a man looks when he is deciding whether to trust what he's hearing. Then he looked at Ishmael's party, counting them again. One warrior is missing from their number, he said. Look for the buzzards, the old man said. That is his marker. Did my brother find blood on the prairie? It was his. Maudori turned away from him without another word. When he turned back, his decision was already made and showing in the set of his shoulders. Put your women on Dakota horses, he said. Our eyes are open. The old man did not waste a syllable on ceremony. He turned and gave it to them plain. Paul was up immediately. Ellen settled behind him before the horse had stopped moving. Middleton took longer, making certain Inez was secure and comfortable in the saddle, checking the rigging with the focused attention of a man who had decided this one thing would be done right regardless of what was happening around him. Maudori moved to the horse he had assigned for this purpose, his own, and put his hand on the animal to mount. Middleton was there before him and took the reins. Their eyes met. Neither man moved. No one else rides with her, Middleton said, flat, certain. The chief didn't understand the words but understood everything. The Dakota will be too late, the old man said quietly into Maudori's ear. Look, the long knives are frightened. They will run and you will lose the rock. The chief stepped back from the horse without haste and without any indication that he had yielded anything at all. He took a different mount in a single step and pointed a younger warrior to see to the trapper. The doctor and his mule sorted themselves out with their usual combination of determination and chaos. Within moments that should have taken far longer, every person was mounted and the band was ready. Maori raised his hand. The best-mounted warriors pushed out front and angled toward Ishmael's group in a movement that looked like the opening of an assault. The squatters' men halted in their tracks and brought their rifles up. They were willing, they were always willing, but the Sioux never came within range. They swept in a long arc around the squatters' party, tight enough to keep every rifle in Ishmael's hands tracking and guessing, wide enough to stay beyond where those rifles could speak with any authority. One full half circle, keeping the bordermen turning, watching, waiting for the strike that kept not coming. Then Maori let out a single sharp cry. The band came around and drove hard across the open prairie, pointing straight at the distant rock like an arrow finding its target, riding flat and fast with the kind of horsemanship that comes from a life spent on the grass. Behind them, Ishmael's men stood watching. Ahead, the rock waited. The prairie swallowed the sound of hoofbeats, and the sky above was enormous and indifferent, and the old man rode with the rest of them and said nothing, because everything that needed saying had already been said. Chapter 21. Prairie pursuit unleashed. The borderer's volley cracked across the open ground the instant Maori's intentions became clear. Smoke and noise, nothing more. The range was wrong, the fleeing horsemen already swallowed by distance. Maori answered them with a war cry that split the air. He wheeled his horse in a hard arc, carabine raised overhead, and rode a wide circle across the plain. His chosen warriors followed in tight formation behind him, a deliberate display of contempt for men who couldn't hit what they were shooting at. Then they folded seamlessly into the rear of the main column, the maneuver clean and practiced. Ishmael kept firing anyway, each shot a little more desperate than the last, the horses pulling steadily away, his men running hard on foot behind them, legs churning through the grass, eating ground with a stubbornness that defied reason. He finally quit the pursuit when the futility of it sank in past his rage. He fired at intervals after that, signaling back to the wagons to Esther, who held the rock with what passed for a garrison. Ahead, the butt materialized out of the darkening sky, a blue-gray smear of stone rising from the prairie like something the earth had pushed up and forgotten. Evening mist was bleeding in from the east, dissolving the horizon, swallowing landmarks whole. The rock faded into it. Maori didn't slow or waver. He rode point with the certainty of a man who didn't need to see his destination to find it. He did ease the pace. The horses were spent. The old trapper pulled alongside Middleton and kept his eyes forward. When he spoke English, his voice low and flat. "This is about to go bad. I don't intend to be part of it." "We can't go back," Middleton said. "The men behind us are worse than the men ahead." "I'm not talking about going back. Keep your hand on that horse's mane like you're admiring the braiding. Look at it, don't look at me." He waited until Middleton had done it. "These Tetons, they watch everything, every twitch, every blink. Give them nothing to read. Can you do that?" Middleton steadied himself. He thought of Inez, of the way Maori had looked at her, the flat, possessive appraisal of a man already calculating what he intended to take. That alone was enough to sharpen his focus to a razor edge. "Good," the trapper said. "Now listen, when the night is deep enough we go. My dog Hector will give 3 signals. First whine means get ready. Second means move to the edge of the group. Third means ride. Don't rush the first 2, rush the third, understand? Yes, when I say not before, and don't work that horse too hard between now and then. A blown animal is a dead man's animal." He drifted away from Middleton as naturally as smoke, edging through the riders in the dimming light until he found Paul. He gave him the same information in the same measured tone. Paul took it the way a man takes news he's been waiting for, jaw tight, eyes forward, already halfway committed. The trapper moved again. He worked toward the rear of the column, scanning for the naturalist. He found Badius toward the back, riding that peculiar ass of his at a cautious trot. The doctor had spent the worst of the shooting tucked deep inside the Sioux formation, using other men's bodies as cover. Now that the danger had passed, his own nerves had steadied and the animals had not. Between the two of them they drifted to the rear guard without intending to. The trapper came up alongside him. "Tell me something," he said quietly. "How do you feel about the next dozen years? Shaved head, painted face, 2 or 3 Sioux wives." Badius stared at him. "That is not remotely acceptable. I have no inclination toward matrimony under any circumstances, and certainly none toward the commingling of—" "Stop talking," the trapper said. "I'm not asking your preferences. I'm telling you your future if you stay inside that village once we reach it. They'll call you a great medicine man, give you wives, give you a name. You'll never see your specimens again except as kindling." The doctor's hair seemed to rise of its own accord. "This is unconscionable. It is what it is. The question is whether you're willing to ride hard to avoid it. Badius looked around. The riders hemmed him in on every side, dark shapes barely distinguishable from the darkness pooling across the flats. They seemed to his agitated mind suddenly innumerable. The timing is not yet favorable, he said, with a scholar's reflex for deliberation. I must assess my options before committing to a course of action. The trapper looked at him for a moment with something close to pity. Resolution, he said. That's a word men use in towns. On the prairie it's a thing you either have or you don't. He let it sit there, then he turned and rode back toward the main body. He found a warrior from the rear guard and pulled alongside him. Does my brother recognize the creature that paleface rides? He inclined his head toward Badius and the ass. The warrior looked, said nothing. But he looked longer than a man looks at something ordinary. The trapper understood the silence. Mules and asses were known to some of the southern tribes, the ones who traded near the Spanish settlements. This far north, above the Platte, they were a different matter entirely. The animal was strange, and this warrior, like all his brothers in the band, had catalogued every detail of every stranger in this party since the first moment of contact. Height, dress, the color of their eyes, the set of their shoulders, what they carried and how they carried it. He'd been studying Badius for hours. The ass had bothered him since the beginning and he hadn't known why. Does my brother think that rider is a warrior? The trapper asked. The flash of contempt across the warrior's face was visible even in starlight. Is a Dakota a fool? They are a wise people. I am only surprised they have not recognized the great medicine man of the long knives before now. The warrior went completely still. Wog, I do not speak with a forked tongue. Look carefully. A great medicine, a man whose power the bad spirit guards personally. He let the words do their work. The Dakota people are wise enough not to breathe too close to such a man, not to touch his garments. The bad spirit is protective of those who belong to him. He said nothing more. He rode clear and waited. He didn't have to wait long. The warrior leaned toward the man beside him. That man leaned toward the next. One by one, the rear guard began pressing their heels in and moving forward, away from Badius, away from that strange, long-eared animal, away from whatever power the pale-face carried in his saddlebags. Within minutes, the naturalist rode in a pocket of clear space, the Sioux having redistributed themselves to other parts of the formation. One man remained. Wucha. He sat his horse and stared at Badius with the dull fixation of a man who didn't know enough to be afraid. The trapper rode to him. Has Wucha tasted the milk the long knife captain carries today? He asked quietly, as if sharing a confidence. Wucha's head swung toward him instantly, every other thought erased. The captain rides at the front of the column. He has a cow that never runs dry. It won't be long before he asks whether any of his Dakota brothers are thirsty. Wucha was moving before the sentence finished. His horse pushed forward into the dark mass of riders ahead. Gone. The trapper gave it 30 seconds. Then he brought his horse back alongside Badius. You see that star low in the north, about 4 rifle lengths above the grass line? I see it. It belongs to the constellation. It belongs to the north. That's all you need to know. The moment I ride ahead, you pull that animal back to a walk. Let the column move away from you. When you can't see them anymore, you turn toward that star and you ride. Straight line, don't stop, don't turn. Every yard of prairie between you and them is another day of freedom. He didn't wait for an answer. He moved forward, merging with the column. Badius sat alone. The Sioux rode at a hand gallop. They pulled away from him with a speed that was almost merciful. In seconds they were shapes, in seconds more shadows. He sat there a moment longer, heart hammering. One hand pressed against the saddlebag that held his notes and specimens, reassuring himself they were still there. Then he turned the ass north and kicked hard. Asinus did not share his master's sense of urgency, but urgency was applied repeatedly and with increasing desperation until the animal broke into something approaching a run. They dropped into a hollow, climbed the far side, and somewhere behind him, Badius heard what sounded like his own name called in English from a dozen Sioux throats. It was not his name. It was a yell of discovery, rage finding its voice across the open ground, but it was close enough. He kicked harder. Asinus reached a point where the indignity of the situation exceeded his tolerance. He communicated this clearly, both heels rising in a tight arc that launched Badius forward through the dark air. The doctor landed on prairie grass and lay there for a moment, blinking at stars. He got up, retrieved the specimen bag, made his peace with the animal. Then he resumed more carefully in the direction of the North Star. Up in the column, the trapper had taken his position near Modori's right side, close enough to watch, far enough not to suggest he was watching. The rock loomed out of the dark without warning. One moment nothing, the next. A black mass of stone and shadow pushing up from the flat earth. A murmur moved through the warriors. Then silence, the kind of silence a large group of men achieve only through iron discipline. The silence didn't last. From somewhere near the summit came a woman's voice, rough and fearless, carrying clean across the night air. "Who's there? Answer straight or don't answer at all. Sioux or devils, I don't care which, I'm not afraid of either." No one answered. The warriors had gone still. Dark shapes merged into the darkness of the plain. They were good at this. Most people didn't know how good. The trapper made his decision. He let his horse stand easy, dropped his chin slowly toward the animal's neck. His lips barely moved. "Hector, where are you, dog? Come on, boy, where is it?" The hound found his voice in a low whine, the sound of an animal that recognized his master's call and wanted badly to answer it fully. The trapper held that moment, measuring it. Then a hand closed around his throat. Wucha, back from wherever whiskey fantasies had sent him. His fingers tightened with the focused intent of a man who understood what suppressing sound required. The trapper didn't fight it. He let his body labor for breath naturally, and the rough sound of it drew one more response from Hector, a second whine, lower, unmistakable. Wucha released the trapper and moved toward the dog. Then Esther's voice came again from above. "Howl all you want. I know what you are, Phoebe, put the coal to it. Let your father and your brothers see they're needed." The beacon caught. It started as a single point of light at the rock's crown, sharp as a star, and then the brushwood pile underneath it erupted, a column of orange flame that uncoiled into the night sky and threw its light across 100 yards of open prairie in every direction. Laughter came from the height, the voices of women and children. The laughter of people who had just turned the dark inside out. The trapper looked. Middleton and Paul had already drifted apart from the group. He could see them in his peripheral vision, horses positioned, bodies taut, waiting. Hector crouched at his master's stirrup, unhurt. The Sioux guards were staring up at the rock with the stunned attention of men whose plan had just been lit on fire and displayed for public inspection. Then Esther rose fully into view above the rock's edge. Arms spread wide in pure triumph. Maudry moved. He went from stillness to full speed with the explosive efficiency of a man who'd made the decision before the moment arrived. He hit the top of the rock in seconds, one arm catching Esther and locking her down. 3 other warriors flowed over the summit behind him like water. The beacon's brand scattered outward through the air, tracing slow arcs of dying orange. The light died. The darkness that followed was complete. The Sioux yelled. All of them at once, a sound that raked across the prairie and swallowed everything beneath it. Hector howled. The trapper put a hand on Middleton's bridle and a hand on Paul's. He held both horses firm. "Walk," he said. 50 yards at a walk. Their ears work even when their eyes don't. Those 50 yards took 5 minutes that felt like 50. Every hoof fall registered. Every leather creak and bit jingle was a potential death sentence. But the Sioux were focused on the rock, on Maudry, on Esther, on whatever was unfolding in the dark up on that stone crown. The old man let out his grip slowly. Let the horses find their own pace. "Stay on the soft ground," he said quietly. "Muffle the sound as long as you can." The horses felt the loosened reins and responded the way good horses do. The prairie opened ahead of them, dark and featureless, the North Star steady above the grass line. They found the bottom of a long swale and crossed it, climbed the far side. And then the trapper said one thing more. "Give them their heads." They ran, flat out, horses stretched long and low, eating ground in great hungry strides, the grass hissing past in the dark. Behind them the rock shrank and faded, the shouting thinned, the fire was gone, ahead the star, fixed, patient, pointing north like it had been placed there for exactly this purpose. They rode toward it the way a ship's captain rides a light through darkness toward harbor, with everything they had and no intention of stopping. Chapter 22. No ground for rest. The silence behind them was absolute. No gunfire, no war cries, nothing. Just the low moan of wind moving across an ocean of grass and the rhythmic percussion of hooves against packed earth. The trapper rode with his head half-turned, listening the way an old wolf listens, not just with his ears but with something deeper, some faculty worn smooth by decades of hard use. He heard nothing that told him the Tetons and Ishmael's clan had finally torn into each other. The silence wasn't the good kind. The good kind of silence meant nothing was hunting you. He pushed the horses harder. They passed the hollow where Ishmael's family had camped that first night. The trapper looked at it once and said nothing. His companions had been riding with him long enough to understand what that meant. When a man like him went quiet, the situation was bad. Middleton finally pulled alongside him. "We've covered miles," he said. Inez and Ellen are exhausted, we need to stop. Then find your rest in the hereafter, the old man said without breaking stride, because stopping now is the same as dying, or worse, captivity. If I knew for certain those Tettons had already gone after the squatter, we'd have room to breathe, but I don't know that, not yet. And until I do, sleep is a luxury none of us can afford. I see no sign of pursuit. Middleton glanced back across the dark plain, empty. You may be overthinking this. The trapper reached out and gripped Middleton's arm. His fingers were like iron wrapped in old leather. Your grandfather, he said quietly, would not have said that to me. He knew better. In the days when my eyes were still sharp enough to thread a needle at 50 yards and my legs could carry me from sunup to dark without complaint, back in those days I was not a man who clung too hard to living. I knew what it was worth. I still do. Let the Tettons come, they won't find me begging. He released the arm, but they will find us if we stop. Middleton was quiet for a moment. Then he reached out and took the old man's hand before he could pull it back. Forgive me, I wasn't thinking about you. I was thinking about her. The trapper exhaled. Something in his face softened a degree. That's as it should be, he said. That's nature and it's right. Your grandfather would have done the same. He was quiet for a moment, and when he spoke again his voice had changed, lower, touched by something from far away. Lord, how many seasons have turned over this old head since we fought our way through those red Hurons up in the lakes. Those rugged hills of old York, many a fine buck dropped in those days, many a Mingo too. He glanced at Middleton. Did your grandfather, did the general, for I know he made general, did he ever tell you about the deer we took the night they drove us to the caves, how we ate and drank with hostiles not a stone's throw away? Every detail, Middleton said. He never forgot any of it. And the singer, the old man almost laughed, a real laugh. Brief and rough like gravel shifting, with that great open throat of his howling in the middle of a fight. That too, and the warrior behind the log, the man who went over the falls, the one in the tree. All of it, he told me all of it. 70 years, the trapper said, and the laughter faded. 70 years of forests and rivers and fighting, and I have never seen a man more cornered than that warrior. He knew exactly how it would end, and he did not speak. Did not cry out, did not give an inch of himself away. That was his nature, and he honored it to the last. He shook his head slowly. I have not forgotten it. Paul's voice cut through the dark from the rear. Hey, old man, my eyes are sharp enough in daylight, but starlight's another matter. What is that thing moving in the low ground ahead of us? Buffalo, stray horse. The whole party reined up. In the shallow depression below the next rise, something moved, slow, labored. The wrong shape for a man on horseback, but too large to be a dog. We go down, Middleton said. Whatever it is, there are enough of us. The trapper stared for a long moment, then made a sound that was almost a laugh and almost a curse. Can't be, he said. The thing is not possible. He stared another 2 seconds, and yet there it is. He put his horse forward at a trot. The shape resolved itself as they closed the distance, a man on foot, leading a donkey that was moving with the enthusiasm of a condemned prisoner. The doctor and his animal Asinus. You made remarkable time for a man on foot, the trapper called down. Obed looked up with an expression of profound relief undercut by profound suffering. Asinus is spent, he said. He has ceased to respond to encouragement or instruction. I confess I am somewhat concerned about the proximity of the Sioux. As well you should be. The trapper dismounted and walked a slow circle around the exhausted animal, reading it the way he'd read tracks in soft ground. You've run him into the ground, doctor, pushed him past what he was built for. He's done same as a hound that's been hunted to its limit. There's no shame in the animal. The shame's on the rider. The star you indicated appeared to require some urgency of approach, Obed said, with the dignity of a man defending an indefensible position. You thought you'd ride up to a fixed star. I sought the directional bearing. You rode a donkey to exhaustion chasing a point of light that will outlast this continent. The trapper turned to Middleton. We've got a problem. Either we leave him here, which I won't do, or we find cover and let the animal rest. There's no third option. Venerable friend, Obed began, his voice rising with genuine alarm. I appeal to every bond of shared humanity. Fear makes a man articulate, the trapper said dryly. We're not leaving you, but we need ground that'll hide us. The beast gets tethered in tall grass until morning. Paul shifted in the saddle, pulling Ellen closer to his side. You want to stake that animal out here and leave him. When the Sioux come through this country reading sign, they'll find a hobbled donkey in the grass and know exactly where we went. Stick him full of arrows first, the trapper said flatly. It's the cleaner option. Obed made a sound like a man who has been struck. Middleton stepped in. Tether him, hide him as well as you can. We keep moving and find cover. At first light we come back for him. The trapper pressed his lips together but said nothing more. The knife would have been more practical. But the doctor's anguish was real, and the old man had seen enough genuine suffering to know the difference. They hobbled the donkey in a low bed of dry grass where the ground dipped and the herbage stood tall enough to break his outline. Obed tied him with the tenderness of a man committing a child to a cold bed, and the party moved on. 20 miles, that was the tally the trapper carried in his head. 20 miles since they'd broken from the camp. He could see it in Inez's posture, the way her spine had lost its line, the way she braced against Middleton's arm. Ellen was harder but not immune. Even Paul was quieter than usual, which was its own kind of testimony. Only the old man rode as though the miles hadn't happened. What remained of the night was ahead of them. What was behind them was uncertain and armed. The trapper found what he was looking for at the edge of a broad, flat expanse where the grass grew tall and dense as marsh reeds, thick-stemmed, close-packed, chest high on a mounted man. He'd used ground like this before. Lay up inside it for days while war parties swept the open plain above. The savages had never found him. He pulled up at the margin and turned to face them. "We go in single file," he said. "Step where I step. Don't push the grass to either side. Let it come back behind you. Don't break stems if you can help it. A trail through here reads like a road to a man who knows how to look." He went first, on foot now, leading his horse, placing each step with a deliberateness that seemed almost ceremonial. The others fell in behind him and matched his discipline as best they could. 200 yards in, he stopped and directed Paul and Middleton forward while he turned back alone, retracing the entry, stopping to straighten bent stalks, to press heel marks back to level, to remove every sign of passage he could find by feel and habit in the dark. By the time he returned to the group, they had pushed nearly a mile into the grassland and found a natural clearing where the ground was slightly lower and the air was still. They cut and pulled grass by hand quietly, building a low bed for Inez and Ellen in the dark. No fire, no lantern. Paul produced dried meat from his saddlebag and they passed it without ceremony. The women ate a little and lay down. And within minutes the exhaustion that had been chasing them all night finally caught them and pulled them under. Middleton followed. Then Paul, with one hand resting near his rifle and Ellen's breathing soft beside him. That left the trapper and the doctor, sitting in the dark with cold bison meat and the wide silence of the prairie pressing in around them. The men of science and learning, Obed said quietly after a time, sacrifice themselves in service to all mankind. Were the world more aware of what we endure, we should be commemorated in silver and brass. The Bible speaks against that kind of thing, the trapper said. The Egyptians and the Greeks saw it differently. Great men were honored in permanent form, the human figure rendered in stone, in bronze, elevated beyond the perishable. Can your statues walk? Can they reason? Can they choose? The trapper looked at him sideways. I've been into the settlements to trade. I've seen the wax figures the vendors sell, dressed up dolls with painted eyes. Lifeless, wax dolls. Obed drew himself up. The models of antiquity are not wax dolls. Man's hand cannot improve on the Lord's, the old man said. That's the beginning and the end of it. Obed regrouped. He was a man who enjoyed a debate the way other men enjoyed drink. It steadied him, filled the space where fear lived. The antiquity of the old world, he tried again, is evidenced by its monuments. Egypt, Babylon, Rome, structures that have outlasted empires. Here, he gestured at the darkness around them, we find no such record, no proof that civilization rose and fell on this ground. And what does that tell you? The trapper asked. That this hemisphere is perhaps newer in its moral existence, less developed in its newer. The old man turned the word over like a bad coin. Every man who washed up on these shores with nothing but debt and hunger brings that word with him. New world, they say, as though the Lord built this land last Tuesday and set the grass to growing just ahead of their boots. He shook his head. I never shut my ears to scripture. I've sat in Delaware lodges through long winters and listened to the Moravians lay out the old histories, good men with good words. And even those old scriptures tell you that the finest ground this world ever carried, that blessed and fertile land, was stripped down to rock and dust by the people who worked it too hard and prayed too little. What makes this ground different? Egypt stands as proof. Egypt stands as proof of what men can build before they destroy themselves, and those buildings are still there because time is longer than pride. The trapper was quiet for a moment. Look around you, doctor. Where are the nations that hunted this ground before the nations that hunt it now? Gone. Where are their cities, their kings, their storehouses? He paused, gone like everything else, because the Lord made time and man made his monuments, and time is the stronger of the two. Obed opened his mouth and found nothing immediately available. I have watched a great oak stand for 1,000 years, the trapper continued, his voice low and even in the dark, carrying no heat now. Only the weight of a man saying plainly what he had observed. Grows wider and taller and grander than anything your chiseling men could copy in stone. Then the wind finds a crack in its bark. The rot moves in where the water has softened the grain, and it falls, lies there another 100 years rotting down to a mound of moss and dark earth. A good scout from the Sioux Nation could spend his whole life looking for the place where that tree stood and never find it. All that power and all that time and nothing left to mark the spot. He set down his meat. That is your monument, that is what lasts, and if it humbles a man to know it, then it is doing its proper work. Obed was quiet for a long while. Then, in the tone of a man who has been bested but cannot quite admit it, he began to advance a new position regarding the geological age of continents. The trapper met him there and turned him back, then there, and turned him back again. The argument moved through 6 territories without capturing any of them, and somewhere in the process the intellectual exertion worked on Obed the way hard labor works on a tired body. It burned off the last of his agitation, the fear images of Teton warriors and the particular horror of a man being ridden down in open grass, and left behind a clean exhaustion that was close enough to peace. By the time the trapper was ready to lay his head on his pack, Obed had talked himself into a sleep that held no nightmares. The old man lay back and looked up at the stars through the parted grass above him. The same stars that had been there when he was young. The same stars that had been there before any of them were born. He closed his eyes. The prairie breathed around them, slow and indifferent, the way it had always breathed and would continue to breathe long after they were all gone. Chapter 23. Flight before dawn. The old man's eyes snapped open in the gray pre-dawn before anyone else had even stirred. 70 years of sleeping light had wired something permanent into him. He rose without sound, scanning the horizon the way a hawk watches a field. The plain stretched out flat and endless in every direction, that particular shade of nothing that preceded first light. He moved through the camp, one hand on a shoulder here, a boot nudging a leg there. No words needed. His companions came up from sleep the way men do when they've learned that hesitation costs lives. Middleton went to Inez and Ellen. The old man and Paul worked the fire and the food, 15 minutes start to finish. They sat and ate in the gray silence of early morning, the kind of meal that had nothing to do with pleasure and everything to do with fuel. Once we're deep into Pawnee country, the old man said. Setting a cut of venison on a small horn trencher in front of Inez, the game gets better. Fatter buffalo, deer everywhere, we might even take a beaver, the tail's fine eating. Middleton looked up from his food. What's the plan once we've broken contact with the Sioux? Paul swallowed a mouthful and stretched his big frame. Best move would be to find a river and follow it downstream. Give me the right timber and a day's work. I'll build us a canoe that carries everyone but the mule. Ellen rides well enough, but 600 miles on horseback is a hard way to travel. A boat's easier and water leaves no trail. I wouldn't count on that, the old man said. I've seen Sioux read sign in places where I'd have sworn there was nothing to find. Inez had turned her face to the east, where the sky had begun to take on color. Something in it made her reach for her husband's hand. Look at it, she said quietly. The pleasure in her voice was real, unguarded, young. Tell me that isn't a promise of something better. Middleton looked. The sky to the east was burning, vivid reds bleeding into deep crimson, colors that pulsed and shifted against the dark. It's extraordinary, he said. The old man had gone still. He was already on his feet without anyone noticing the movement, his eyes fixed on that sky, reading it the way another man might read print. Something in his face had changed. The lines around his eyes tightened, his jaw set. Rising sun. He said it slowly, tasting the words, not liking them. That is not the rising sun. He turned a full circle, eyes working the horizon in quadrants. The prairie is on fire. Middleton grabbed Inez and pulled her against him. We ride now, move. Where? The old man's voice was flat, controlled. He put a hand up and Middleton stopped. You're standing in a sea of grass with no compass and no elevation. One wrong direction and we're all dead. Slow down and think. There's almost always time for that. Almost always, Paul said, but he wasn't laughing. He was looking out at the plain and the concern on his face was genuine. I'll tell you straight, old man, if this grass catches in full, a man had better have wings. I'm with Middleton, we ride. You're both wrong, no heat in it, just fact. A man isn't a horse, he doesn't run on instinct. He looks, he reads the situation, he decides. Follow me, there's a rise just west of here. He moved before anyone could argue further, and they followed because there was nothing else to do. The elevation was barely visible, a slight swelling in the plain that a man on horseback might have ridden over without registering. But the grass there was shorter, the ground harder beneath. The old man had seen it in the dark from 30 yards out. They broke down the surrounding grass until they had a sight line, and then they saw it. The fire had them ringed. It burned in a wide belt along the entire horizon, not wildfire spreading naturally but something deliberate, something set simultaneously at multiple points. Columns of smoke rolled upward and merged into a single dark mass. Beneath them, orange light pulsed and shifted, flaring bright when the wind pushed the flames forward, then dimming as the burn moved on and left scorched black earth behind. The smell of it reached them now, thick alkaline, the smell of everything burning. The old man worked the horizon methodically. His expression did not change, but his eyes said everything. "They didn't lose our trail," he said. "They never lost it. They've been running us like we run game. They lit the ring all at once, every point simultaneously. We're the island. They're the water. Then we ride through it," Middleton said. His voice was tight, controlled, but the anger underneath it was fighting for the surface. "We push hard, take the thinnest section, and go straight through. Through fire, on horses." The old man looked at him steadily. "And the Sioux are sitting outside that ring with weapons ready. Everything that runs out of the burn they take. So we do nothing, we stand here and burn." "I didn't say that." The old man turned to Paul. "You're a practical man, talk to him." Paul blew out a long breath. He looked at Ellen and then he looked at the fire. "Old man," he said carefully, "I am generally in favor of action and I know the woods well enough. But tell me I'm wrong if I am, because Ellen needs a plan that works, not one that just feels good." "Look for an opening," the old man said. "Any of you, scan the whole circumference and show me a gap and I'll lead us through it myself." They looked. All of them, the smoke was already thickening, massive gray-black columns rising and folding against each other. Where the fire burned lowest, the Sioux sat. There was no gap, there was no opening. "God," Middleton pulled Inez closer. She had stopped trembling. Her lips were moving slightly, and whatever she was saying, it seemed to be holding her steady. He looked at her face and felt something close to despair. "This resignation is useless," he said through his teeth. "We are men, we fight." Paul turned to the naturalist, who had been standing at the edge of the group with his tablets open, sketching the light patterns of the blaze with something close to academic interest. "Doctor," Paul said flatly, "I need you to have something useful to say." The naturalist looked up from his notes. Remarkable chromatic variance in the— Paul struck the tablets from his hands. The old man had made his decision. You could see it happen, the shift from a man considering options to a man executing a plan. "Stop." He cut off whatever argument was about to start between Paul and the naturalist. "Stop talking, we have work to do." "You've waited too long," Middleton said. "A quarter mile, the wind is pushing it toward us." "I don't care about the fire." The old man was already moving toward the edge of the grass ring. "The fire I can beat. It's the Sioux I need to think about." He stopped and looked back. "Clear the ground, everything where we're standing, pull it bare now. You think you can stop a prairie fire with bare hands?" The old man smiled just briefly. "Your grandfather would have followed orders and asked questions after." Middleton bent down and started pulling. Paul was already working. Ellen joined them without a word, and then Inez, stripping away the dry brown grass in fistfuls. And none of them fully understood why, but they understood that the old man had not been wrong yet, and the fire was coming whether they worked or not. They cleared a circle roughly 20 feet across. The old man brought the women to one side of it and told Middleton and Paul to cover their clothing with blankets. The light cotton fabric would catch a stray ember like kindling. Then the old man walked to the edge of their cleared circle, to where the standing grass began, dry as paper, and pressed close in every direction. He took a pinch of the driest material he could find and held it above the pan of his rifle. He touched off the flint. The spark caught. A small flame bloomed in his hand, and he lowered it deliberately into the base of the standing grass. It took in an instant. Fire moved through the grass the way water moves through a crack, following the path, finding purchase, spreading left and right as it fed. The old man walked backward to the center of the cleared ring and watched. "Fire fights fire," he said quietly. Middleton watched in disbelief as the flames spread outward from them in 3 directions, consuming everything they had not already cleared. The heat built and the sound built with it, a low continuous roar, and then the advancing burn from the Sioux ring met the blackened earth their small fire had already consumed and had nothing left to feed on. The big fire pushed to the edge of the scorched ground and stopped. The flames fell back, the heat moved with them. What remained was a cloud of dense gray smoke, and beneath it silence, black earth, safe ground. Middleton stared at the burned plain around them and found nothing to say. Paul shook his head slowly. I have tracked bees to their holes through worse country than most men will ever see, he said. I have never seen anything like that. It'll do, the old man said, and seemed already to have put it behind him. Get the horses ready. Give it half an hour for the ground to cool. Teton horses aren't shod, and there's no sense laming them at the start. Then we move. They waited. The naturalist recovered his tablets from the smoldering grass singed at the corners but intact and went back to his observations with undisturbed focus. The old man stood at the edge of the smoke and used the occasional gaps the wind opened to study the plain beyond. He watched for a long time. His eyes moved, stopped, moved again. Your eyes are younger than mine, he said finally without turning. East of us, look through the smoke when it lifts. Tell me if you see something bright, white or silver low along the ground. A river, Middleton asked. I thought I saw it earlier, lost it. He paused. We need it between us and them. That's the only margin that will matter. He was quiet for a moment, looking out at the changed country. The fire had stripped everything. The plain was black and bare in every direction, smoke still rising from a dozen points, and somewhere beyond it, unseen, the Sioux were repositioning. My father's house was east of here, the old man said. It was not directed at anyone, not this far east, a different kind of east. I walked from the door to the tree line before the sun was up and shot my first deer by mid-morning. You could do that then, nobody to ask permission of. Nobody to tell you it was their land. He paused. All of that is gone now. Towns and churches and farms stretched as far as a man could ride in a season. I watched it happen. Another pause. A man should not live long enough to watch everything he knew become a story. Is there something on the horizon? Middleton asked quietly. He had learned to let the old man return in his own time. Yes, the old man came back to himself cleanly, no dramatics. There is, let's move. He declined the offered horse and took his rifle in hand, pointing the doctor to his own saddle. 2 legs are faster when you know how to use them, he said, and if we walk into trouble, 1 man on a horse runs cleaner than 2. Paul opened his mouth. I'm 70 years old, the old man said. Let me do what I choose with what's left. No one argued. The bee hunter grinned despite himself and called them ready. They moved out across the blackened plain in single file, the old man on point, the horses picking their way carefully across the still warm earth. Smoke hung in the air around them, cutting visibility, muffling sound. Nothing smelled like anything except the burn. Watch east, the old man said without breaking stride. When the smoke opens, watch for water, silver, a moving line. We don't stop until we reach it. They moved through the smoke like ghosts. And the old man set the pace, and the only sounds were boots on black ground and the distant, diminishing roar of the fire that had failed to kill them. Half a mile in, he stopped. The carcass of a horse lay in a shallow depression ahead of them, or what had been a horse. The fire had done its work completely. Bones, a grinning skull, scorched hide pulled tight and cracked by the heat. The old man crouched over it, studying the ground. Iron, he said. He touched the remnant of a fitting. A buckle, something manufactured. This was Sioux riding a horse that had been taken with its tack, white man's gear. He read the ground around it, moving his eyes slowly. They tried to move him. See the churn marks here. The horse wouldn't go, froze in the fire. He stood. It happens. Where is the rider? Middleton asked. That's the question. The old man's eyes swept the area. He got free of the horse, at least. Beyond that, he stopped. Paul, what do you see? 20 yards right. Paul had already seen it. Another one. They moved to it. A second carcass, this one barely recognizable, lower to the ground, the shape wrong. That's not a horse, Paul said slowly. The old man stopped and looked down at it properly. He shook his head once, and there was something in the gesture that was almost embarrassed. No, he said. No, it is not. He pushed the toe of his boot against the edge of the hide, and it moved, not the rigid shift of something dead and stiffened, but a rolling, living response. The hide erupted. The warrior came up out of it like something released from a spring, fast, compact, the kind of movement that lives in muscle memory alone. He was on his feet and oriented before any of them had time to react. Dark eyes moving across the group with the rapid calculation of a man assessing threat and odds in the same instant. The old man was the only one who hadn't flinched. He stood 4 feet from the warrior and regarded him the way a man regards weather, as a fact to be dealt with, not a surprise to be alarmed by. The silence held. Chapter 24. Ghost in the grass. The night had no bottom to it, just black sky and the smell of charred grass. He was standing there again. The young Pawnee, same warrior they'd encountered before, materializing out of the burned prairie like something conjured from the smoke itself. Nobody moved, nobody spoke. The The two groups locked eyes across the darkness, and for a full minute nothing happened except breathing and the distant crackle of dying fire. The Indian didn't flinch. His eyes moved across each face in the group with the methodical patience of a man who had survived by seeing clearly and acting deliberately. He registered the men. He registered the old trapper. Then his gaze found Inez, and it stayed there, not predatory but transfixed, the way a man looks at something he has no category for. The doctor broke the silence first, blurting something in Latin that nobody needed to hear. "I," the old trapper said, reading the situation the way a man reads weather. The lad was in the grass. Fire caught him sleeping, lost his horse, and crawled inside a fresh buffalo hide to ride it out. He shook his head slowly, something like admiration in it. "That's not stupidity, that's thinking on your feet." He switched languages without pause, moving into Pawnee with the ease of a man who had spent decades at the seam between worlds. "My brother is welcome." The Tetons were smoking him out. Like a raccoon in a hollow tree, the young warrior's jaw tightened. His eyes swept the scorched ground around him, the terrain of his near death, and dismissed it. "A Teton is a dog," he said flatly. "When the Pawnee war cry reaches their ears, the whole nation runs. True enough, they are on our trail right now, and I'm glad to find a man with a tomahawk who hates them as much as I do." The trapper kept his voice level, transactional. "Will my brother lead my people to his village? If the Sioux follow us, my young men will fight beside him." The warrior studied them. The men he assessed quickly. The women took longer. His eyes kept returning to Inez, to that face, pale and fine-boned and completely unlike anything this prairie had ever produced. Ellen held his attention for moments at a time, but it was Inez who pulled him back. Whatever was turning in his mind behind those dark eyes. He finally pressed his hand flat against his chest and spoke. "My father is welcome. The young men of my nation will hunt with his sons, the chiefs will smoke with the gray-head, the Pawnee girls will sing for his daughters, and if we meet the Tetons, the enemy of the big knives will feel the Pawnee's hand." "Good," the trapper nodded once. "Then you and I need to talk, alone, so we move in a straight line and not a crooked one." They stepped away from the group and spoke for several minutes in low, clipped exchanges, the compressed, efficient language of men who did not waste words. When they came back, the trapper's face had settled into something harder. "I wasn't wrong about him," he said. "This young warrior has been shadowing the Tetons on his own. His party wasn't strong enough to hit them. They're down from their towns in force. Hunting buffalo, and he sent runners back to the Pawnee villages for reinforcements." He paused, "But there's worse news. Maudry didn't fight the squatter, he made friends with him. Both of them, red and white, are behind us right now, hunting this ground." Middleton's eyes sharpened. How can he know that? The old man looked at him the way a schoolmaster looks at a bright student asking a slow question. "You think men out here need a newspaper to know what's moving on the prairie? There's no gossip in the settlements that travels faster than these people read sign. A bent stem, a cold ash. The direction a horse turned in soft ground, that's their schooling, and it was taught in the open air, not between four walls." He let that settle. What he says is true. Furthermore, he confirms the river is about a half-league that direction. He pointed into the smoke. "We get water between us and Sioux eyes, and we have a chance to reach the Loop village." "Talking doesn't move us," Middleton said. "No, it doesn't." The Pawnee threw the buffalo hide across his shoulder and moved to the front without being asked. They followed him into the smoke. An hour of hard walking brought them to the river. It was one of those nameless western waterways that fed the Missouri and Mississippi, part of the continent's vast circulatory system. Still mostly unknown to any map. Not deep by the measure of eastern rivers, but the current was muscular and fast. The fire had burned to the very edge of the bank. Where warm water met cold morning air over the scorched earth, smoke and steam braided together into a low, moving fog that shrouded the surface. The trapper looked at it and almost smiled. He helped Inez down from her horse at the bank. "The fools did us a favor. I'd have set this fire myself for exactly this cover, and here they've saved me the trouble." He steadied her on the crumbling bank. "It's a quarter mile to the other side, short crossing, and once we're through, our trail is broken." Paul had helped Ellen down and was standing at the water's edge, studying it with an expression of frank displeasure. "Old man," he said, "I can talk about the other side of this river all morning. But right now I'm looking at something that would drown a flatboat. There's not a tree on either bank tall enough to make a walking stick, so unless you plan on shooting the women across or letting them swim it, I'm not seeing the path." "She's running fast," Middleton said. He was looking at the water the way a man looks at something that might take what he loves most. Can it be forded? In summer a man can cross it dry-shod. I've done it. The old trapper watched the current. Not today, then how? Paul demanded, fingers working through his hair the way they always did when a problem had him. I'll swim it myself, I don't care, but Nellie's not sitting a horse in water moving like that. The trapper turned to the Pawnee and explained the problem in simple terms. The warrior listened without interrupting. Then he unslung the buffalo hide from his shoulder and went to work. It took only minutes. The two of them, the old man handing over sticks and strips of deer hide as the warrior needed them, pulled the skin into a rough bowl shape, a shallow vessel held open by a framework of light branches. Crude, ungainly, but when they set it on the water it floated. Inez and Ellen looked at it, neither moved. Middleton tested it himself first, sat his full weight in it, stable. Paul did the same. When both men were satisfied, they helped the women in with the kind of careful urgency that doesn't stop to explain itself. Let the Pawnee pilot it, the trapper said. My hands aren't what they were, his are. The warrior chose Maudori's horse from the three they had, made the selection without hesitation, with the eye of a man who reads horses the way others read faces. He mounted, rode to the bank, drove the tip of his lance through the hide, and lifted the vessel clear of the bottom. Then he gave the horse its head, and the animal went into the current without breaking stride. Middleton and Paul pushed into the water on horseback, flanking the buffalo skin boat as close as they dared. The current hit them hard. The warrior kept the vessel steady against it, the horse churning beneath him with controlled power, neither panicking nor slowing. He reached the far bank, stepped off, dismantled the makeshift craft, tucked the skin over his shoulder and the sticks under his arm, and waded back in without a word exchanged. The trapper watched him go and spoke quietly to the doctor. I had my doubts when he chose the best horse. A man could disappear on that animal and leave us with nothing, but truth is in that boy. Make a man of his nation your genuine friend, treat him honestly, and he'll hold his word past the point where most men would let it go. What is the headwater distance of this particular waterway? The doctor asked, peering at the current with an expression that had nothing to do with curiosity and everything to do with stalling. Follow it into the Rockies and find out. Come August it's a dry sand bed. Today it is what you see. The warrior had reached the near bank again and was setting up the vessel for the second crossing. The trapper settled himself into the hide bowl with the unhurried ease of a man sitting down to supper. His dog Hector arranged between his legs. He gestured for the doctor to get in. The doctor put one foot in the hide and pulled it back. Venerable hunter, he said, this vessel violates every principle of sound construction. There is an internal voice warning me strongly against this. What's it telling you exactly? That this tub cannot safely reach the opposite bank. That the previous crossing was a statistical anomaly, not proof of reliability. That in the proper catalog of inventions, this craft represents in essence a monster. The old man looked at him steadily. You watched it cross twice and carry two women without a drop of water coming over the side. A third crossing tempts, the sound cut him off. It came from up the bank, a braying, unmistakable, the doctor's mule, and riding the animal brutally, raking his heels into its flanks, was Wucha, Teton warrior. His eyes found theirs across the distance at the same instant their eyes found him. Wucha threw his head back and screamed. The doctor stepped into the hide without another word spoken. The Pawnee's horse was already in the river. The current grabbed them immediately. From the bank behind, the scream had multiplied. Wucha's voice had pulled 50 men to the water's edge, and a moment later arrows came arcing through the morning air, falling short, then closer. The Pawnee leaned over his horse's neck and drove it hard. Then Maudori himself appeared on the bank, and the crack of a fusee rolled across the water. The shot was wide. Another followed, rage in every report. The trapper raised his rifle twice and lowered it twice without firing. The Pawnee's eyes were burning. He fixed them on the far bank and raised one hand toward his enemies, a single contemptuous gesture, and gave the Pawnee war cry full voice. It was the wrong thing to say to men like that. The Tetons hit the water as a body. Horses and riders, dozens of them spreading across the current like a dark stain, fresh horses, unencumbered, they were faster. The trapper studied the closing distance without expression. He turned to the doctor. How much do you value your life, friend? The doctor sipped water from his cupped palm and tried to settle his throat. For its own sake, not greatly. But natural history has a significant stake in my continued existence. This young Pawnee could drop us right now and have a fair chance of reaching that bank alive. He knows it. He stays anyway. The old man watched the warriors closing behind them. I'm old and I'll take what the Lord gives. You're not much benefit to anyone. It's a shame for a young man of that quality to lose his scalp keeping us alive. I refuse that proposition entirely. The doctor said quickly, "This vessel is moving with surprising efficiency. A few more moments will suffice." "Lord," the old man said softly to no one, "what fear does to a man." The bow of the hide scraped sand they were across. Middleton and Paul were already at the tree line, rifles leveled at the water. "Down," Paul shouted. "Get your heads down, old man. Marjory's right in your line." The trapper bent flat. Paul's rifle cracked. The ball cut the air where the trapper's head had been a half-second before and found the water behind the Teton chief. Marjory threw himself sideways off his horse in the instant before the shot, vanishing under the surface. His horse erupted into a violent thrash, half-rearing out of the current, blood spreading dark in the troubled water. Then the animal was drifting, going slack. Marjory surfaced 20 yards downstream. He stroked powerfully to the nearest warrior, displaced the man without ceremony from his horse, remounted. A chief does not swim while younger men ride. But the moment of confusion rippled through the Teton line like a shock wave. The band lost cohesion, hovering in mid-current, waiting on their leader. It was enough. The hide boat reached the bank. The fugitives pulled together on solid ground, and the Tetons across the water began to mill, uncertain. The way a flock of birds hovers and turns after the lead is broken by a shot. Marjory made his decision. He turned them back. "Ride for that hill," the trapper said, pointing. "Beyond it there's another stream. Enter it and follow it eastward a mile to the high sandy flat. Wait for me there." He looked at Middleton and Paul. "Go, the Pawnee and I will hold this bank. The doctor will assist us." He said this last without apparent irony. The horsemen moved. Within minutes they were over the hill and gone. The three men remained at the bank for the better part of half an hour. Across the water, Marjory worked his warriors with visible fury, gesturing, pointing, the shape of his anger readable across 200 yards of distance. But he didn't come. Then Ishmael Bush appeared at the tree line on the far side, his massive frame unmistakable. His sons ranged out behind him. He studied the crossing with slow deliberation, raised his rifle and fired across the current, not a warning shot, an earnest one. The ball reached the near bank with enough force left to kill. "Time," said the doctor with considerable speed of purpose. The old man said nothing. He turned from the bank. They disappeared into the folds of the ground, not across open plain where they'd be visible for miles, but along a shallow cut in the earth that brought them to the stream exactly where Middleton had been told to wait. They arrived to find the whole party already assembled. The doctor had ridden hard. The trapper looked at the sky, looked at the ground, and said what nobody wanted to hear. "We stop here 5 or 6 hours. The silence that followed had texture. "Stop," the doctor stared at him. "Venerable hunter, by my calculation we should not stop for several days." Middleton and Paul both spoke at once, with the energy of men who had women depending on them and enemies behind them. The old man let them finish. "Can men on foot run faster than horses?" he asked. "The Tetons are not sleeping. They'll cross that water and they'll cut for our trail. This stream broke it for us, but only if we don't walk out onto open ground where any man posted on that hill can see for 20 miles in every direction. Broad daylight on a flat plain. We might as well fire a signal gun." He turned to the young warrior and switched languages. "Does my brother think our trail runs long enough? Is a Teton a fish to track us through water? My young men believe we should push further. Marjory has eyes. He will find us on open ground. What does my brother counsel?" The warrior looked at the sky for a long moment. Something in what he read there made him pause and then decide. "The Dakotas are not sleeping," he said. "We lie in the grass." The old man translated the conclusion for the others. Middleton saw the logic even if he hated it. They went to work. Inez and Ellen were settled beneath layered buffalo hides, tall grass drawn over them by careful hands until they vanished entirely. The horses were hobbled and eased to the ground, hidden in the thick prairie fog that pooled in the low places. The men took their positions in the grass and went still, and then the prairie swallowed them all. And there was nothing to see for miles in any direction. Hours passed. Sleep came uninvited but absolute. The cry woke them. Inez's voice, sharp and involuntary, cut through the silence. The trapper and the Pawnee were on their feet before full consciousness caught up with their bodies. White, the entire world was white. Snow had come down without a sound while they slept, soft, dense, covering every blade of grass, every shallow impression, every fold in the earth. The rolling plain and the distant hills were uniformly blanketed under a layer that would hold a track like wet clay. The old man took it in and felt something close to despair move through him. "Lord have mercy," he said quietly. "Now I know why you watch the clouds, lad." He turned to the others. It is too late to run, a squirrel would leave a trail on this. Down, all of you down, the chance is small, but we don't throw it away deliberately. They went back into the grass. Through the bent stems they could see them. Half a mile out enclosing the Teton band, riding in a slow circle that was tightening with each pass. Methodical, patient, reading the snow. The snow had told them everything. The fugitives were somewhere inside that shrinking perimeter, and the Tetons were simply walking the circle smaller. Paul and Middleton checked their rifles, primed, ready. As Maud-Ori's horse came within 50 feet, the chief's eyes locked on the grass, scanning with the focused attention of a man who had been hunting his entire life. Both men leveled their weapons and pulled the triggers simultaneously. The lock snapped on empty pans. Middleton looked at the trapper. The old man stood up from the grass, unhurried, his hands visible, his back straight. "I pulled your priming," he said without apology. "You fire those. You die on the ground in the next 30 seconds. We meet this standing up." Inez was barely conscious, exhausted past the point of fear. Maud-Ori saw her immediately, and the expression that moved across his face when he did that single, controlled flash of cold satisfaction made Middleton's chest go hollow. The Tetons swept in from every direction. Horses and riders materializing out of the white plain, the yells building and building until the sound was total. The young Pawnee warrior stood apart from all of it. He did not look at his captors. He did not change expression. He stood with the stillness of a man carved from something harder than bone, his dignity intact and immovable while the world collapsed around him. Then the Tetons recognized him. The war cry that erupted was different from anything that had come before. It rolled across the prairie in wave after wave, exultant, electric, and beneath it, threaded through every throat, a name. Hard Heart, the trapper heard it and understood what he had not understood before. The young warrior he had traveled with, the boy who had crawled inside a dead buffalo to survive a prairie fire, who had ferried strangers across a flooded river without being asked, who had kept faith when he could have ridden clear, was not simply a Pawnee scout. He was Hard Heart, a name that moved through these plains like a rumor of something unstoppable. A warrior who had never lost. And he stood there in the snow, perfectly still, surrounded on all sides, giving his enemies nothing. Chapter 25. Sioux Plains encampment. The sun sat straight overhead, hammering the elevated plain with a white, relentless heat. Below, a river cut through a fertile bottomland, its dark water moving slow and purposeful toward the Missouri. The land here was better than the wastes to the south. Clusters of trees broke the horizon, and a ragged line of forest stitched itself along the northern edge of the plain. The earth along the river bottom showed signs of rough cultivation. Crops pushed up through deep alluvial soil without much help from human hands. It was good country, not great country, but good. On the edge of the tableland, 100 Sioux lodges stood against the sky, no order to them, no perimeter discipline. The conical skin tents were scattered wherever their owners had felt like dropping them, most clustered near the water's edge, others pushed back into the plain at random. The encampment had the look of a temporary stop that had lasted too long, comfortable in its familiarity, but carrying the quiet tension of a people who hadn't forgotten how to leave fast. Shields hung from posts outside the lodge doors, bows, quivers, lances, the hardware of men who fought for a living. Domestic tools lay scattered in the dirt beside the lodges. Infants hung swaddled from the same posts, rocking in the prairie wind, their round faces patient and watchful. Older children piled on top of each other in the dust, and even at that age the boys were already establishing the hierarchies that would define the rest of their lives. Down in the bottomland, young men worked the horses, riding hard, fighting for control, burning off the energy of adolescence. A few girls had drifted away from their chores to watch them, drawn by that particular reckless courage that young men performed for young women across every culture in every century. It was the picture of a camp at rest, confident in its own security, but directly in front of the lodges something was gathering. A cluster of old women had positioned themselves at the edge of the crowd, their faces carved into expressions of anticipation that had nothing gentle in them. They wanted a show. Beyond them, the men of the band had sorted themselves by standing, younger warriors on the outer ring, watching the elders, absorbing the body language and the silences. Men who had ridden on raids but not yet proven themselves in war stood slightly closer, earning proximity through deference. The experienced fighters moved freely among the lesser chiefs. At the center of it all, in the tight ring formed by the band's most trusted counselors, stood Maud-Ori. He was not a big man by any standard of the word, but he owned the ground he stood on in a way that bigger men did not. His scars were real, earned. Not decorative, tracing the map of a life spent in controlled violence. His body was still at its peak. His eyes moved constantly, cataloging, calculating, assessing. He had built his authority on two pillars that rarely existed in the same man: physical courage and tactical intelligence. In a different world, in a different century, he would have commanded armies. Here he commanded this, and he commanded it absolutely. A short distance from the Sioux gathering, Ishmael Bush's family stood in a loose cluster around 4 or 5 borrowed skin lodges. They were big people, tall, thick-limbed, the Anglo-Saxon and Norman bloodlines still visible under their sun-darkened skin. They leaned on their rifles with the practiced ease of men who had nothing to do and no particular urgency about doing it. Their wagons had been arranged in a rough perimeter around the lodges, not a real defensive position, just a reflex. Enough to signal wariness without committing to it. Down on the bottom, Hetty kept a hard eye on the horses and cattle grazing near the river. The terms of their uneasy alliance with the Sioux were plainly visible in those animals. The squatter's family watched the Sioux council with the blank, unhurried interest of men observing weather. They spoke rarely, and when they did, the words were short and dismissive, the reflexive contempt of men who measured the world against themselves and found it wanting. Mostly they were still, patient in the way of people who had learned that most situations resolved themselves without requiring any action on their part. Abraham was the exception. He sat apart from the rest, and the stillness of the others only sharpened the quality of his unease. He was a man built for small betrayals, for calculations that never quite added up, for schemes that required other men's courage to execute. His influence over Ishmael had always been a lever, not a bond, and lately the leverage was slipping. Maudori's open interest in the girl had changed the math on everything Abraham had planned, and he was running the numbers again and again, finding no solution that held. He kept running them anyway. On a low bank at the far right edge of the encampment, Middleton and Paul Hover lay on their backs in the dirt. Their wrists and ankles were bound with bison hide thongs, cut thick and lashed tight, the kind of restraints that didn't care how strong you were. Whoever had tied the knots knew what they were doing. The two men had been positioned so that each could see the other, which was either practical or deliberately cruel or both. A post had been driven hard into the ground a dozen yards away, and lashed to it was the young Pawnee war chief, hard heart, straight-backed, expressionless, as composed as a man at rest. Between the prisoners and the post stood the trapper. They'd taken his rifle, his powder horn, his shot pouch, left him his legs and his dignity, which in his case amounted to more than most men's weapons. Half a dozen young Sioux warriors stood in loose positions nearby, bows slung, quivers full, watching him with the calm attention of men who had already decided what would happen if he moved. He didn't move. Paul turned his head toward Middleton, working against the thong at his wrists. His expression carried the particular dark humor of a man who dealt with trouble by laughing at it, not because it wasn't serious, but because the alternative was worse. "Captain," he said, "you feeling that rawhide in your shoulder, or is it just my arm going numb?" Middleton stared at the sky. When the spirit suffers enough, the body stops keeping score. He paused. "God, I'd give anything for a section of artillery right now." "You might as well wish those lodges were hornets' nests," Paul said, "and that the hornets would do your fighting for you." He let that image run for a moment, found some private amusement in it, and went quiet. The trapper had been listening. He moved closer, lowering himself to a crouch near the two men. His face was the face of a man who had seen long odds before and was measuring these against the memory. "This is going to get ugly before it gets better," he said, his voice flat and certain. "The Pawnee's already staked for what comes next. I've watched Maudori's face. He's working his people up, building toward something worse." Paul craned his neck to find the old man's eyes. "Then listen, you speak their tongues. Go to that council. Tell them from Paul Hover, Kentucky, that they can have his scalp whenever they want it, clean, no argument, if they guarantee Ellen Wade safe passage back to the States. If that's not enough to sweeten it, throw in an hour of whatever they want beforehand. Tell them I said so." The trapper shook his head slowly. "They'd laugh at you, son. You're already caught. That's not a trade, that's a gift." He was quiet for a moment, working through what was real and what wasn't. "The color of a white man cuts both ways out here. Some tribes kill you for it. Others leave you alive because they've counted us, counted and counted until the numbers stopped making sense and they know the cost. That's the only thing keeping the math from going against us entirely. But the Pawnee," he glanced at Hard Heart. "The Pawnee I'm less sure about." He rose and walked to the post. Hardheart's eyes were fixed on something far out across the plain. His breathing was slow and even. He looked like a man who had already made his peace with the next hour and was simply waiting for it to arrive. "The Sioux are deciding your fate right now," the trapper said. The young chief turned his head. There was no fear in his face. There was something else, a quiet, distant certainty. He almost smiled. "They are counting the scalps over my lodge. That's right, and there are enough of them that these men are not feeling generous." The trapper studied him. "A different life, and some of those Teton mothers might have taken you in, given you a place at the fire. Does my father believe a warrior can die?" Hardheart's voice was steady, unhurried. "The master of life does not take back what he gives. When he needs his young men, he calls them. They go. But a man he has breathed on, a redskin he has breathed on, lives beyond that." The trapper absorbed this. Around them the noise of the encampment moved through its rhythms, voices, horses, wind off the plain. He looked at Hardheart and saw something in the line of the jaw, the depth of the eyes, that pressed on an old wound he'd long since stopped probing. "I've lived alone a long time," he said, quieter now. "Never had sons or brothers. The Lord built me to travel light, but I spent years among the Delaware, and there were men among them I would have called family without shame." He paused. "There's something in you, boy, something that reminds me of people I've lost. I don't know exactly what it is, but my heart's drawn to you, and I would do you good if you'd let me." Hardheart received this without performance. He lowered his chin once, a small, precise acknowledgement, and then his gaze returned to the distance. The trapper waited. He knew better than to push. After a long moment, Hardheart spoke again. "I have heard my father's words. They are inside me now." He looked at the old man directly. "The white-headed long knife has no son. Hardheart is young, but he is already the last of his family. He found his father's bones on the Osage hunting ground and sent them to the good spirits. The master of life will call us both soon, my father, because he has seen all there is to see in this country. Hardheart, because there is fighting left to do in the next world." A pause. "There is no time for the Pawnee to teach a pale-face what a son owes his father." "Old and worn as I am," the trapper said carefully, "I may yet see sundown today. Can you say the same?" The ghost of a smile moved across Hardheart's face, fierce and sad and proud all at once. "Tetons are counting the scalps on my lodge. A beat. They find them many, too many for a man in your position." The trapper held the young warrior's gaze. "You're not walking away from this with your eyes closed. I know that much about you. Is there anything you want carried to your people? These legs are old, but they'll make the Loup River fork." Hardheart's composure broke, not apart, just open, the way a locked door opens when the right key finds it. "Tell them," he said, and the words came fast and hard, "that Hardheart has tied a knot in his wampum for every Teton. If he meets a single one of them in the prairies of the Master of Life, his heart will become Sioux." The trapper pulled back slightly. "That's a hard thing to carry," he said in English. "That's not what the Moravians taught, not what's preached back in the settlements, not that many men listen." He returned to the Pawnee's tongue. "I love you, boy, but I am a Christian man, and I cannot run that message. If my father is afraid the Tetons will hear him, he can whisper it to our old men. Fear's got nothing to do with it. Fear is no more a white man's shame than a redskin's. The Lord teaches us to value the life he gave, the way a man values his hunts, his dogs, his rifle, not the desperate clinging of a mother over a sick child. When the Master of Life calls my name, I'll answer, tonight, tomorrow, any time it pleases him. But a warrior lives by his traditions, and mine won't let me carry that message." He held Hardheart's gaze. "I cannot carry what you ask, but tell me what I can carry, and I'll run it to my last breath." Hardheart studied him. The moment stretched across the sound of wind and distant voices. "Listen then," the young chief said finally. "My father will stay. He will watch the Sioux finish their counting. He will watch them try to cover 18 dead Teton warriors with the skin of one Pawnee. He will keep his eyes open, and he will mark the place where they put the bones of a warrior." The trapper's jaw tightened. He held it steady. "That I will do. He will remember the place. I will not forget it," the old man said, his voice dropping. "Not that place, not ever. Then he will go to my people. His hair is white, and his word carries weight. Let him stand at my lodge and call the name of Hardheart. Every Pawnee will hear him. Then let him ask for the colt, the one that has never been ridden, the one that is sleeker than a buck and faster than an elk. I follow you, son, every word. My young men will give my father the halter of that colt. He will lead him by a long and crooked path to the grave of Hardheart." The trapper said nothing for a moment. He pressed his lips together and looked at the ground. When he looked back up, his eyes were bright and hard. "I will, in winter snow or summer heat, I will lead that horse to the head of the grave and set him with his eyes toward the setting sun. My father will speak to him. He will tell him that the master who fed him since he was foaled now needs him. "That I will do," the trapper said, his voice roughening at its edges. "Though God knows a horse won't understand a word of it, but I'll speak it all the same." He glanced down at his old dog. "What do you make of that, Hector, talking to a horse over a grave?" "Let the graybeard speak to him in the Pawnee tongue," Hardheart said, catching the shift in language. "Your will, son," the trapper straightened. "And with these hands I had hoped were done with killing man or beast, I will put that horse down over your bones." Hardheart received this with the first full, unguarded expression he had shown. It was brief, but it was real satisfaction, deep and clean, like a man who has completed something important before the deadline found him. "It is good," he said. "Hardheart will ride his horse into the blessed prairies. He will come before the master of life like a chief." The trapper saw the change in Hardheart's expression before he heard anything. The young warrior's eyes had moved past him, locking on something at distance with the precise focus of a man who has been watching for a specific thing and has now seen it. He turned. The Sioux council had broken. Marjorie was moving across the camp with 2 senior warriors at his shoulders, unhurried, deliberate, a man who had already made his decision and was walking toward its execution. The trapper turned back to Hardheart. The young Pawnee's face had returned to stone. He was ready. Chapter 26. One tongue, many lies. The Tetons halted 20 feet out. Marjorie raised a hand, signaling the old trapper to approach. The old man obeyed. Before he stepped away, he fixed the young Pawnee with a look that carried the full weight of an unspoken oath. The Pawnee received it the same way. No words needed. When the trapper stopped within arm's reach, Marjorie placed a hand flat on his shoulder and held it there. The chief's eyes moved over the old man's face with the slow, deliberate patience of a man who had learned to read other men the way a scout reads broken ground. He was looking for the crack, the flinch, the tell. He found nothing. "Does a white man always carry 2 tongues?" Marjorie asked. The old man didn't blink. "Honesty runs deeper than skin." Marjorie considered that. "Good, then hear me. Marjorie has 1 tongue, the gray head has many. Maybe they are all straight. A Sioux is only a Sioux, but a pale face is everything. He speaks Pawnee, he speaks Kanza Omaha, he speaks his own language too. There are men in the settlements who can do more than that," the old man said flatly, "but it means nothing. The master of life hears every tongue regardless." Marjorie's eyes narrowed. The gray head has played both sides. He looked forward with his eyes and backward with his mind. He rode a Sioux horse hard. He called himself friend to the Pawnee while standing in our camp. He is an enemy of my people. Teton, the old man's voice was steady as a gun barrel. "I am your prisoner. My words are straight, but I won't beg. Do what you came here to do." Something shifted behind Marjorie's eyes, but it never reached his face. "Marjorie does not spill white hair. My father is free. The prairie opens in every direction." He paused, but before the gray head turns his back on the Sioux, "Let him look at us well so he can tell his own chief what a Dakota is." The old trapper's eyes swept the camp with the flat, measuring gaze of a man who had spent a lifetime sizing up terrain and the people in it. "I'm in no hurry. You see a man with a white head and no woman to rush home to, Teton. I won't run myself ragged telling the nations what the Sioux are doing." Marjorie allowed himself the trace of a nod. He had his opening now, and he moved toward it with the discipline of a man who understood leverage. "My father has sat in the councils of chiefs. Marjorie will now speak as a close friend speaks. A young paleface will listen when an old man of his nation translates. Go, make what a poor Indian says fit for a white ear." "Speak plain," the old man said. He understood exactly what was being asked. He turned back toward the prisoners. "Captain, Bee Hunter, brace yourselves. This savage has something in mind that won't sit well with honest men." He let his eyes settle on each of them in turn. "If you feel your nerves starting to slip, put your eyes on that Pawnee. His time is almost gone, but the boy stands straight as a post. Let that put some steel back in you." Marjorie's voice cut through, controlled and deliberate. "My brother is looking in the wrong direction." The old man turned back. "You want him to speak to the women first, after he has sung in the ear of the flower of the pale faces." The old man muttered a hard English curse low in his chest, then he composed himself. "Go ahead, Marjorie, open your mouth. Would my father announce us to women and children like a crier?" Marjorie said, flat and final. "We go to the lodge, we speak quietly." He pointed toward a tent set slightly apart from the others. It was painted boldly with scenes from a raid, the kind of work a man commissions to advertise himself. A shield and quiver hung at its entrance, finer than anything else in camp. A fusee rested near the opening, signaling rank. Beyond that, the interior showed deliberate austerity. Fewer utensils, almost nothing bought from the traders. Everything Maudori had received, he had given away to his warriors, buying loyalty instead of comfort. It was the smarter investment, and he knew it. The old man recognized it immediately as Maudori's own lodge. He turned and walked toward it, his steps slow and reluctant. He never made it more than a few paces before Middleton's voice came crashing out behind him, ragged and desperate. "Old man." The captain had dragged himself upright on sheer will. His voice was wrecked, but his words were precise. "If the love you had for my parents was ever real, and if the love you hold for God means anything at all, do not say a single word that could harm that girl." Then the effort finished him. His legs gave out and he went down hard, hitting the earth like a felled tree. He lay there motionless. Paul didn't miss a beat. He couldn't move his hands, but he made his voice carry everything his body couldn't. "You hear me, old trapper," he shouted, straining against his bonds. "If you're going to play translator, then speak like a white man and make that savage hear it clearly. Tell him from me if he does or says one uncivilized thing to the girl called Nellie Wade, I will curse him with my last living breath. I'll call on every God-fearing man in Kentucky to curse him, sitting and standing, eating and sleeping, at the horse races and on his knees, morning and night, summer and winter, and every miserable day in between. And when I'm dead and in the ground, I will haunt him. I don't care if a pale-faced ghost has to scratch its way up through earth packed down by a redskin's heel. I will find him." Having delivered what he considered the most formidable threat available to a man in irons on the open prairie, Paul settled into the particular brand of resignation that defines a borderman who has said his piece and must now wait. He spent the time attempting to lift Middleton's spirits with a series of rough, practical observations on the nature of courage. And interspersed throughout, a running catalog of curses leveled at the entire Dakota nation. He began with accusations of theft and murder along the distant Mississippi and worked his way systematically westward, concluding with the Teton Band in terms that were compressed, precise, and devastating in their specificity. As Middleton recovered himself, he quietly urged Paul to stop. Not because the curses lacked merit, but because the right kind of anger, thrown at the wrong time, has a way of accelerating the very outcome a man is trying to prevent. In the meantime, the trapper and Maudori walked toward the lodge. The old man had watched the chief's face through all of it, through Middleton's desperate warning, through Paul's furious tirade. He had been watching for the crack the same way Maudori had watched him. He found nothing. The chief's expression was sealed shut. Whatever burned behind those eyes had no outlet. His gaze was fixed on the tent ahead, and his mind was already inside it. The lodge interior matched its exterior. Larger than the others, better constructed, cleaner lines, but the furnishings were deliberately spare. A small arsenal of hunting weapons, 3 or 4 trade medals issued by Canadian agents as acknowledgement of his status, and the basic necessities of daily life. Nothing more. No stockpiled meat, no excess of any kind. Maudori understood that one man's generosity, distributed across an entire band, buys more than a full larder ever could. Animals entered the camp regularly. None entered his lodge whole, but his family never went hungry because the band suffered first and Maudori was too valuable to let suffer. Directly beneath the chief's most prized bow, encircled by a deliberate arrangement of spears, shields, lances, and arrows, each one a tool that had drawn blood in its time, hung the medicine bag, richly worked in wampum. Covered in beadwork and porcupine quills, every stitch of it precise and intricate. Maudori's faith was his own business, and it was not orthodox. But the medicine bag was lavished with more care than anything else he owned, which said something about the distance between a man's beliefs and his need to be seen holding them. The lodge had not been entered since the raid. It had been given a different purpose. Inez sat on a low couch of dried grass and skins. She had been through enough in a short span of captivity that new horrors had begun to land with diminishing force, like blows on a body already numb. Her cheeks were drained of color. Her dark eyes, usually sharp and alive, had contracted into something fixed and inward. Her whole bearing had pulled tight, as though she were bracing against something only she could sense. But through that, there were moments when a different quality surfaced. Something composed and luminous. The kind of stillness that comes not from the absence of feeling but from having made peace with it. Father Ignatius had put iron in her bones, and she was using it now, submitting to this with the quiet discipline of a woman who understood suffering as something to be endured rather than solved, though nature at moments pushed hard against that discipline. Ellen was a different calculation entirely. Her eyes were raw and swollen, her cheeks burned. She held herself with the coiled posture of a woman who had not yet decided whether to grieve or fight, and whose instincts were pulling her toward the latter. Any man who came through that arrangement alive and later found himself settled with Ellen Wade would find himself partnered with a woman fully equipped to match him on his best day. There was a third woman in the lodge. She was the youngest of Maudori's wives, the most gifted by any measure. Until recently, the most valued. Then the raid happened. Then Maudori's eyes had found Inez, and everything his young wife had been to him had lost its purchase. Tashachana, the fawn, her complexion was clear and warm for her people. Her hazel eyes moved with the soft alertness of an antelope in open country. Her laugh, on the days when she still used it, was the kind of sound that made the morning feel possible. She had been the most envied girl among the Sioux. Her father had been a warrior of standing. Her brothers had died on a distant war path. Scores of men had brought gifts to her family's lodge. None of them had been heard until a messenger came from Maudori. She was his third wife. She was also his favorite until she wasn't. Their union had lasted 2 seasons. Their son lay sleeping at her feet, bound in the tight wrappings of skin and bark that served as an infant's cradle among her people. When Maudori and the old man pushed through the entrance of the lodge, Tashachana was on a low stool, turning her soft eyes between the sleeping child and the 2 pale-faced women with an expression that shifted between wonder and something approaching reverence. She had watched them all day and still wasn't finished looking. They were to her a different order of being. The cut of their clothes alone occupied her imagination. But it was something else, something in the quality of their faces and the way they carried themselves, that most commanded her attention. She had not yet decided to feel threatened by what she admired. She had been expecting her husband's return with the uncomplicated anticipation of a young wife. He was a warrior and a father, and in the private hours of a camp at rest, she had always known him to set that weight down. He entered the way he entered every space. Silently, because a man trained to move through country never entirely stops. His bracelets and the silver ornaments on his leggings announced him a half-second before the tent flap moved. He pushed through and stood in the middle of the lodge with the unhurried authority of a man who has never had to announce himself. Tashachana's lips parted with the beginning of a sound, something bright and reflexive. She stopped it before it left her throat and settled into the composed stillness appropriate for a wife of her standing. Maudori did not look at her. He crossed the lodge and positioned himself in front of the 2 prisoners, standing tall and still with the patience of a man who has learned to use silence as a tool. The old trapper had moved past him and taken up his position to one side, ready. The sight of him standing there that close in that posture drew the eyes of both women down to the ground. There was something in the combination of proximity and absolute composure that operated on the nervous system directly. Inez recovered first. She looked up, and when she spoke to the trapper, her voice carried the measured reserve of a woman who had been raised to handle difficult men with precision. "What does he want here?" she asked. "Why has he come?" The old man cleared his throat the way a man clears it when he is about to say something he hasn't fully worked out yet. "Ma'am, a savage is a savage, and you shouldn't expect the courtesies of civilized life out here in open country. Now, I've served officers in my time, real officers in the forest and in the field, and I know how a proper call is made, and I'd have given proper warning at the door before entering, and then The manner is not the point," Inez interrupted, quietly but firmly. "Why is he here?" The old man turned to Maudor. "The daughters of the pale faces want to know why the great Teton has come to his lodge." The chief looked at the trapper as though the question were almost too simple to answer. Then he arranged himself into the posture of a man about to say something he considered generous. "Sing in the ears of the dark-eyed one. Tell her the lodge of Maudori is large and not full. She will have a place in it and no one will stand above her. Tell the light-haired one she may also stay in the lodge of a brave and eat from his table. Maudori is a great chief. His hand is always open." The old man shook his head, slow and deliberate. "Teton, before a redskin's words can reach a white woman's ear, they need a different shape. Say it the way you mean it, and you'll push them further away. Let me tell you something." He paused, measuring his words. "My people cover a lot of ground. The sun comes up on one end of their land and goes down on the other. And that land is full of women, bright-eyed, capable women." Maudori's eyes sharpened. One hand moved toward the old man's shoulder. "Has my father 100 wives?" "No." The old man's voice was dry as hardpack. "The master of life told me plainly that my lodge was the forest and my roof was the clouds. I've lived alone, but I've watched how men and women come together among my people, and I'll tell you how it's done. A young man doesn't walk up to a woman and tell her his lodge has an empty spot. He finds her. He speaks to her so low that no one else can hear. He doesn't announce a vacancy. He asks where she would want to live and whether she might let him build something near it. His voice is softer than anything you've heard, and it goes into the ear like it belongs there. The old man held the chief's gaze. If my brother wants his words to land, he needs a different tongue. Maori was quiet for a long moment. Every instinct he'd been raised with told him this approach inverted the correct order of things. A chief did not position himself beneath a woman to earn what rank had already given him. But Inez sat across from him, contained and unreachable, and something in the way she occupied space operated on him in a way he couldn't immediately counter. He gave a single slow nod, stepped back half a pace, and began to speak with the self-possession of a man accustomed to being heard. I am a man with a red skin but eyes that have been opened through many winters. As a boy, I knew only the bison and the deer. Then I hunted the cougar and the bear, and that made me a man. I stopped listening to my mother and started listening to old warriors. They told me about the long knives. I went to war. I was the last once. Now I am first. No Dakota steps ahead of Maori onto the hunting grounds of the Pawnees. He paused, letting that register. Chiefs met me at their doors and told me I had no home. They gave me their lodges, their wealth, their daughters. That is how I became a chief, as my fathers were before me. I have struck warriors of every nation. I could have chosen wives from the Pawnees, the Omahas, the Kansas, but I kept my eyes on the open country. I thought a good horse was worth more than any girl. Then I found a flower on the prairie. His eyes settled on Inez with the fixed directness of a man who has decided what he wants and is past the point of reconsidering. I picked it. I brought it to my lodge. He forgets he was ever the master of a single horse. He gives them all to the stranger. He takes nothing. He only keeps what he found on the prairie. Her feet are soft. She cannot walk home. She will stay in the lodge of a brave warrior. She will stay there always. He finished and waited, with the composure of a man who expected a favorable outcome. The old trapper had heard every word. He was already constructing a translation designed to blunt the sharpest edges when Ellen's voice cut the air, short and flat. Don't bother. She had read the situation with the quick eyes of a woman who didn't need a translation to understand what a man wanted. She glanced once at Inez and said nothing more. Inez straightened. A cool, formal expression settled over her face. She thanked the old man briefly for his willingness to help and indicated she wished to be left alone. My daughters have heard enough, the old trapper said, turning back to Maori. The look he has given and what he has shown them is clear. They understand. They want time to consider the words of a great Dakota chief. Among my people, daughters of brave men decide nothing quickly. It was precisely the right thing to say. Maori received it as confirmation of his eloquence. He made a sound of satisfaction, adjusted his robe and turned to go, carrying himself with the private satisfaction of a man who has moved a piece into position. But he hadn't taken 2 steps. She was standing directly in his path. Tashichana, his wife, the fawn, standing with the stillness of someone who has rehearsed this moment and knows it will cost her everything. The child was in her arms. She hadn't made a sound. Maori stopped. His face went back to stone in the time it takes a man to blink. He made a sharp motion with one hand. Move. Her voice was barely above a breath, but it was steady. Is Tashichana not the daughter of a chief? Were her brothers not braves? Go, the men are calling for their leader. He has no ears for a woman now. It is not my voice you hear, she said. It is this boy speaking through his mother. He is the son of a chief. His words will reach his father's ears. She didn't look away. When was Maori hungry and I had no food for him? When did he go against the Pawnees and find nothing that I did not grieve for it? When did he come back marked by their blows that I did not celebrate his return anyway? What Sioux girl has given a brave a son like mine? Her voice didn't break. It was more controlled than that and somehow more devastating for it. Look at him well. His eyes are the eagle's. He looks into the sun and does not flinch. In a few seasons, the Dakotas will follow him to the hunt and to war. Why does his father turn his face from the woman who feeds him? Why has he forgotten so soon? For a single unguarded instant, Maori's eyes dropped to the child's face. The boy was awake now, or had been, and his expression carried the uncomplicated contentment of a child who does not yet know the world can fail him. Something shifted in the chief's face. An old, honest thing that had no place in his current ambitions. He buried it. He reached out, took his wife by the arm with a grip that was not rough but was not gentle, and turned her to face Inez directly. He held her there. He let her look at Inez the way a man holds up 2 objects to let the light fall on both of them at once. He gave it enough time to become cruel. Then he reached to the ornament at Tashichana's breast. A small mirror he had given her himself in a better season, and angled it so that her own reflection sat beside the image of Inez. He said nothing. He didn't need to. He let go of her arm, pulled his robe straight, and walked out. The trapper followed. As Maduri cleared the entrance, he said, low and to no one in particular, Maduri is very wise. What nation has so great a chief as the Dakatas? Tashichana did not move. She stood where he had left her, holding the child, looking at nothing. Whatever had been working behind her face finished its work and went quiet. The grief that had been climbing toward the surface sealed itself away before it could arrive, leaving one thin mark of anguish pressed into the skin of her brow. It was the kind of mark that does not heal, that stays through every season, every change of fortune, every year of the hard life still ahead of her. She began stripping herself, methodically, deliberately. The bracelets from her wrists, the beadwork from her leggings, the silver band from her brow, the ornaments Maduri had placed on her with his own hands in the early days when she had still been the thing he most valued. She gathered them without ceremony and placed them before Inez one by one, an offering or an acknowledgement. She wasn't sure herself. Then she paused. The pause lasted a long time. When it ended, she set the child down at Inez's feet. Her voice, when it came, was soft and completely controlled, and the language it moved through was not one either white woman could follow. A strange tongue will teach my boy how to become a man. He will hear sounds that are new and he will learn them, and the voice of his mother will fade. It is the will of the Wakanda, and a Sioux girl does not argue with that. Speak to him quietly for now. His ears are still small. When he is older, your voice can be louder. Do not let him grow up soft. The life of a woman is too hard, and he must not know it from the inside. Teach him to watch men. Teach him to answer a blow with a blow and never to let a debt go unpaid. She stopped for a moment, and when she finished, her voice carried something underneath it, something deliberate and bitter that only another woman in her situation could have fully understood. When he goes to the hunt, the flower of the pale faces will whisper in his ear in that soft voice that his mother's skin was red, and that she was once the fawn of the Dakatas. She pressed her mouth against the child's forehead. Then she moved to the far wall of the lodge, pulled her thin calico robe up over her head, and sat down on the bare ground. She folded herself into stillness. Inez and Ellen moved toward her, and she felt nothing. They touched her shoulder, and she was somewhere else. Her voice rose once or twice from beneath the robe, something between a song and a lament, never building to anything wild or uncontrolled. It stayed low and interior, the sound of a wound that has decided not to announce itself. She remained there for hours. Outside, events were moving. The kind of events that leave marks on nations, that redirect the course of lives and the routes of people across an open and indifferent land. Whatever was coming would reshape her future in ways she could not yet measure. But in that moment, under that robe, on that bare ground, she was already living in the world that Maduri had made for her. It was a small world, and it would be hers for the rest of her life. Chapter 27. Demand at gunpoint. Maduri stepped out of his lodge and walked straight into Ishmael, Bush, Abiram, and Esther. One look at the squatter's face told the Teton chief everything he needed to know. The truce was about to break. Listen here, old man. Ishmael grabbed the trapper by the shoulder and spun him hard like he weighed nothing. I'm done talking through signs and hand gestures like some kind of fool. You're going to put my words into Sioux. Straight and clean, and I don't much care if the chief likes what he hears. The trapper held his ground. Say your piece, I'll give it to him plain. Ishmael fixed him with a look that carried something unreadable in it. Friend, he repeated, tasting the word like it was sour. Fine, call me what you want. Just tell this thieving Sioux I've come to collect on our agreement, the one we made at the base of that rock, every word of it. The trapper rendered it into Sioux. Maduri's response came back smooth as river water. Is my brother cold? There are buffalo robes. Is he hungry? My warriors will bring meat to his camp. Ishmael's right hand balled into a fist. He drove it hard into his open palm, the crack of it cutting through the air. Tell the lying snake I didn't come here with my hat in my hand. I came for what's mine, the woman, my niece, and him. He jabbed a finger at the trapper. All three, that was the deal. There's no wiggle room in it. The trapper almost smiled. It didn't reach his eyes. Friend squatter, what you're asking would be like reaching into a man's chest and pulling out his heart while he's still standing. You're asking the Teton to give up things he has no intention of giving. I don't care whose chest gets opened, Ishmael said. Put it to him straight, and when you speak for yourself, make a sign I can see so I know you're not playing me. The old man turned to the chief, his voice dropped, measured, and deliberate. Let the Dakota open his ears. His friend the big knife comes with an empty hand. The Teton must fill it. Maduri's chin came up slightly. Maduri is a rich chief. He is master of the prairies. He wants the dark-haired woman. The chief's face went hard, something murderous moved behind his eyes. Then it was gone, replaced by the smooth mask of a man who thought 3 moves ahead. "A girl is too light a thing for a warrior's hand. I will fill it with buffalo. He wants the fair-haired one too, the one with his blood. She will be the wife of Prairie, then the long knife will be the father of a chief's family." The trapper paused and made a sign with his hand, deliberate, visible, so Ishmael could follow it, then continued. "And he asks for a worn-out old trapper." Prairie stepped forward and dropped his arm across the old man's shoulders with the ease of a man who owned everything in sight. He let a beat pass before he spoke. "My friend is old, he cannot travel far. He will stay among the Teton and give them his wisdom. What Sioux has a tongue like my father?" He released the old man and stepped back. "Prairie will give hides, he will give meat, he will give young Sioux women to the pale-faced warriors. But he does not give away those who live in his own lodge." Satisfied with himself, the chief turned to leave. Then he stopped. He turned back almost as an afterthought and added something more. The trapper listened without expression. When Prairie finally moved away and rejoined his waiting warriors, the old man stood quiet for a moment before he translated. "The Teton chief has spoken plainly on all 3 counts." The trapper kept his voice level. "He will not give you the woman, and I'll say plainly, you've got no more claim to her than a wolf has to a lamb. He will not give up your niece, though I'll grant that one sits harder on my conscience. And he refuses to hand me over, which I can't say surprises me, seeing as I'd make poor company on the road back to your camp." He paused. "But he made you one more offer, and you need to hear it. He says that since your wife is getting on in years, only natural a man grows restless. His words, not mine. He says to put her out of your lodge. When it's empty, he'll send a girl called Tashet Shauna, the skipping fawn, to take her place." The old man let that land. "He steals your property with one hand and offers you a trade with the other. That's the Teton way of it." Ishmael stood very still, the kind of still that comes just before something breaks. He tried to laugh it off, but the sound that came out was hollow and wrong. Esther had no such difficulty. She sucked in a breath like a woman pulled back from drowning, and then she opened up. "Who in God's name made a redskin the judge of what a married woman is owed? Does he think I'm livestock? Does he think he can run me off like a dog from a campfire?" Her voice climbed, sharp and relentless. "Let the finest squaw in this tribe step forward and show me what she's done. Can she show me 7 sons? Can she?" She wheeled on Ishmael, and her finger found his chest like a blade. "And you stand there with your mouth shut except to maybe say yes to this wickedness. You'd mix your blood with theirs and make your children into something neither one thing nor another. The devil has put traps in your path before, Ishmael Bush, but never one this cunning. Get back to your children. Remember what you are, a Christian man with a lawful wife, not some wandering animal." The trapper had seen it coming. He used the storm to move, slipping back into the crowd before Ishmael's slower, colder anger could find a target. He'd seen enough men to know which kind was more dangerous, and Ishmael's quiet rage was the kind that didn't forget. The squatter who'd arrived ready to fight found himself retreating instead, not from Prairie but from Esther. She pushed both men ahead of her, back toward their own camp, like a woman herding cattle she'd raised from birth. Ishmael and Abiram went without much argument. Some fights a man simply doesn't have the ground to win. The Sioux watched them go and showed nothing. The wagon train pulled out along the river. A mile upstream, on a rise of ground with good sight lines in every direction, Ishmael stopped it. He had the tents up and the livestock out in the bottomland before dark. He made camp the same way he did every other night, methodical, unhurried, without a single outward sign that he'd just thrown a lit torch at the feet of one of the most dangerous men on the plains. His defiance was quiet and total. The Teton camp moved to its own business. The women had been working the warriors all day, moving lodge to lodge with the patience of people who understood how rage is built, slowly, carefully, like a fire that needs to be fed from nothing. They whispered of sons whose scalps hung in Pawnee smoke. They reminded men of their scars, their losses, their humiliations. They asked pointed questions about raids gone wrong. By the time the council fire was lit, the mood in camp had been sharpened to an edge. The council ground had been chosen with deliberate cruelty. It formed a ring directly around the post where Hard Heart stood bound. Middleton and Paul were dragged forward in their restraints and dropped at the Pawnee's feet. Then the warriors took their places, one by one, with the unhurried gravity of men who had done this before and would do it again. The senior chiefs and the oldest women claimed the inner ring. The women had no formal standing, but their years and their loyalty to the tribe bought them a place no warrior dared contest, and their appetite for blood was equal to any man's. The chiefs arrived last, entering as a group. Their faces told the story. Whatever they'd been discussing privately hadn't resolved anything. Maudry's eyes moved constantly, one moment bright with something that looked like hunger, the next flat and controlled. He sat down with the practiced ease of a man performing modesty for an audience. The look he swept across the assembled circle a half-second later belonged to something else entirely. An elder warrior lit the pipe. He blew the smoke toward each of the 4 directions. When the ceremony completed its circuit, the silence that followed had weight. The oldest man in the circle rose first. His voice was the voice of the plains, dry, certain, carrying nothing it didn't intend to carry. The eagle at the Great Falls was still inside its egg when my hand first struck a Pawnee. What my tongue says, my eyes have confirmed. Borachina is old. The hills have stood in their places longer than most men, but not longer than he has stood in his tribe. He looked around the circle slowly. The Sioux has always found the Pawnee on the war path. This is not new. The cougar does not sleep when the antelope is near. The panther does not close his eyes when the doe comes to drink. He drinks too, but it is blood. A Sioux is the panther, a Pawnee is the deer. He sat down. I have spoken. A sound of agreement moved through the half of the circle that belonged to Maudry. A younger chief rose next, not young but younger than the one before and aware of the disadvantage. He opened with deliberate humility, letting his reputation for nerve and prudence do the work his words could not. I am only an infant among these men. I have lived with the women since my father was already a warrior. A quiet sound of recognition moved through the group. Everyone there knew how many warpaths this man had walked in the dark. If my hair has gone gray, it is not from age. It is from sleeping in the field. Some of that snow froze and has not melted. He let them acknowledge it. Then he pushed forward, but young eyes see far. Look at me. He turned slowly, letting them see the old wound on his back, the one a Pawnee blade had opened. You know I am your friend because you have seen the side of me that an enemy never saw and lived. Now look at my face. He touched a scar below his eye. Not here, a Kanza cut that and it goes nowhere, but here. He pointed to his eyes directly. Look into me. What am I? Dakota, inside and out. He leaned in now, his voice dropping to something harder. The blood of every creature on this prairie is red. No man can tell where a Pawnee fell from where a buffalo fell. The master of life made them from the same material. But if a pale-face dies on this ground, his people will count heads. They count often. They are not careless with their numbers. When one is missing, they send men to ask questions. And there is a powerful medicine man among us now. Glance toward the lodge where Obed was held. Who can say how far his voice carries? Who can say how long his reach is? Maudry had heard enough. He stood up and cut the man off cold. His voice carried the edge of absolute authority beneath a thin skin of contempt. Bring me the evil spirit of the pale faces. Let my brother see this great medicine face to face. The silence that followed was the kind that precedes something irreversible. Obed was led out on Asinus. His legs lashed to the animal in a way that fused man and beast into one bizarre shape. The Tetons had worked him over with considerable artistic effort. His head had been shaved to a single scalp lock, which was decorated with the preserved specimens from his own collection, toads, frogs, lizards, butterflies, pinned to his person with a showman's instinct for the grotesque. His face was painted in patterns that made his eyes look crafty and his expression look somewhere between academic and demonic. A robe of painted deerskin had replaced his coat. He looked, in short, like a man assembled by committee from parts of several different nightmares. Wucha led the naturalist into the center of the ring and left him there, backing away with his eyes still fixed on the man, wide with something that wasn't entirely performance. Obed looked around the circle. Every face he found was dark and closed. He turned carefully on the back of Asinus, working his way through the crowd of expressions until he located the one face he recognized. The trapper stood at the edge of the ring. Hector sat at his feet. The old man leaned on his rifle, which he'd been allowed to carry as a conceited friend, and he watched the proceedings with the calm of a man who had learned to separate what he could change from what he couldn't. Hunter. Obed's voice was strained, but he held it together. I am glad to see you. I suspect my time here is approaching a conclusion that science will find regrettable. There will be inquiries. Learned men will ask questions about my fate. Expeditions may come. I would ask that you serve as witness to this final chapter and convey an accurate account. Note my composure if you find any worth noting. It may serve as encouragement to those who follow in this field. He swallowed. And I would ask plainly, is there any path out of this that you can see, any at all? The old man took his time answering, the way a man does when he's actually thinking rather than performing thought. I'll give it to you straight, he finally said. Your life and your death are in the hands of Providence, working its will through the particular turns of Indian politics. I don't see any great advantage to the world in whether you live or die, though I'll allow that the matter carries more weight for you personally. Would you dismiss the loss of a cornerstone from the edifice of human knowledge? Obed asked, his pride surfacing involuntarily even now. What I mean is this, the trapper said, patient. Every creature gets one birth and one death. That goes for hounds and deer, for red men and white. It's not a man's place to rush the one or pretend he can stop the other, but a man can put it off a while. And the question worth asking is how much he's willing to endure to do it. He glanced around the circle. In my read, Maudori's politics push him toward killing you all. I wouldn't put much faith in whatever warmth he's shown me. So the question you need to answer is whether you're ready for that road, and if you are, then maybe this moment is as good as any. He paused. If you're asking my honest estimate of your account, I'd say your life has been clean enough. As far as serious offenses go, though I won't pretend you've done enough of anything in particular to tip the scales. Obed stared at him. He cleared his throat with whatever dignity he had left. Taking everything into consideration, he said carefully, I believe the safest conclusion is that I am not prepared to depart on such short notice, and that some action toward prevention would be advisable. Then I'll work toward it the same as I'd work for myself. The old man said, though I'd say don't waste much time getting right with things. A man's name gets called when he least expects it. The trapper stepped back into the ring and stood still. Inside him, the familiar balance held, decision and patience, action and surrender, all of it coiled together in a man who had spent a long life learning exactly where one ended and the other began. Chapter 28. The chief's reckoning the Sioux had waited. That in itself said something. Most of the band held back out of a vague, unspoken unease around the naturalist. Something about the man's strangeness made them cautious, the way a horse will shy from a smell it can't place. A handful of the sharper chiefs used the silence differently, studying the ground, reading the room, calculating. Maudori felt neither of those things. He simply let the old trapper finish talking, then leveled a look at him that said, I gave you that, one slow glance. Then he stood. He took his time rising. A man like Maudori didn't rush anything that could be made into a statement. He straightened to his full height and turned a slow, measured gaze across the assembly, every face, every set of eyes, every warrior who owed him something and every chief who privately didn't. The look he gave his supporters was hard but not cruel. The look he gave his opponents said something else entirely. It said, I know exactly who you are and I remember. Then the edge came off just enough. The calculated softening of a man who understood that iron alone breaks before it bends. He opened his mouth and his voice moved through the silence like smoke. What is a Sioux? He let the question hang. He is the ruler of the open grass. The fish in the muddy river know his shadow. He is a fox when he sits in council. He is an eagle when he looks at the horizon. He is a grizzly when the fighting starts. A Dakota is a man. The low rumble of approval ran through the assembly and died. He waited for it, then he continued. What is a Pawnee? A thief who only steals from women, a warrior who is not brave, a hunter who begs for his meat. In council he hops like a squirrel, branch to branch, no direction. On the prairie at night he moves like an owl, blind in the light of day. In battle his legs are long because he uses them to run. A Pawnee is a woman. The crowd broke, men shouted. Several voices demanded the words be translated directly to the prisoner, and the old trapper read the look in Maudori's eyes and complied. Hardheart listened to every word. He didn't blink. When the translation ended, he moved his gaze back to the middle distance, somewhere past all of them, past the circle, past the prairie itself, and held it there. Maudori watched him. The contempt in the chief's expression was precise and particular, not the contempt of a man dismissing someone weak, but the contempt of a man who hated someone because he couldn't fully extinguish his own respect for them. Hardheart was the one name in any direction whose reputation could be held against his own, and the prisoner's refusal to flinch was a provocation that went deeper than any wound. The chief pressed forward. The prisoner could wait. The men around him could not. If the earth filled up with rats, he said, his voice shifting now faster, lower, a blade being drawn instead of displayed, there would be no room for the buffalo that feeds and clothes us. If the prairies filled up with Pawnees, there would be no ground for a Dakota's foot. A Loup is a rat. A Sioux is a heavy bull buffalo. Let the buffalo walk and make room. He paused. Let that settle into the ground like rain. My brothers. Boy has spoken to you tonight. He says his hair is not gray, only frozen. He says the grass will not grow where a white man has fallen. Does he know the color of a white man's blood? He shook his head slowly. He does not. He has never seen it. What Dakara besides Maori has ever struck a pale face and taken what was owed? Not one, but Maori must be silent now. Every Teton will shut his ears when he speaks. The scalps above his lodge, women took those. Maori is a woman, his mouth is closed. He will wait for the feast and sing with the girls. The assembly erupted, voices against it, voices for it, the chaos of a fire catching. Maori sat down and folded his arms and let it build. He watched the disorder with the patience of a man who had planned it, and when it threatened to collapse the council entirely, he rose again, and this time there was nothing composed about him. "Go look for Tedao," he said, the words coming fast and clipped now. "You will find his scalp drying in Pawnee smoke. Where is the son of Borachina? His bones are whiter than the faces of the men who killed him. Is Maha asleep in his lodge? You know how many moons it has been since he rode out. You know he is not coming back. I wish he were here. I wish he could tell you himself what color was the hand that took his scalp." He moved through the names like a man counting debts. Warriors dead, sons gone. Each name a coal dropped on a dry grass. He had done this before. You could see it in the economy of his movement, the precision of his timing. He knew which names would hit which men. He knew how long to pause after each one. His voice was an instrument, and he played it without mercy. It was in the middle of this, the assembly fully in his hand, the mood shifted toward something dangerous and irreversible, that the old man appeared. He came from the edge of the circle, moving so slowly that each step was its own small effort. He was ancient, the kind of old that stops being a number and becomes a condition. His skin was mapped with scar tissue so dense and layered that the French traders up in the Canadas had given him a name for it half a century ago, Le Balafré, and the name had followed him like a second shadow ever since. His eyes were dim. His frame had shed most of what had once made him remarkable. But something in the way he moved the crowd, the way the murmur of his name alone dropped every voice in the assembly to a whisper, told you that the man who had earned that name was still somewhere inside the wreckage. Maori's voice caught. For a fraction of a second, barely a stutter, nothing you'd notice unless you knew exactly what you were listening for. The cadence of his speech broke and then resumed. He finished, but the moment had been there. Le Balafré stood without speaking. He didn't sit, he didn't gesture. He simply stood in the center of everything and waited while the assembly looked at him and remembered what he was. Maori read the room, found it complicated, and pressed on. The speech rose again toward its peak. The warriors' faces hardened. The appetite for blood was there. He'd built it carefully, the way a man builds a fire in wet weather, patient and methodical, and now he brought it to its conclusion with a short, hard appeal to everything the Teton held sacred. Then he sat. The silence after was loud. Then Le Balafré spoke. His voice came from somewhere deep in the chest, hollow and resonant, a sound that seemed to collect itself in the air before it arrived. The day of Le Balafré is close to its end. Every conversation died. He is like a buffalo whose hair will not grow back. He will leave his lodge soon and go looking for another, one far from the Sioux villages. What he says now is not for himself. It is for those who stay behind. His words are ripe. He gives them to the chiefs. He let a breath pass. Many winters have come since Le Balafré walked the war road. His blood ran hot for a long time. It has had time to cool. The Wakanda no longer sends him dreams of fighting. He has seen that peace is better. Another pause. The old man's breathing was the only sound. One foot is already turned toward the good hunting grounds. The other will follow soon, and when it does, an old chief will set out to find the tracks his father left, to walk the same path all the good men before him have walked. But who will come after? Le Balafré has no son. His oldest rode too many Pawnee horses and did not ride back. His youngest, the Kanza dogs, had his bones. Le Balafré has come tonight to find a young arm to lean on, a son, so that when he is gone, his lodge will not stand empty. Tashitshana, the little fawn of the Tetons, is too slight to hold up a man of his age. Her eyes look forward, not back. Her heart is already in her husband's lodge. Clean, direct, the old warrior had said exactly what he came to say and nothing else. No one challenged it. Several of Maori's inner circle looked toward their leader, but no one spoke. The custom was too old. The man was too respected. Even Maori held his position with an expression he had constructed to appear calm, though if you watched his eyes you could see the calculation moving behind them and something else, something colder. The prisoner he most wanted dead was about to walk. Le Balafré moved toward the captives, slowly, each step deliberate. He stopped in front of Hard Heart. He stood there for a long time, reading the young warrior the way a man reads terrain before he crosses it. The bearing, the eyes, the proportion of the frame. Whatever he was looking for, he found it. He gave a short gesture and someone cut the bonds. Hardheart was brought closer, and Le Balafré looked at him again at that reduced distance, the examination of a man who had been making decisions about men his entire life and had learned not to hurry them. "Good," the old man said quietly. "This is a leaping panther. Does my son speak with a Teton tongue?" The intelligence moved behind Hardheart's eyes. He understood the question completely, but he was not going to answer it in the language of an enemy people, and his face made that plain without any words at all. One of the surrounding warriors told the old chief the prisoner was Pawnee Loup. Le Balafré switched languages without pause. "My son opened his eyes on the water of the wolves," he said, "but he will close them in the bend of the troubled river. He was born Pawnee. He will die Dakota. Look at me. I was once a great tree, many men sheltered under me. The leaves are gone, the branches are starting to fall, but one shoot is still pushing up from my roots. It is young and it needs something strong to climb. I have looked a long time for one fit to stand beside me. Now I have found him. Le Balafré is no longer without a son. His name will not die when he does. Men of the Tetons, I take this young warrior into my lodge." No one spoke against it. No one was going to. The right was real, and the man invoking it was beyond challenge. Le Balafré took Hardheart by the arm and walked him into the center of the circle, then stepped back so the assembly could see clearly what he had chosen. There was pride in his posture, the fragile, ferocious pride of a man with very little left and protecting it with everything he had. Maudori showed nothing. He was waiting. A man like that was always waiting. The experienced chief saw the problem immediately. Two war leaders of that reputation, rivals for as long as either had been known, could not exist inside the same tribe. The math was simple and the outcome was fixed. But Le Balafré's standing was unassailable and the custom he had invoked was sacred, and so no one said a word. They watched with careful, neutral faces and waited to see how it would break. What broke it was Hardheart himself. Through everything that had preceded this moment, no one had been able to read anything on the captive's face. The sentence of death had landed the same as the order to release him, both registered as weather, neither as anything personal. But now the moment had come for him to choose, and he chose in a voice clear enough to carry to every corner of the assembly. "My father is very old," he said, "but there are things he has not yet seen. He has never seen a buffalo become a bat. He will never see a Pawnee become a Sioux." The stillness that followed was the stillness before something breaks. Most of the assembly heard the finality in it and understood it was not going to move. Le Balafré heard it too, but the old man's need was stronger than his judgment, and he tried again, steadying the crowd with a hard look that quieted the eruption of voices before it could fully form. "Good," he said. "Those are the words of a brave man. Warriors need to hear the heart speak so they can see it." There was a time when Le Balafré's voice was the loudest among the Kanza lodges, but the root of a white hair is wisdom. "My son will show the Tetons his courage by fighting their enemies. Men of the Dakotas, this is my son." Hardheart paused. Then he stepped forward and took the old man's scarred and rigid hand and pressed it to his own head, a gesture of respect, precise and unhurried. The acknowledgement of a debt that was real. Then he stepped back. He drew himself to his full height. He looked out across the men who surrounded him, and when he spoke it was in Sioux, so there would be no mistaking it. "Hardheart has looked at himself, inside and outside. He has gone over everything he has done, the hunts, the fights, everything. He is the same in all of it. There is no change. He is Pawnee in every part of himself. He has struck so many Tetons that he could never sit at their fire and eat. His arrows would fly the wrong direction. His lance would be backwards in his hand. Their friends would weep at his war cry. Their enemies would laugh. The Tetons want to know a Loup. Look at him again. His head is painted. His arm is flesh. His heart is stone. When the sun rises from the Rocky Mountains and moves toward the land of the pale faces, then Hardheart's mind will soften and his spirit will become Sioux. Until that day he will live and die Pawnee." The roar that came back was not clean. It was the sound of admiration and murder tangled together, the sound a crowd makes when it has decided on something and is past the point of reconsidering it. Hardheart waited for it to peak and begin to drop. Then he turned back to Le Balafré, and when he spoke again his voice was quiet and direct, man to man. "Let my father lean on the Teton fawn instead," he said. "She is young and her lodge will grow stronger as it fills. And look," he moved his eyes to where the old trapper stood watching, the honest, weathered face working with something he was trying to hold down. "Hardheart is not without a gray head to show him the way. If he ever calls another man father, it will be that warrior." Le Balafré turned from the youth with the slow defeat of a man absorbing something that will not be undone. He looked at the trapper. The two old men studied each other across the circle, each reading the other's face the way men who have lived long enough to know what a face can hide study the things that show through anyway. The trapper's features had been carved by decades of weather and hardship into something close to unreadable. The Teton chief worked at it for a long moment before he spoke. "My brother's head is very white," he said, "but Le Balafré's eyes are no longer sharp. What color is his skin?" "The same hand that made me," the trapper said, "but sun and wind and cold have darkened me past what I was born. What of it? The bark may be beat up and battered, but the heart of the tree is still sound. My brother is a big knife. Let him look west. Can he see the salt water past the mountains? There was a time I could spot a white feather at a distance that would embarrass most men," the trapper said, "but 87 winters have taken most of that from me. Does the Sioux think a white man is something above nature, that he can see through rock and earth? Then look at me instead. I am close enough. I am only a foolish red man. Why can your people see everything they want since they want everything?" The trapper held the old man's gaze without flinching. "I hear you, chief. I won't say you're wrong, but I'll tell you this much. No enemy I have, not even a lying Mingo, could truthfully say I ever put my hands on what belonged to another man, except in a fair fight. And I never in my life wanted more ground than was set aside for me. And yet," Le Balafré said slowly, "my brother came among the redskins to find a son." The trapper put one finger on the old man's shoulder gently, the way you touch something fragile, and looked straight into those scarred and dimming features. "Only to do right by the boy," he said. "If you think I took him in to prop up my old age, you wrong my intentions and you don't know what your own people were planning to do to him. I made him my son so he'd know there was someone standing behind him. Peace, Hector." He glanced down at the old hound pressing close against his leg. "This is no time for that. The dog is old," he said to Le Balafré. "Well-mannered most of his life, but he forgets himself sometimes, as do we all." What came next stopped every conversation at once. A dozen of the old women, the ones who had pushed themselves to the visible edge of the circle from the start, broke into a sound that was equal parts rage and satisfaction. Both old men turned. Hardheart was standing at the center of the ring, and something in him had shifted. His head was up, one leg forward, one arm slightly raised. His whole body held in the attitude of a man who has heard something that no one else has caught yet. His eyes were fixed on nothing visible. For a single instant, a breath no more, a faint expression moved across his face like light crossing water. Then it was gone. He was stone again. The women read it as contempt. The chiefs felt it too. The restraint that had held the assembly in check began giving way at the edges. The women poured into the ring without waiting for a signal, surrounding the prisoner and started in on him. They catalogued the deeds of their dead sons against his people. They reduced his reputation to nothing. They pointed at Marjorie and told the captive to look at a real warrior since he'd apparently never seen one. They said he'd been suckled by a doe and had drawn in cowardice with the milk. They exhausted every weapon in an arsenal they had spent lifetimes sharpening. Hardheart stood in the center of all of it and gave them nothing. Le Balafré withdrew into the crowd, the last of his purpose used up. The trapper moved closer to Hardheart, not conspicuously, not in a way that announced itself, but steadily, the way a man moves toward the one spot where he has decided he will stand. The lesser warriors began to move. The chiefs held the signal back, but not for much longer. Marjorie had been waiting for exactly this, waiting for the mob to reach the temperature he needed, so that whatever happened next could be attributed to the crowd rather than to him. When the moment came, he let his eyes move to Wucha, and that was enough. Wucha had been watching for it. He came off the edge of the circle like something released. He pushed through the women, told them to stand back and watch how it was done, and turned to the prisoner with the easy confidence of a man who had done this before and enjoyed it. He started with the tomahawk, worked it in slow arcs around Hardheart's head, close enough for the displaced air to touch the skin, precise enough to never make contact. The blade caught the light and threw it in moving circles across the captive's face. Hardheart's eyes didn't track it. They stayed where they were, fixed on the same empty point in the middle distance they had found at the start. Wucha moved to other methods. He laid the cold steel edge against the captive's skull and described, in detailed and unhurried language, the mechanics of what he intended. The women kept pace with him, their voices a constant low current of cruelty underneath his words. The trapper's eyes followed the tomahawk, every pass, every revolution. His jaw was set and the muscles in it moved. "My son is forgetting himself," he said finally, loud enough to carry. "This one is low. He is not hard to push into foolishness. I can't do it myself. A man facing death doesn't curse the men killing him. That's not how I was raised, but a redskin's customs are different. Let the Pawnee say the sharp words and buy himself a cleaner end. It'll work. Do it before the chiefs decide to put their authority behind this fool. Wucha turned on the trapper without interrupting his work and told him he'd be next. Maybe so, the old man said, not moving. I'm as ready now as I'll be tomorrow. Though it would be a poor kind of death for an honest man. He looked back at Hard Heart. Look at that Pawnee Teton. Look at what a man can be when he fears the master of life and follows his laws. How many of your warriors has he sent to the distant prairies? How many Sioux has he taken in open combat, fair fight, arrows in the air thick as snow? Can Wucha name one enemy he has ever met face to face? Hard Heart. Wucha wheeled and swung. The tomahawk came down hard. Hard Heart's hand was already there. The weapon stopped in the hollow of his palm. The two men stood locked in that position, Wucha frozen, the calculation of what had just happened not yet reaching his face, and Hard Heart held the tomahawk and didn't move, his head bent slightly forward, everything in him concentrated to a single point. The women screamed. The trapper felt something cold move through him. Hector lifted his nose and let out a long, miserable sound. Then Hard Heart moved. The free hand came up and the tomahawk reversed and Wucha dropped straight down, suddenly and completely, brains scattered, already gone before his knees hit the ground. Hard Heart cut through the gap the screaming women left as they scattered, and he was running. The effect on the assembly was total. For a moment, a genuine, vertiginous moment, nothing moved. The women's voices had collapsed into a single sustained note of alarm. The oldest warriors stood with expressions that did not yet know what to do with what they had just seen. The entire mechanism of the council came apart at once. Then the yell came from 100 mouths simultaneously, and warriors surged forward from every direction. Madori's voice cut through all of it. One word, one raised arm, every foot stopped. The chief's face was a controlled surface over something that was not controlled at all. He extended his arm toward the river and let the assembly follow the line of it. Hard Heart was already across the flat ground at the base of the slope, running with the long, ground-eating stride of a man who is trained for exactly this. As they watched, a line of mounted Pawnee warriors came over a rise to the east and drove their horses hard to the water's edge. The sound of a body hitting the river carried back up the hill clean and distinct in the still air. They watched him cross. The current was nothing to him. His arms drove him through in a straight line, and when he reached the far bank and pulled himself up, the shout that came back across the water was the kind of sound that belongs to men who have just watched one of their own do something they will describe until the end of their lives. The Tetons stood on their side of the river and listened to it. Madori lowered his arm. His face gave away nothing. But the arm came down slowly, and the men near enough to see him closely would remember that, afterward, the way the hand came down slow, and the way his eyes stayed on the far shore long after there was anything left to see. Chapter 29. Chaos in camp. The night air carried the smell of horses, wood smoke, and fear. Madori had moved his people back with the practiced efficiency of a war chief who'd spent his life keeping men alive in bad country. He'd covered his trail. He'd posted sentinels on the high ground. He'd done everything right. It wasn't enough. The Pawnees had found the one seam in his perimeter, the single approach he judged too difficult to watch, and they'd threaded it with the patience of men who understood that terrain is either your weapon or your coffin. By the time the rear sentinels picked it up, the hostile band was already at the river's edge, massed and ready, and the screaming had started. Children shrieked. Women wailed. The old crones howled at the sky like something wounded and feral. Madori moved through all of it like a stone through water. He'd built his reputation on exactly this, the ability to think clearly when everyone around him was coming apart. He barked orders and men obeyed. Boys sprinted for the horse herd in the river bottom. Women tore the lodges down with practiced hands, lashing bundles to the pack animals not suited for combat. Infants went onto their mothers' backs. Older children were herded to the rear, pushed along like livestock. It was chaos that worked, the mark of a real leader. From his elevated position, Madori took a long, cold look at the force arrayed against him across the water. His jaw tightened, but not from fear. Numbers favored him, but numbers weren't the whole of it. His people were northern people, hard country, yes, but poor in horses and arms. The band across the river rode to a man, every warrior mounted on a good animal, and they hadn't come this far to sightsee. They'd come for their war chief. His eyes moved over his own warriors. Good men, some of them, men who'd never broken when he needed them to hold. But too many of the others were hunters first, fighters second, useful for running down buffalo, less useful for what was coming. He would not start the fight, not with his women and children still on the ground. Across the water, the Pawnees held their position too. Hardheart stood among his men, alive. And the fact of his survival seemed to have changed something in the air around him. His warriors had brought up his horse, a trained war animal that had been saddled with the quiet resignation of men who'd given up expecting their chief back. They'd laid his weapons across the animal's back like grave goods, a bow, a lance, a quiver, a fusee. He ran his thumb along the bow's limb and tested the pull. Clean, strong. He balanced the lance across his palm and found its center of gravity in half a second. The horse shifted beneath him as he swung up, and he steadied the animal with his knees without thinking about it, the way a man breathes, automatic, the product of a lifetime. He rode among his warriors, and they watched him with something close to reverence. He checked the fusee last, turning it in his hands with the careful attention of a man reunited with something he'd thought lost forever. Then he turned his eyes to the far bank. The river sat between the two bands like a loaded weapon, too wide for accurate bowshot. A few rounds were exchanged from fusees, more declaration than execution, each side announcing itself to the other, nothing more. Men on both banks read the situation the same way. The water was a killing ground for whoever crossed it into a prepared defense. The Pawnees had what they came for. The Sioux had numbers they hadn't fully committed. Both sides understood that darkness and patience were worth more than a daylight river crossing against a waiting enemy. So they waited, and while they waited, the old trapper watched everything. He'd seen Hardheart move. He'd registered the instant the young Pawnee made his break, that precise moment when endurance converted itself into action and something in the old man's chest had tightened. He'd half expected it to go wrong. Watch the way you watch a man step out onto river ice. Breath held, waiting for the sound of cracking, but the boy hadn't broken. He'd waited with the full discipline of a trained warrior, taken the opening when it appeared and moved through it with everything he had. The old trapper let out a long breath and felt something ease in him that he hadn't realized was wound tight. He positioned himself close to his white companions. He'd made a quiet decision. If the Sioux turned their fury on the captives in the confusion following Wooch's death and Hardheart's escape, he would put himself between the blade and the throat. Whatever the cost, it would likely be a short and unsuccessful intervention, but he'd made his peace with that. The arrival of the Pawnee band across the river made the decision moot. For now, he used the time to observe. He cataloged what he saw with the systematic thoroughness of a man who'd learned that overlooked details get people killed. The non-combatants were being moved. Women, children, supplies, all pushed toward the timber to the rear. But Maudori's own lodge still stood, untouched. 2 horses held nearby by boys too young to fight but old enough to be trusted with animals. The trapper understood the geometry of that instantly. The Teton chief wanted his prizes within reach. He was also hedging against a bad outcome. Then there was the old warrior. The trapper had watched Maudori pull him aside, had watched the brief exchange, the single finger placed on the shoulder, the lean in, couldn't hear the words, didn't need to. The old warrior's expression said everything, a slow, satisfied hardening around the eyes, the look of a man handed a task he'd been waiting to perform for a long time. The trapper turned back toward his companions. "My friend, Obed," his voice carrying the careful formality of a man trying to sound composed while bound to a donkey. "It would appear that circumstances now present a favorable window for separating my lower extremities from this animal. If some portion of my limbs were freed, and we used this opportunity to move toward the settlements, the considerable body of scientific knowledge I carry might yet survive this ordeal. Those animals you're hauling around were put on this earth for the prairie," the trapper said quietly, his eyes still tracking the movements on the riverbank below. "Can't say I see much profit in relocating them somewhere they don't belong, and right where you're sitting, you're worth more than you know. I fail to see how my being lashed to asinus constitutes tactical value. You look like medicine to those women." The trapper's voice dropped lower. "Right now that's what's keeping them back. A man riding his medicine animal doesn't get rushed by nervous squaws. You take that away and you've got nothing but trouble and a short amount of time to deal with it." Paul Hover had been listening to all of this with the expression of a man watching the rope on a burning bridge fray strand by strand. "Friend," he said flatly, "cut your talking and cut these thongs. One stroke, that's all I'm asking." "Quartz," the trapper said almost to himself. "I got pulled into one once over a deerskin, a man who'd lived his whole life under open sky, hauled up in front of women and boys to be pointed at like some sideshow. Old man." Middleton's voice was level but sharp at the edges. "We are going to die here. I know what we are. The trapper's eyes moved to the riverbank, to the ridge, to the lodge, to the ring of women who were beginning to drift in a slow, ugly orbit around the ancient warrior now distributing knives. I'm making certain what I do next doesn't make it happen faster. He watched the women receive the blades, watched the old warrior's face, calculated the time remaining. Then a shout rolled up from the river bottom and every head on the high ground turned toward it. The trapper's knife moved once. There, he said, his voice barely above a murmur. Hand on the blade, don't stand yet, get the blood moving first and stay down. That's the most sensible thing you've said today, Paul muttered, fingers closing around the knife handle. The blade hidden against his forearm. The old warrior had made his choice. His name had never been spoken in the councils of mercy. He'd built what reputation he had not in the bright violence of open combat but in the patient work that followed it, the methodical extinguishing of the wounded, the destruction of those who could no longer defend themselves. It was work other men found distasteful. He found it satisfying in a way that clean fighting never quite matched. Madori's order had given him official sanction for what he'd wanted to do since the long knives had first been brought into camp. He'd waited, controlled himself. Now the two bands were locked in their standoff across the water and the moment had arrived. He handed out the knives. The women received them and began to move. They circled him slowly, their voices low and dissonant, building in layers, the names of the dead, the memory of old losses. The familiar architecture of grief converted into appetite. Their gray hair hung loose, falling across withered faces. As the song shifted from mourning to anticipation, the sound changed with it. The howl that answered each mention of revenge was the sound of something that had moved past grief and arrived somewhere darker. The trapper walked into the center of that circle without breaking stride. He stood among them the way a man stands in a room he owns, and looked at each face in turn. Why are the Teton mothers singing with bitter tongues? His voice was unhurried, his Teton measured and exact. The Pawnee prisoners are not in your village. Your young men have not come back loaded with scalps. The answer was a general howl. Two of the boldest stepped toward him, knives close to his face, close enough for him to read the lines carved into their hands by decades of hard work and harder weather. He didn't move. You see a warrior, he said. Not a frightened long knife who goes pale at the sight of a blade. Think carefully. Kill one white man and 100 rise where he falls. They didn't stop. The ring tightened. The pitch climbed. Then the oldest one broke from the circle like a hawk dropping out of a stall and came in fast toward the captives, and the rest came apart behind her in a disorganized, screaming rush. Speak now, the old trapper shouted in Teton. Mighty medicine, speak. Whether the donkey had learned something from his weeks in the Sioux encampment, or whether the sight of a dozen screaming women descending on him at a dead run simply exceeded his tolerance for the situation, the result was the same. The sound that erupted from Asinus was the first time the animal had been heard since his arrival, and it hit the charging women like a physical force. They scattered, stumbling, veering off, some falling, and regrouped at a confused distance, the circle broken. The momentum gone, Paul was already on his feet. His legs were still half dead from the hours of binding, the circulation returning in needles and fire, but he was upright and he held the trapper's knife and his eyes were clear and hard and focused. Middleton had gotten to his knees. The women read the scene and drew back further, unsure now whether they were looking at captives or at something they didn't fully understand. The trapper reached his companions. We're done with the quiet part. He said, time to fight. A hand the size of a saddle dropped onto his shoulder. He turned, and Ishmael Bush stood behind him like a cliff that had learned to walk. The squatters' boys were already moving past both sides of Madori's lodge with the quiet efficiency of men who'd spent their lives working in close spaces. They'd come from behind, using the lodge itself as cover. And the trapper understood immediately that he'd been watching the wrong direction at the wrong moment, a mistake he couldn't afford and couldn't undo. Ishmael said nothing. His sons said nothing. Paul and Middleton were taken back down, rebound with quick, impersonal competence. The trapper's wrists were lashed behind him without ceremony, the same treatment, no exceptions, no acknowledgement of age. The tent came down in practiced movements. The women were placed on the horses. The column formed and moved. Inside of 5 minutes, Ishmael Bush's party was already crossing the plain toward the squatters' encampment, prisoners in tow, the horses moving at a ground-eating walk. Behind them, the old warrior and his women were already specks in the middle distance, retreating toward the timber. The ground where Madori's camp had stood, where fires had burned and children had slept and a war had nearly started, was empty. The prairie reclaimed it without ceremony. The grass pressed flat by lodge poles began to slowly rise. The wind moved across it without interruption. It was as if no one had ever been there at all. Chapter 30, River's Edge Gambit. The bottom land had been its own kind of hell. While the fighting rolled across the high plain, the warriors in the valley had been circling each other like wolves, each band watching from opposite banks of the stream. Taunts crossed the water, insults, the kind of words men use when they want blood but aren't ready to spend their own to get it. Hardheart saw through it fast. The Sioux chief Maudori wasn't trying to goad the Pawnees across. He was burning time, and time was exactly what the Loops couldn't afford. Hardheart pulled his warriors back from the bank without ceremony. A calculated withdrawal, an invitation. The Tetons didn't take it. Hardheart changed his approach. He drove his men at a hard gallop along the river's edge, searching for a crossing point, somewhere shallow enough, firm enough, where he could push his band to the far side before the enemy could concentrate against him. His eyes swept the water constantly, reading the current, reading the surface. The Sioux saw what he was doing immediately. Every mounted Teton warrior pulled a foot soldier up behind him, and Maudori collapsed his entire force toward wherever the Pawnees moved. The man was tactically sound. Hardheart gave him that, but blowing his horses to beat a heavier force across wasn't a trade he was willing to make. He pulled up hard on the bank. He stood in the stirrups and looked at the river. There, 50 yards downstream, the channel spread wide and thin, the water breaking white over a shallow bottom, and in the center a sandbar, broad, exposed, pale-colored, and packed firm. Hardheart had crossed enough rivers to know what that sand would hold. He made his decision in seconds. He turned to his warriors and told them what he intended. Their faces didn't change. That was enough. He spurred his horse into the current. The animal fought the water, swimming where it had to, driving its hooves into the riverbed where it could. Hardheart kept his weight forward, kept the horse's head up. 40 yards, 30. Then the horse lurched upward and they were on the sand. He'd read it right. The bar was solid under the animal's hooves, compact, damp, and wide enough to run on. The horse felt it too. Its stride opened up. Its neck arched. Hardheart straightened his back and let the animal perform. The reaction from the Teton bank was immediate. A full-throated war cry tore across the water, raw and furious. Then arrows, 50 of them filling the air at once, and the flat crack of muskets. Several warriors surged toward the water's edge, ready to swim. Maudori stopped them with a single command. Hardheart galloped the bar without flinching. An arrow clipped past his shoulder. Another, he didn't break stride, on the Pawnee bank. 20 of his warriors had ridden into the shallows, ready, watching, but they held when they saw the Teton withdrawal. Their chief had told them the rules. Single warrior against single warrior. He belonged to Wakanda and his own right arm. Only overwhelming numbers would bring them in. They held, every one of them, watching, waiting. Across the river, Maudori spoke quietly to 2 men and sent them away. Then he walked his horse into the current. He stopped when the water reached his stirrups. His palm came up, fingers together, facing outward, the peace sign. He made it several times, slowly, deliberate. Then he unshouldered his musket and threw it back to shore. He rode deeper. Hardheart watched from the sandbar. He knew Maudori, knew what the man was capable of. Treachery wasn't beneath him, it was his preferred instrument. But Hardheart was not going to show less courage than the man who'd come to face him. He rode to the far end of the bar, shed his own musket, and turned back to the center. Both men were now armed the same way their grandfathers had been. Spear, bow and quiver, hatchet, knife, shield of stretched hide on each man's back. Maudori crossed the final distance and stepped his horse onto the sand. He'd left the Pawnee room to land, a gesture of courtesy that cost him nothing and communicated everything. I came to talk. Hardheart didn't entirely believe it. But he rode to the middle distance between them and stopped. They studied each other. 2 men who had spent years hearing the other's name in terms of dread and respect, now face to face for the first time with weapons between them. The silence stretched. Both horses stood still, reading their riders. Maudori pushed his shield off his shoulder, another open gesture, and spoke first. "Let the Pawnees ride to every edge of this world," he said. "From the land of snow to the land of flowers. They will see that the earth is large. Why must the red men fight for room that already holds them all?" Hardheart's eyes didn't soften. Has a Loop warrior ever come to a Teton village and begged for place to set his lodge? He let that sit. When the Pawnees hunt, do they send messengers to ask Maudori if the prairie is free? The older chief absorbed the words without visible reaction. When a man is hungry, he finds the buffalo. Wakanda made more buffalo than he made men. He did not say this one belongs to the Pawnee, this one to the Dakota. He said there is enough. The land between our villages would exhaust a swift horse for many days. There is room, brother. Why does a red man raise his hand against his brother? Hardheart lowered the butt of his lance to the sand. He rested his weight on it lightly. A faint smile crossed his face, not warm. Are the Tetons tired of the hunt? Do they want to cook meat but not kill it? Do they intend to grow their hair long so their enemies cannot find their scalps? He paused. Go back. A Pawnee warrior will not come among Sioux women looking for a wife. Something moved across Madori's face, fast, gone before it fully arrived. This is how a young warrior talks, he said, his voice controlled. But I have survived more winters than my brother. I have sat in the long, dark nights thinking of my people's suffering. I have told myself, count the scalps in your lodge smoke, Teton. They are all red but two. Does a wolf kill another wolf? Does a rattlesnake strike its own kind? Then why does the Teton walk the war road to a red-skinned village with a tomahawk? Would the Sioux chief take the glory from his young men, tell them to dig roots and bury their weapons? Hardheart's voice carried the weight of a man who intended to be heard across the water as much as across the distance between them. Let the women cut out the tongue of any man who speaks such words, Madori replied sharply, pushing his horse a few steps closer. His voice dropped, taking on the register of confidence, of shared secret. Brother, the red man will never run short of enemies. They are everywhere like leaves, like birds, but look around you. Do you not already see an enemy worth striking? How many winters ago did the Teton count his warriors' scalps drying in Pawnee smoke? Hardheart said flatly. The hand that took them is here. It is ready to take 18 more, 20. That is a crooked road. Madori's voice tightened just slightly. If red men kill red men until none are left, who will stand on these prairies and call them their own? The old men remember tribes beyond counting have poured out of the eastern forests, driven here by the long knives, by the pale faces. Where a white man comes, the red man cannot stay. The land becomes too small. He raised his arm and pointed east toward the tents of Ishmael's outfit visible against the plain. See, they are here already. Hardheart looked. He considered the words longer than Madori expected him to. What do the Sioux elders say must be done? He asked. They say track every pale face like a bear track in mud. The long knife who rides onto the prairie should not ride back off it. The road opens for those who come and closes behind them. Madori gestured toward Ishmael's camp. They have horses and guns, they have supplies, we have nothing by comparison. Let the Pawnees and the Tetons meet in council. When the sun drops behind the mountains, we divide what they carry, half for the loop, half for the Sioux. Hardheart's answer came without hesitation. No, the stranger has never felt Hardheart's hand against him. They enter my lodge and eat and leave unharmed. A chief stands between them and harm. His jaw set. When my people call for the war road, my moccasin is the last one moving. But once my village is behind me, it is the first. He looked directly at Mador. I will not raise my hand against the stranger, not for you, not for the Teton nation, not for the prairie itself. The calculation behind Madori's eyes completed itself in the time it took to breathe. Fool, he said, die with empty hands. He drew an arrow, seated it, and drove it in a single motion, full draw, clean aim, straight at Hardheart's bare chest from 10 yards. Hardheart had no time for his shield. His bow hand held a loose arrow instead of a drawn weapon. But his eyes had caught the shift in Madori's posture a half-second before the release, the subtle loading of the shoulder, the drop of the chin. He yanked the rein hard. The horse reared, both front legs punching skyward. Hardheart dropped his chest to the animal's neck. The arrow drove into the horse's throat with a sound like an axe into green wood, passed through the muscle, and broke the skin on the far side. Hardheart came back upright and returned fire in the same breath. His arrow went through Madori's shield. The Teton's body was untouched. Then the sandbar became a killing ground. Arrows crossed the space between them in rapid succession, both men shooting and dodging, using horses as mobile cover, taking the animals in tight arcs and cutbacks. The bowstring sang constantly. Sand kicked up in small explosions where shafts hit the bar and buried themselves. Blood was drawn, small wounds, nothing decisive. The quivers emptied. They went to the horses then. Full combat horsemanship on packed sand, charges, breaks, wheel-arounds, feints. Lances thrust and were deflected. The animals grunted and strained under the violence of tight direction changes. On several occasions, the points of their spears missed flesh by margins that no longer had names. The sand around them showed the story in churned patterns, the geometry of men trying to kill each other at speed. Madori finally had to dismount to save his life. Hardheart's lance was coming in low and angled, and there was no room to turn. The Teton threw himself off the side as the Pawnee's weapon punched through the horse, driving it down. Hardheart shouted once raw, triumphant, and wheeled back to finish it. His own horse buckled under him without warning. The wounded animal went down onto its side, pinning Hardheart's leg against the sand. He wrenched himself free as Maudori came in fast on foot, hatchet in one hand, knife in the other, eyes completely empty of anything but the intent to kill. Hardheart's hands found nothing but sand for 2 seconds, then his knife. He didn't swing it, no time, no angle. He took the blade between his finger and thumb and threw it. The knife turned twice in the air. The point caught Maudori's bare chest just left of center and drove into the haft. The Teton chief stopped. One hand went to the handle. He stood over Hardheart with the knife buried in his chest and looked down at the younger man with an expression that moved through hatred, through fury, and settled somewhere beyond both. The cunning drained out of his face. What remained was something older. He staggered backward, reached the edge of the sand where the water began, Boy of the Loops. His voice was still his own, still controlled. A ghost of a smile crossed the ruin of his expression. The scalp of a Dakota chief will never dry in Pawnee smoke. He gripped the knife and pulled it free. The blood came dark and fast. He hurled the blade at Hardheart, not to wound, just to refuse, a last refusal. He shook his arm at his enemy, his face working through expressions his voice no longer had the capacity to carry. Then he fell forward into the current. The river took him. His hand stayed above the surface for a moment, still moving, still defiant, before the water closed over it and he was gone. Hardheart was already free. The silence across both banks collapsed all at once. The sound that replaced it was enormous. 50 warriors were already in the water, churning toward the sand from both sides, Sioux to punish, Pawnee to protect. The sandbar was about to become something considerably worse than it had been. Hardheart didn't watch them come. He was scanning the shallows downstream, moving fast. He found what he was looking for, a dark stain spreading through the current where Maudori had gone down. He went in after it. If it meant dying in the water, he would die in the water. He was not leaving without the scalp. Behind him, the sandbar erupted. The Pawnees had crossed in strength and hit the Teton warriors head-on. Better mounted and carrying the momentum of what they'd just witnessed, they pushed across and reached solid ground before the enemy could form a line. But the dismounted Sioux fighters waiting on the bank steadied and pushed back hard. Both sides gave ground and took it back. The chiefs on each side began pulling their men into something more controlled, covering positions in the grass, measured advances, the kind of fighting where discipline mattered more than fury. The Sioux worked back into a dense stand of tall grass where horses were nearly useless. Several Pawnee charges went in and came apart. The grass swallowed men and returned nothing. The Pawnee warriors were beginning to pull back, recalculating when Hardheart appeared among them. He was soaked to the chest. In his raised fist was Maudori's scalp. The effect was immediate. The Pawnees went back into the grass behind their chief with the kind of force that doesn't leave room for hesitation. But the scalp cut both ways. The Teton warriors still on the field, and among them were genuinely hard men. Men who had sat in that morning's council arguing for peace and then fought like the argument had never happened, threw themselves into the close-quarters struggle with a desperation that went beyond tactics. This was about what got carried home and what didn't. The fighting became hand-to-hand in places. The Pawnees bent and finally gave way on the open ground, the Sioux pressing every step they yielded. Then the moment that broke the Tetons arrived without ceremony. A Pawnee chief went down under a cluster of arrows, dead before he hit the ground, and a group of Sioux braves ran forward to take his scalp while the opportunity existed. Hardheart and a knot of his best men met them in the open between the lines. The struggle was close and brutal and loud, and blood ran freely on both sides. The Pawnees gave ground with the body. The Sioux pressed. More Tetons broke from the grass with a collective shout, their discipline dissolving into the older instinct of mass assault. The sound that stopped them came from a break of vegetation to the left. A volley, the flat, authoritative crash of Western rifles, multiple weapons, well-aimed, fired together. 5 Sioux went down in the same second. 3 more were hit and didn't immediately show it. Every man still standing on the Teton line froze. Ishmael and his sons came out of the brush in a line, moving at a deliberate walk toward their former allies, reloading as they came. Their faces said everything their mouths didn't need to. The Tetons broke. Their bravest had already fallen. Those left standing looked around themselves and found no foundation to stand on. They ran northwest into the grass, into the creek bed, anywhere away from the rifles and the reinvigorated Pawnees now howling behind them. A few of the most stubborn died where they stood, refusing to go, which was a form of courage that changed nothing about the outcome. A second volley from Ishmael's party closed the question. The Pawnees pursued with everything they had across open ground into every fold and hollow of the terrain. The retreat became a rout, and the rout became a series of desperate individual actions across the bottom land. Sioux warriors tried to carry their fallen with them. They mostly failed. The pursuit was too fast, too hungry. One man made it out intact. He was called the Swooping Eagle, and he had stood in the council that morning and argued against this war with every word he had. When the vote went against him, he'd put the debate behind him and fought harder than any man in the field. When Modori's death became known, it was the Swooping Eagle who held the Teton line together by example and will. When Ishmael's rifles tipped the scale beyond recovery, he pulled back not in panic but in sequence, one step at a time, to where he'd hidden his horse in the deep grass. An old man was there waiting, Borachina, elder, counselor, and an arrow through his gut. He looked up at the Swooping Eagle with the specific clarity that men sometimes find when they've accepted what's coming. "I have ridden my last war road," the old man said. "Will a Pawnee carry these white hairs into his village for his women to mock?" The Swooping Eagle gripped the old man's hand. He didn't speak. He helped him mount, then swung up behind him and wrapped his belt around them both. They rode out of the grass at a dead run. The Pawnees spotted them within seconds. Several riders peeled off in pursuit. The chase stretched out across the plain for over a mile, the single horse carrying two men losing ground in small, measurable increments to the horses carrying one. Borachina felt the gap closing before he looked back to confirm it. "Stop," he said. His voice was already distant with blood loss. "The eagle must fly faster. Carry my white hair back to our village." No discussion was needed. Both men understood the mathematics of survival and what honor required when they conflicted. The Swooping Eagle stepped down from the horse and helped Borachina to the ground. The old man's legs wouldn't hold him. He settled to his knees on the grass and tilted his face upward, looking at the younger man one final time. Then he bowed his head and stretched out his neck and waited. The Swooping Eagle's tomahawk came down. His knife followed. He remounted in a single motion, the old man's head in his hand, and drove the horse forward as the pursuing arrows came in behind him, several missing by feet, one grazing the animal's flank. He cleared the pursuit. He didn't slow. He was still riding hard when the plains swallowed him, a distant figure moving with impossible speed across the grass, the trophy raised, the sun failing behind the western hills. The Swooping Eagle reached home. He was one of the very few Sioux from that fight who did. Most of the survivors reached neither village nor shelter before the Pawnee pursuit caught up with them. Even the column of Teton women and children was overtaken and scattered. The killing had its own momentum, the way it always does, and the men doing it were not ready to stop. The sun was long gone behind the horizon before the last of it finished. Chapter 31. After the blood, dawn broke cold and quiet over the prairie. The killing was done. Where the night before had been chaos, rifle fire, screaming horses, the wet percussion of violent death, now there was only wind moving through grass and the distant circling of black birds above the places where men had fallen. The Teton dead lay somewhere out there in the flats, already drawing scavengers. The river cut its serpentine path through the bottomland, trailing vapor in the early light like smoke from a dying fire. The plains stretched away in every direction, vast and indifferent, softened now in the pale gold of morning into something almost peaceful. Almost, Ishmael Bush's camp was still standing. Every soul in it had been up since first light. The children moved carefully, reading their father's mood the way you read weather coming off a mountain, watching the sky, the signs, knowing enough to stay quiet. Even the youngest understood that something was settling today, something with weight to it, something that wouldn't be easily undone. Ishmael moved through camp in silence. His face was a locked door. His sons watched him with the wary attention of men who had learned early what that particular expression meant. They'd seen it before. It didn't mean doubt. It didn't mean hesitation. It meant he'd already decided, and he was simply working through the mechanics of execution. Esther kept to her cooking. Same as always, the world could be ending and she'd still have a fire going and something on it, but her voice had dropped to a register her family rarely heard. The sharpness was still there, but something heavier had moved in beneath it, maternal, almost grave. Abiram was another story. He orbited the edge of camp like a dog that knows the caller's coming. His eyes kept moving to Ishmael's face, to the tent where the prisoner was held, back to Ishmael. There was something working behind those eyes. Hope, fear, the particular arithmetic of a guilty man calculating odds. When he looked at the tent, his expression brightened with something greedy and thin. When he looked at Ishmael, that brightness collapsed almost immediately into something that looked a great deal like dread. Ishmael never looked back at him. That was the worst part. On Ishmael's order, his sons moved through camp and brought the prisoners out into the open air. All of them. Middleton and Inez, Paul and Ellen, the naturalist Obed, the old trapper. They were placed in a loose line in the flat light of morning like men and women waiting on a verdict, which is precisely what they were. The younger children gathered at the edges, wide-eyed and quiet. Esther stepped away from the fire and stood with her arms crossed, watching. Hardheart stood apart from all of them. The young Pawnee chief had come alone, no warriors, no escort, and his horse stood nearby. Still breathing hard from a long ride, grass-cropped and dark with sweat. He'd ridden hard to be here. He stood at rest with his lance planted in the earth beside him, face composed and watchful, dark eyes moving slowly across the assembled faces and reading everything. Ishmael paid the chief's gesture of respect almost no attention. He didn't need Hardheart's warriors, and he didn't fear them. He stepped to the center of the gathering and turned to face his prisoners with the flat, unhurried authority of a man who has never once in his life needed anyone's permission for anything. There was something in it, Middleton admitted to himself, something in the sheer animal gravity of the man that was hard to dismiss. He was lawless, ignorant, and dangerous, but he was not ridiculous, not this morning. "I am called upon this day," Ishmael said, his voice low and deliberate, "to fill the office that men in the settlements give to judges. I have little use for courthouses or sheriffs, but there is a rule that cuts through all of that, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. That law makes sense to me. I intend to abide by it. Every man and woman here will get what is owed them, no more and no less." He let that sit for a moment, his gaze settled on Middleton. Middleton met it. "If the guilty are to be punished and the innocent released, then you'll need to change places with me. You'd be the prisoner, not me." "You mean the taking of the lady from her father's house?" Ishmael said it without flinching, no guilt but no denial either. "I won't lie about it. I've had time to think it through, and though I'm no quick-minded man, I'm an honest one when given long enough. Taking a child from her father was wrong. She'll be returned safe and unharmed." Esther cut in from behind him. "He's right. Hard times and bad counsel drove him to it. But his mind has come back around to where it ought to be. A dangerous and wicked thing, dragging another man's daughter into a decent family. And what will thanks look like?" Abraham muttered from the edge of the group, his voice low and ugly. "After everything that's already been done. When the devil's written his ledger, you'll collect your receipt from him alone." "Quiet." Ishmael didn't turn around. He extended one thick arm toward Abraham, a single gesture, like a gate closing. "Your voice sounds like a death bird in my ears. If you had kept your mouth shut to begin with, I'd have been spared all of this." Middleton pressed forward. "Since you're already moving toward doing right, don't stop halfway. Show some generosity here. It could serve you when the law eventually comes looking." Ishmael's expression darkened. "If fear of the law had a grip on me, Captain, you wouldn't be standing there watching how I do things." "I'm not speaking of fear," Middleton said steadily. "I'm speaking of consequence. The law has a long reach, slow sometimes, but it gets there." That's truth enough," the old trapper said, his voice weathered but clear. "Though a man ought to be left to live and die by his own lights, not herded and handled like livestock by men who think they know better. I've seen countries where they legislate how a man breathes. Miserable places, every one of them. A man kept a child all his life makes a poor man in the end." Ishmael ignored him and returned to Middleton. "As between you and me, there's fault on both sides. I took the lady with no intention of permanent harm. You broke into my camp and destroyed my property doing it. I call it even. You're free, both of you." Abner cut him loose. Abner moved in and freed the captain's wrists. Middleton went immediately to Inez, who was trembling beside him. He took her hands in his. "I won't forget your honesty," he said, turning back to Ishmael. "Whatever I may think of how we got here, your part in the resolution of it, I'll leave that where it lies." Ishmael looked at him with the flattest expression imaginable. "I didn't do this for your thanks. I did it because it was right. The world is large enough that we need never cross paths again. If that suits you, good. If it doesn't, do what you feel you must, but don't expect me to make it easy for you." He turned then, his gaze shifting to the naturalist. "Doctor, you and I had an agreement, an honest one entered into openly. Tell me how you kept it." Obed cleared his throat and straightened. "There did exist," he said carefully, "a compact between myself and let him go." Esther's voice was sharp and decisive. "Don't waste breath on a man who'd as soon poison you as cure you. Half the prairie to him, half to you, and be done with it. I'll treat the children's fever with cherry bark before I trust another drop from his bag." The shadow of something that might have been dry amusement crossed Ishmael's face. "Go," he said to Obed. Get to the settlements and stay there. I don't make many agreements and I don't appreciate men who break them lightly. Consider yourself fortunate. And now, Esther continued, riding her momentum. Send those two back to their people. She pointed to old Balafré and the widowed Tashitshana. They belong to the Pawnee by right of battle, Ishmael said. That's not my call to make. Ishmael, his wife's voice shifted, lower now, urgent. Remember what is still before us today. Don't let petty things crowd it out. He looked at her for a long moment. Something passed between them that no one else in that circle could read. You're right, he said quietly. She stepped back among her daughters without another word. Ishmael's attention moved down the line and settled on Paul. He said, you've come around my camp more times than I can count, running down bees, but what you were really doing was stealing a girl who is kin to my wife and who I had other plans for. The attention of every person in the circle sharpened. Paul didn't drop his eyes. I'll not argue about your pots and pails, he said. Put a fair price on what was broken and I'll make it square. As for Ellen, I've found that when a woman has truly made up her mind about a direction, the practical solution is to let her feet follow. I won't say she wasn't persuaded. I will say the persuasion didn't take much. Ellen, Ishmael's voice gentled fractionally. This is a hard and unforgiving world to step into before you're ready. You've had shelter and food with us for a year. I'd thought you'd found enough freedom in this life to want to stay in it. Let her go where she wants, Esther said from behind him. The one who might have kept her here is lying cold on the plain, nothing left to hold her. Ishmael looked at his sons, a slow, deliberate survey measuring each face in turn the way a man looks over timber he's considering using. Paul saw it, understood it, and stepped forward. I've got a clean way to settle this, he said. Pick whichever one of your boys you like. He and I walk out into that grass together. The one who walks back can make his case to Ellen himself. Paul, Ellen's voice was barely above a whisper. Don't worry, Paul said low and certain. I've sized them all up. I don't appoint myself keeper of a woman's heart, Ishmael said. Ellen, no pressure, no punishment, no tricks. Speak plainly. Do you want to go with this man into the settlements? Or do you want to stay with us? Ellen raised her eyes slowly. Her face was flushed, her breath coming fast, the shyness fighting the resolve and the resolve winning. You took me in when I had nothing, she said, her voice steadying as she spoke. No father, no money, no one. Others who had more than you never gave me a second look. God bless you for that. I mean it with everything in me. What I did for you will never be enough to repay it, but I don't love this life. I never did, and if you hadn't taken that poor woman from her home and her family, her voice cracked slightly, I would have stayed until you told me to go. Ishmael was quiet for a moment. That's done now, and what's done will be mended as far as it can be, so stay or go. I gave the lady my word I wouldn't leave her, Ellen said. After what was done to her, it's the least I can do. Ishmael turned to his sons. Bring the bee hunter forward, free his hands. When it was done, Ishmael lined his boys up shoulder to shoulder in front of Ellen, a row of weathered, hard-eyed young men, each waiting. No games now, he said. Look at them, all I have to offer and an honest welcome with it. Ellen looked down the line. Her eyes moved from face to face, and then they found Paul, his expression open and unguarded and completely unashamed, and something in her simply gave way. She stepped forward and pressed her face against his chest, and the sound she made was enough answer for everyone. Ishmael's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. He gestured his sons back with one hand. Take her, he said to Paul. Take care of her. She's worth more than you may know. A pause. Don't make me regret saying that. He turned to Middleton. You want to travel back with my wagons or make your own way? My men are near the Pawnee villages, Middleton said. I'll go with the chief. Then ride. Take what horses you need from the bottom. He paused, but you'll go without the old man. He and I have business. Middleton went still. He's been a friend to my family for 50 years. What has he done that holds him here? Ask questions you actually want the answers to, Ishmael said flatly. This is between him and me. An officer of the government has no business in it. Ride while the road is open. He's right, the trapper said calmly. Cross the bottoms carefully and watch for fire. The hunters burn the grass this time of year. The new growth will draw the buffalo in spring. I won't leave a man in chains without knowing why, Middleton said, not even by his own consent. Then I'll tell you why. Ishmael reached into his coat and produced the spent bullet. He held it out for Middleton to see. That was found on a Saz body, my son, my boy, and that man put it there. Middleton looked at the bullet. Then at the trapper. I don't believe it, not without good reason. He led us to the body, I'll grant you that, but that he killed your son without cause I won't accept on your word alone. The trapper had listened to all of it with the stillness of a man who has spent a lifetime learning when to speak and when to hold silence. He spoke now. I have lived long, he said, and seen more than my share of evil. men fighting over scraps, over pride, over nothing at all. My hand has been raised against wickedness when it needed to be. Not once in all those years has it struck a blow I'd be ashamed to account for when the final reckoning comes. Hardheart had been watching, reading the bullet, the faces, the weight of the moment. If my father has taken a life, the young chief said quietly, let him stand before the friends of the dead. He is too honest a man to need chains. If I had done it, the trapper said, meeting the chief's eyes, I would walk to the judgment myself, the way an honest man does. He turned back to the group. But here's what happened, and you will each decide what to believe. We were all working around your camp, friend, watching, waiting when I was sent ahead alone to scout. I know how to move without being seen, always have. I was flat in the grass when I watched two men come together out on the plain. They knew each other. Their meeting was cold. I thought they'd part without blood. He let the silence stretch. Then one of them put his rifle against the other man's back and fired, not face to face, not in a fight, from behind. The boy stood it for nearly a full minute, a remarkable thing, then went to his knees and fought his way toward the brush on nothing but will, like a wounded animal that refuses to quit. Middleton's voice was hard. Why didn't you say so immediately? A man who spent 60 years in the wilderness doesn't run to report what he's seen before the time is right, the trapper said simply. I took the doctor to the body. The bee hunter was there and he knew too. That's true enough, Paul said quietly. I held my tongue because I didn't know what he wanted kept quiet, so I kept it all quiet. Who did it? Middleton asked. The man standing right there, the trapper said, kin to the dead, and ashamed to every drop of blood they shared. That's a lie. Abiram's voice cracked wide open. He took a step backward. I struck in kind, blow for blow. Ishmael looked at his brother-in-law for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice had dropped to something almost quiet. All the heat had burned out of it, leaving something harder underneath. That's enough, he said. Let the old man go. He turned to his sons. Put Abiram in his place. Don't touch me. Abiram's voice climbed toward something unhinged. Touch me and I'll call God down on every one of you. The sons hesitated. The wildness in his eyes was real, the eyes of a cornered man with nothing rational left to lose. Then Abner, the oldest, the steadiest, moved in directly with the cold intention of a man who doesn't stop. Abiram turned to run. He made it 2 steps. Then he went down, face first into the dirt, rigid as a felled tree, and did not move. The silence that followed had a different texture than the silence before it. One of the women made a low sound. One of the boys stepped back. Ishmael stood where he was and looked down at the crumpled form of his wife's brother without expression. He gestured once. 2 of his sons moved in and carried the body into the tent. Ishmael turned back to the assembled group and looked at them each in turn, Middleton and Inez, Paul and Ellen, the old trapper. The naturalist, his gaze moving from face to face the way a man surveys land he's worked and is now walking away from. There's nothing left between any of us now, he said. Every account is settled. Every man and woman gets what was coming to them. His eyes moved to Ellen and something in the granite of his face shifted just barely like a crack in stone. God bless you, girl, whatever you think of that. No one spoke. Middleton gathered himself and the others with him. They took their leave in the flat morning light, quiet, brief, with the particular solemnity of people who have witnessed something they will carry for a long time. Ishmael watched them go. Hardheart moved to the head of the column with the unhurried authority of a man on his own ground, and the strange assembled company, a captain and his wife, a bee hunter and his girl, a naturalist, a trapper older than memory, fell in behind him and walked slowly north across the open prairie, following the Pawnee chief toward his distant villages. The grass moved in the wind. The birds continued their slow circles overhead, patient and without judgment. And Ishmael Bush stood in the entrance of his camp and watched them until the last of them had disappeared into the vast and empty distance. Chapter 32. Guilty men walk. Ishmael watched the horizon and said nothing. He stood at the edge of camp with his rifle loose in his hand, eyes fixed on the distant swells of grass where Hardheart's people had disappeared one by one behind the roll of the earth. His scout came back with a single nod. The last of them were gone. That was enough. He turned without a word and gestured once. The signal moved through the camp like a current. Canvas came down. Yokes went onto cattle. The whole machinery of departure engaged itself with the quiet efficiency of people who had broken and made camp more times than they could count. The small wagon, the one that had carried Inez for so long, was drawn up in front of the tent. Another prisoner would ride in it now. Abiram came out pale, shaking. His legs barely held him. The younger members of the family stared. Some of them had half convinced themselves that God had already taken him, that the crime had been answered before any of them had to act. Seeing him alive and blinking in the hard prairie light unsettled something in their chests. They watched him like men watching a thing that should already be dead. Abraham felt their eyes and read nothing good in them. He scanned every face and found no mercy, no sympathy, nothing he could use. But there was no immediate violence in any of them either, and that small absence was enough. His mind, that slippery, self-preserving instrument, began to work. By the time they put him in the wagon, he was already calculating angles, plotting approaches, looking for the seam he could slip through. Ishmael led them east. For the first time in weeks, his back was to the setting sun. His sons understood what that meant. They had been reading their father since before they could name what they were doing. The journey was ending. The direction of home said so. Ishmael's spine said so. He walked far out in front of the column, rifle cradled in the crook of one arm, axe over his shoulder. He barely spoke for hours, a gesture here, a glance there. His sons moved accordingly. Esther rode deep in the wagon with her daughters. Twice, men at the back of the column looked ahead and saw him standing motionless on the crown of a swell, head bowed over his rifle. Both times he stood that way only briefly before moving on. Water crossings came and went. The land buckled and flattened and buckled again. The prairie gave way gradually to rougher country, broken hillocks, scattered rock formations, stands of timber pressing in from the margins. The land was old here. It looked like something from which the people had been scraped clean, leaving only the bones of what had been. When the hour came that the animals needed water and the men needed rest, Ishmael found the spot with the instinct of long practice. A spring broke cold from the base of a rock face 40 feet high, pooling into a shallow swale where thin grass pushed up through the dark soil. Beside it stood a willow, massive, ancient, and dead. The trunk was white and stripped, fractured by weather, the bark gone. The branches spread wide and skeletal against the sky like something reaching. Not a single leaf, not a sign of life anywhere in it. It was the kind of tree that made men quiet. Ishmael threw his body down on the ground near the spring and lay there while the cattle found the water and the camp organized itself around him. His sons moved through their work without being told. The sounds of a halt filled the air, animals drinking, wood being gathered, children arguing over food. When he was satisfied that everyone was occupied, Ishmael caught his wife's eye. He stood and walked east toward a low roll of ground where the view opened up and no one would follow without being seen. Esther came after him. They sat together on a shelf of rock. For a time neither spoke. The silence between them was not empty. It was full of the weight of what had been done and what remained to be done. "We've made a long road together," Ishmael said finally. "Hard country and hard years, bitter things, but nothing like this." Esther pressed her face toward her knees. "A heavy burden," she said, her voice muffled in the fabric of her dress. "For a sister to carry, for mother. That's the whole of it," he said. "Right there, I'd made my peace with punishing that old trapper. God forgive me for thinking what I thought of him, but this." He stopped. "You don't clean a house by pushing the filth from one room into another, but my boy is dead, my son." He said the last word with a flatness that was worse than grief. "He doesn't rest, he won't. Ishmael," she lifted her head, "if we'd stayed quiet about it, if we'd said nothing, who would have known?" He turned and looked at her with an expression that was neither anger nor softness. "There was a time," he said, "when you thought another man's hand had done it." "I did." She nodded once, something collapsing behind her eyes. "God gave me that thought as punishment, then he lifted it. I looked in the book, Ishmael, I found words there." "Have you got the book?" She reached into the pocket of her dress. What she produced was barely a book at all, a fragment of a Bible, the cover long gone, the pages brown at the edges and dark with smoke, the print worn nearly smooth in places from years of handling. She had carried it through everything, through all the years and all the miles and all the things that could not be fixed by ordinary means. She opened it slowly. Her finger moved across the pages. She read him the verses that applied. There were not many, but they were clear. He listened with his eyes on the ground. When she finished each one, he made her show him the words on the page, and he regarded them with the expression of a man receiving a verdict he already knew was coming. When he had heard enough, he reached out and closed the book with his own hand. Esther felt the finality of it move through her like cold water. She looked at his face and found nothing there that could be reached. "He's my blood," she said, "and my children's blood. Ishmael, can there be no mercy?" "When we thought the old trapper had done this," he said, "you said nothing of mercy then." She had no answer for that. She folded her arms across her chest and sat still for a long time, staring at the ground between her feet. Then she looked once more at her husband's face and saw that it was settled. Whatever gate might have stood open was now closed. She knew his face too well to pretend otherwise. Neither of them spoke again. Their eyes met once. They stood and walked back toward camp in complete silence. The family was ready. The cattle were herded. The horses stood in harness. The children were in the wagons. Everything waited only for Ishmael. Abner, his voice was level, unhurried. Take the brother of your mother out of the wagon. Stand him on the ground. Abiram climbed down. He was trembling but not yet without hope. His eyes swept the faces around him, still searching for the crack in the wall. He tried a smile, tried the easy tone of a man among family. Animals are worn down, brother, he said to Ishmael. Good march today. Might be we camp here, make an early start. You won't find better ground before dark. Ishmael looked at him for a moment. You'll be here longer than that. He removed his hat and held it at his side. My sons, come close. He waited until they had gathered. Abiram White, you killed my firstborn. By the law of God and the law of man you will die for it. The blood left Abiram's face. It was the specificity of it that broke him, not shouting, not fury, just the plain, flat architecture of a sentence that left no room for anything else. He had been telling himself it would not come to this, that Ishmael could be managed. That family meant something. Now he stared into a face that had finished thinking about it and understood, perhaps for the first time, that hope had already left the premises without him noticing. Die, he repeated. The word came out barely voiced. A man safe with his own kin, that's what my boy thought. Ishmael checked the priming on his rifle. He did it without drama, the automatic checking of a man for whom a firearm was as natural as a hand. He nodded toward the wagons. You took him with a rifle. It's right that a rifle figures in your end. Abiram's face lost its structure. He looked around at his nephews and found them cold. He looked toward Esther's wagon. Esther, sister, don't leave me. Sister, do you hear? From the moving wagon, Esther's voice came back without warmth. I hear my firstborn calling for justice out of the ground. God have mercy on your soul. The wagon rolled on. Abiram's legs stopped working. He went down onto his knees in the dirt, and what came out of him then was not dignified. A raw and tangled pleading, God's name and Ishmael's name thrown together in the same breath. Mercy begged from both in the same gasping syllables. His nephews looked away. Even Ishmael, whose nature was not easily moved, felt something shift in him at the sight of a man so completely unmade. May what you're asking for be granted to you, he said quietly. But a father doesn't forget his murdered son. The begging shifted. A week, a day, an hour, any portion of life at all named with the desperate precision of a man for whom every measure had become precious. Ishmael stood over him and something in his face gave a fraction. Abner, climb that rock, look around, tell me what you see. While his nephew climbed, Abiram watched with eyes that had gone wide and bright with a terrible reviving hope. Abner reached the top, turned slowly in a full circle and came down. Nothing, teams are gone, empty in every direction. A moment later a girl came running from the wagons with something in her hand. Ishmael took it from her, a fragment of the Bible worn smooth. He sent the child away and placed the pages in Abiram's hands. From Esther, he said, so you can make your peace with God. Bless her. Abiram clutched the pages. She was always good to me, but I need time. Brother, time to read, time to. You'll have time. Ishmael's voice was final but not cruel. You'll be your own executioner when that time comes. I'm taking this from my own hands. The preparations were made with the economy of men who understood what they were doing. A thin shelf of rock jutted from below one of the dead willows, great stripped arms, high enough off the ground to serve the purpose, positioned as though the tree had always been waiting for this use. Abiram was placed on the shelf. His arms were bound at the elbows behind him, tight, thorough, no chance of working free. A rope ran from his neck to the limb above. When the shelf was no longer under his feet, there would be nothing. He was left with the pages in his bound hands. Abiram White. Ishmael looked up at him one last time. Death stands in front of you in two shapes. My rifle can make it quick, or that rope does it in its own time. The choice is yours. Let me live. The voice from above was barely human anymore. Ishmael, you don't know what life is until you're at the edge of losing it. It's done. He turned to his sons. Go, follow the teams. He looked up once more at the man on the shelf. I forgive you the wrong you did me, he said. I mean that. Now make your peace with God. Ishmael turned and walked east at the same steady, grinding pace at which he did everything. His head dropped slightly forward. He did not look back. Once he thought he heard his name carried on the wind, but he did not break stride. He walked until he reached the high ground where the horizon opened east and west, and then just once he turned. The sun was going down behind him. Its last light caught the white branches of the dead willow and made them shine against a red sky. He could see the shape of the man against the light, still upright, still on the shelf. Ishmael turned back east and kept walking. He found his sons where they had made camp on suitable ground a mile on. Good water, reasonable cover. He looked at what they had chosen and nodded once. That was sufficient. The camp that night was quieter than any before it. Esther's voice among the children was low, stripped of its usual edge, soft instruction rather than sharpness. No questions passed between husband and wife. No explanations were offered or requested. The only thing that broke the pattern was a moment late. When Esther thought she was unobserved and Ishmael caught her checking the pan of his rifle, he said nothing. He told his sons to sleep and walked out alone onto the dark prairie. The air inside the camp felt too close. The night was cold and clear, the moon high and running between clouds, and the wind moved over the grass in long sweeping pulses that distorted sound, stretched it, bent it into shapes that pressed against the edges of recognition. He walked to the high ground east of camp and stood with the darkness in both directions around him. The wind came in waves, between them silence, then the wind again. He stood still and listened the way a man listens when he is not sure what he is hearing. The first sound could have been anything, wind through a gap in rock, an animal. The prairie was full of sounds at night that daylight would have explained. The second sound was not that. It moved through the upper air and it was not clean. There was a human shape to it, a register that the body recognizes before the mind names it. Ishmael's jaw clamped shut. His hand closed around the stock of his rifle until the wood pressed hard into his palm. Then quiet, a new gust, and then a sound that arrived not from a distance but from directly beside him, close enough to feel, and it was unmistakably a human being in extremity, raw, ragged, the name of God torn out of a ruined throat. Something answered it from Ishmael's own chest involuntarily, a short involuntary sound, the kind the body makes when it acts before the mind catches up. He swung the rifle to his shoulder and started toward the rock at a pace his body rarely found cause to use. His blood was moving fast. He could feel it everywhere. The dead willow's silhouette appeared against the sky ahead, the white branches catching what light there was, the shape beneath one arm turning slowly in the wind. Ishmael. He stopped. The voice was at his elbow. He had not heard her come up. Woman. He put a hand on Esther's arm without startling, without any display of surprise. Be still. If you fear God, be still. They stood together without moving. The wind cycled through. The sounds that had ridden it did not come again. The prairie resumed its own voice, vast and indifferent, the sound of scale rather than suffering. After a long silence, Esther said, "It's quiet now. We can go on." "What brought you out here?" "He killed my boy." Her voice was stripped of everything decorative. "But the son of my mother won't lie in the open ground like something that was never a man." Ishmael picked up his rifle and turned toward the rock. They moved carefully as they got close. The moon kept clearing and going dark behind fast clouds. When the light came clean, they could see it, the shape hanging under the arm of the willow, turning slightly. The rope a dark vertical line against the sky. "Where is the body?" Esther asked. She had a pick and a spade. She had come prepared. The moon came fully out from behind the clouds and held there. The body turned slowly in the residual wind. The pages of the Bible were scattered on the ground beneath, white fragments against dark soil. The shelf had been displaced. Ishmael stood below and looked up at the face of his wife's brother. And what was in his own face was not satisfaction and was not guilt. It was something older and heavier than either. He raised the rifle with the slow, deliberate care of a man who means to cut a rope at distance in the dark and cannot afford to miss. He fired. The cord parted. The body came down heavy and without grace, the way dead weight always falls. Esther had not moved throughout. Now she moved. They worked without speaking. The ground was workable. The grave went down to depth. When it was ready, they lowered Abraham into it, Esther holding his head, and she looked up from the bottom of the grave into her husband's face, and what was in her own face was grief without remedy. "Ishmael," she said, "I cannot kiss him. I cannot kiss the face of my father's child." Ishmael placed his hand flat on the chest of the dead man, held it there. "Abraham White," he said, "we all stand in need of mercy. From my soul, I forgive you. May God in heaven have pity on what you were." Esther leaned down slowly and pressed her lips to her brother's forehead, held them there. When she came up, her face was wet, then the sound of earth falling, the sounds that attend the closing of a grave. Esther stayed on her knees when it was done, and Ishmael stood bareheaded while she prayed. Her voice was very low. The wind moved the grass around them, then it was finished. The following morning, the wagons rolled east toward settled country. The column blended gradually into the broader traffic of a world that had roads and fences and the ordinary noise of people living close together. Some of the children of Ishmael and Esther found their way eventually back inside the margins of that world, took on its habits, answered to its authorities. The old man and the woman who had made them were never heard from again. Chapter 33. Triumphant return home. The Pawnee column moved through the hunting grounds without incident. Hardheart had been thorough. No Sioux scouts remained to contest their passage, not a single one. The land was clean. Middleton's party traveled at a pace set by the women, steady and unhurried, the warriors falling into a rhythm that required no orders and permitted no complaint. They rode in peace through country that had been bought in blood 2 days prior. The village received them the way villages receive their dead returned to life. Women who had been keening were now singing. Mothers pressed their palms to the chests of sons they had already buried in their hearts. Wives traced fingers along new scars. Young women moved through the crowd with songs sharp enough to cut, their voices rising and falling as the warriors passed between the lodges. The scalps and weapons of fallen Sioux hung displayed in the firelight like battle flags nailed to a courthouse wall. Old men recounted the deeds of warriors long dead and then declared those warriors diminished, their legends outrun at last. Hardheart's name moved through the village like fire through dry grass. Middleton rode in with his recovered party and spotted his artillerists standing in the crowd. Their faces were sunburned and their uniforms were wrong for the country. But they were there, solid, armed, and ready. He felt the last hard knot in his chest loosen at the sight of them. Small as the force was, it changed everything. He had mobility, he had options, he had leverage. A lodge was given to Inez and Ellen. A sentry in federal uniform stood post at the entrance, and Paul, seeing the man there, relaxed enough to wander the village with characteristic and uncontainable curiosity, poking his nose into cook fires and domestic arrangements, offering opinions no one had requested in commentary that required no translation to be understood as exhausting. The Pawnee ignored him with extraordinary grace. Hardheart had set the tone. His restraint moved through his people like current through water. Once the strangers had been given everything the village could reasonably provide, no one pressed further. No uninvited foot crossed the threshold of the guest lodges. The celebration continued into the small hours, warriors climbing to the roofs of their lodges to call out the deeds of the day into the darkness, their voices carrying across the camp and dissolving into the open prairie beyond. At first light the village was moving again, but the mood had shifted. The faces that had been fierce with joy the night before were now composed into something quieter. Word had spread, the pale faces who had ridden with their chief were leaving. Middleton's soldiers had already negotiated the use of a trader's boat. It sat in the current, ready to receive its cargo. Nothing remained but the departure itself. Middleton ran through his concerns one more time. He had watched Hardheart look at Inez. He had seen what was behind that look, and he had filed it, the way a man files anything that might become a threat. He knew what a warrior trained from birth in patience and concealment was capable of. He had quietly briefed his men. The preparations were masked behind the formality of military ceremony, the kind of pageantry that could mean anything or nothing, depending on who was watching. He felt the guilt settle on him when he saw the village turn out, unarmed, open-handed, and solemn, to walk his party to the river. They gathered at the bank in a wide circle. Hardheart positioned himself at the center and let the silence do its work before he spoke. He began with history. The Loup Pawnee were old, their hunting record was long, their war record was longer. He spoke of it the way a man speaks of a thing he does not need to prove, matter-of-factly, without ornament. Then he turned to the strangers. He compared their numbers to the great bird migrations, the sky darkened and moving in one direction, unstoppable. He said nothing direct about what those numbers meant for the people standing at the river. He didn't need to. Every man present understood the arithmetic. He acknowledged carefully, without accusation, that not all pale faces were what a warrior would call worthy. He reminded his people that the Pawnee themselves had driven dishonorable men from their own villages. The Great Spirit sometimes looked away from his children, red or white. That abandonment produced the same result. A man without honor was a man without honor. Color was beside the point. He directed the attention of his people to Middleton's soldiers. Their hands were not empty, and they were not filled with trade goods. They were armed men who knew how to use what they carried. That made them brothers in the only language that mattered. He spoke last of Middleton himself, a son of the great white father. He had not come to push the buffalo from their ground. Bad men had taken his wife, the most obedient, the gentlest, the best of them. One only had to look at her to know the words were true. Now the white chief had what was his and he was going home. He would carry word back that the Pawnee were just. There would be peace between the nations. Let them go safely. Middleton felt his pulse jump when Hardheart named Inez, and his eyes went involuntarily to his men. But the chief was already moving past the moment, past her, as if she had never existed in his mind as anything other than a fact to be stated and released. His expression gave up nothing. His eyes were still and controlled and went to the next man he needed to greet. He worked through the entire party. Soldiers, travelers, even the physician, though several of the younger warriors saw little reason to extend themselves toward a man of such ambiguous usefulness. He shook each hand. His eyes never drifted toward either of the women. Whatever was behind them stayed there. The farewell took time. It was methodical and serious, and no one rushed it. When it was done, the trapper picked up a small bundle that had been sitting at his feet throughout the proceedings. He clicked his tongue for Hector, and the old hound pulled himself up from the ground. The trapper was the last man to step into the boat. The artillerists gave 3 cheers. The tribe answered with a single collective shout. Then the boat was pushed out and the current took it. Nobody spoke for a long time. It was the trapper who broke it. His voice was quiet and carried nothing theatrical in it, but his eyes were flat with something that sat close to grief. "Valiant and honest," he said. "I'll say it plainly and I'll stand behind it. Second only to the Delawares of the hills, and those are all gone now or near enough to it." He paused. A man who hasn't lived among more than one tribe doesn't know Indians any more than a man who's only seen a crow knows the full measure of feathers. "It's the nature of men," Middleton replied. "Any men, they aren't lacking in what nature put into them." "No, they aren't." The trapper watched the bank moving past. "Friend at the rudder, give the bow a push toward that sandy point there. Low one ahead on the left. We're in the main current," Middleton said. "We'll lose speed." "Won't take long." He was already reaching for the side. The oarsmen had seen enough of what this man's word meant to the captain that they said nothing. The bow touched sand. "Captain," the trapper said, working the knot on his bundle with deliberate hands and no sense of hurry. "I want to make you a trade, not much to offer, I'll own that, but it's the best I have, so don't measure it against what it isn't." "Part," the word came from several mouths at once. "Hell's bells, old man." Paul leaned forward. "There's room in this boat and water enough under it to carry you to the settlements." "What are you planning, walking?" "Settlements." The trapper said the word the way a man says the name of a place he left long enough ago that it has no claim on him. "I made my peace with the settlements many seasons back. I live in a clearing, yes, but it's one the Lord laid out, not one men cut into the wild to build their trouble in. I won't go back." "I hadn't thought of parting," Middleton said. He looked to the others, Paul, Ellen, Obed, looking for something in their faces to steady himself against. "I had hoped, I had expected that you'd come south with us. You have my word. Whatever you need, whatever would make the time easier." "Yes, lad." The trapper's voice was patient and without self-pity. "I know you'd try, but I've lived near 90 years doing the thing honestly. I think I've earned the right to spend what's left of it in the manner that suits me." He glanced toward the receding bank, then back, "And there's this. I've seen enough of the wild to know my feelings, and my skin are white. I won't have those Pawnee warriors watching an old man come apart at the seams over a parting. That's not a thing I'd put in front of them." Paul cleared his throat with the effort of a man trying to dislodge a stone. "All right, listen, I've got a proposition. Half my cabin, the bigger half if it comes to it. Honey from the locust bloom, venison when I have it, buffalo when I find it. Cooking that'll improve over time, courtesy of one Ellen Wade who is about to become someone else entirely." He glanced at Ellen, who looked back at him with composed patience. "In return, I ask for your company when you feel like it, your experience when we need it, and whatever advice you see fit to give in small doses." Honestly offered, the trapper said, and not unthankfully refused. Obed cleared his throat with academic solemnity. "There are obligations to civilization, sir, knowledge hoarded in the wilderness." "Friend," the trapper said, fixing him with a look both steady and kind, "the Lord made me to do, not to lecture. I'll leave the talking to those built for it." "Enough," said Middleton. "I've sat long enough with this man to know better than to argue him out of what he's decided." He exhaled. "Tell me what you need." The bundle came open. 4 beaver pelts and 1 raccoon skin lay folded on the trapper's knee. "The Sioux took my best traps," he said. "I need new ones come spring or winter will be hard on me. I'd ask you to take these skins below and trade them with the first honest trapper you find. Get me what you can in return and have the lot sent up to the Pawnee village with my mark on them. Letter N, hound's ear, rifle, lock. No one will argue the ownership." He held up the raccoon skin and looked at Paul. This one I offer to you for taking on the particulars of the arrangement." Paul opened his mouth. Ellen's hand found it before the words did. He swallowed whatever oath had been building and went the color of a man in mild distress. "He means yes," Middleton said. "Yes," Paul confirmed, strangled but firm. "I'll see to all of it myself," Middleton said. "Leave the skins." The trapper looked at him for a long moment. Something moved through his face, recognition, gratitude, the particular warmth of a man who no longer expects generosity and receives it anyway. "Your grandfather was the same." Open-handed, the Delawares called him. That was a high thing for them to say. He rewrapped the bundle and passed it to one of the soldiers. "I'd send the lady furs for a proper coat if I still had the skill to take them right, but don't expect it. I'm too old to make promises I can't keep." Paul stood up in the boat, grabbed the trapper's extended hand with both of his and brought it down hard enough to echo off the water. "That's the hand of a man who'd have been dead twice over without you," he said. "So take the whole of what's behind it." The trapper opened his face in that wide, silent laugh, weathered lines going deep, no sound coming out. "You couldn't have done that when the Teton women were after you with their knives, boy. Let the grip go, you're in your prime, stay honest and it'll serve you." Then the expression left him like a lamp being turned down. He pulled Paul gently to the bank by a coat button and spoke low. "We've talked more than once about the life out here, the borders, the freedom of it." He studied the younger man's face. "Most of what I've said is true, but a man has to consider what he's actually been given. You have a good woman, a kind one." He nodded toward Ellen. "She'd grow better in sunlight than in prairie wind. Whatever you've heard from me about the wild, set it aside. Take her somewhere she can take root." Paul couldn't speak. He squeezed the old man's hand a second time, and the trapper received it the way he received all demonstrations of feeling, with a nod, a quiet acknowledgement, and no further discussion. He turned back to the boat. He called to Hector, and the old dog came. The trapper stood a moment longer, working through something he seemed to need to say. "Captain, one more thing." He looked at the younger dog, Middleton's hound, strong and full of years yet. "Hector has found a companion in your animal. A dog at the end of his life shouldn't have to give that up before he has to." His voice was level and clinical about it, the voice of a man who has watched enough things end to speak about ending without theater. "I'd ask to borrow the dog through winter. I don't expect Hector to see spring." He paused. "I've watched enough friends go, four-legged and otherwise. I know the signs." "Take him," Middleton said. His voice was compromised and he turned away from it, making a show of adjusting cargo he had no reason to adjust. The trapper whistled the younger dog ashore. Then he moved through the party one final time. He took each hand. He said something quiet and specific to each person, the kind of words that don't need to be recorded to be remembered. Paul stared out at the water and whistled tunelessly. Obed squared his jaw and looked like a man committing to a surgical procedure without anesthesia. When the circuit was complete, the trapper set his hands to the bow himself and shoved the boat into the current. He stepped back onto the sand. "Godspeed," he said, nothing more. The oars went in and no one spoke. The current took the boat and the shore began to move. They rounded a low sandbar thick with willow scrub and the bank disappeared behind it. The last image any of them carried was this: the old man standing on the point, rifle upright in his grip, stock to the ground, the weight of it easy in his hands after a lifetime of carrying it. Hector lay at his feet. The younger dog worked the waterline in loose, joyful arcs, all youth, all muscle, entirely unaware of anything ending. The river bent, the point vanished, the current ran south, and carried them with it. Chapter 34. Swift current home. The rivers ran fast and dark, carrying the flatboat downstream like a leaf caught in a mill race. No wasted time, no wasted motion. The current did the work, and the work was good. What would have taken days overland took hours on the water. They moved from tributary to tributary, veins feeding into arteries. The whole system of western rivers pulling them south and west until the boat ground softly against the bank at the doorstep of Don Augustin's house. The old man wept. Father Ignatius gave thanks without tears. The people of that gentle province asked no hard questions. A young woman had been taken. She had been returned. That was enough. The story settled into local memory the way silt settles to a riverbed, quietly, permanently. A villain had stolen Middleton's bride. Good men had brought her home. A few souls harbored private doubts, but they kept those doubts the way a miser keeps his coins, locked away, touched only in secret, shared with no one. Middleton put Father Ignatius to work. He married Paul and Ellen with the priest's blessing, the old man grateful for something useful to do with his hands. But Paul Hover was not a man who trusted his future to ceremony alone. He was practical in the way that men who have lived hard are practical. When the party rode into Kentucky on the pretense of visiting family, Paul found a justice of the peace he trusted and had the vows spoken again, clean and legal in a language the frontier understood. Ellen raised no objection. She knew her man. She understood that a double knot holds where a single one might slip. Middleton's marriage into Don Augustin's family opened doors. Money talks in any century. And old Spanish land wealth spoke loudly on the frontier. He was offered positions of responsibility. He took them. He performed well. A man who'd navigated the open prairie, who'd bargained with Sioux war chiefs and outmaneuvered killers in open grassland, found the machinery of frontier governance manageable by comparison. He rose, and as he rose, he pulled others up behind him. Paul Hover was first among those. It wasn't hard to find work for a man like Paul in those territories in those years. The land was open. Society was being built from nothing, and it needed men who understood it from the ground up. Middleton and Inez pushed on his behalf. Ellen pushed harder and smarter than either of them. Slowly, measurably, Paul Hover changed. He became a landholder, then a farmer of real substance, then a town officer. The man who had once chased bee trees through wilderness now sat in the lower branch of the state legislature, and the speeches he gave were grounded in the kind of knowledge that comes from actual work in actual soil. Politicians with finer educations and softer hands produced shinier theories. Paul produced results. His children never knew the life their parents had come from. That was the only monument that mattered to Ellen. Middleton himself sat higher still in the legislative branch, and it is from him that most of what follows was drawn. He told it plainly, the way men who have seen real things tend to tell them. Among the rest, he described one final journey west, a return to the prairie, to the Pawnee towns on the Missouri, to settle in his own mind the question of what had become of the old trapper. It was the autumn following the events on the prairie. Middleton was still in military service, and his unit found itself operating on the Missouri not far from Loup Country. Paul was riding with him. When the subject of visiting Hardhart's village came up, neither man needed much convincing. They would ride overland, they would find the partisan, they would learn what there was to learn about the old man. Middleton's party was properly equipped for a man of his rank, which meant the journey was hard but not desperate. The prairie in autumn was cold and wide and indifferent. But there were no ambushes, no war parties, no running fights across open ground. That belonged to the last trip. This one moved at a deliberate pace, and when they were close enough, Middleton sent a runner ahead, an Indian from a friendly tribe, to announce their approach and give Hardhart time to prepare a proper reception. The runner went in. No answer came back. They kept riding, hour after hour, mile after mile. The grass rolled away in every direction under a sky going gold and orange at its western edge. No welcoming party appeared on the horizon. No outriders, no ceremony, no sign that anyone in that village knew or cared that a column of riders was approaching. Middleton felt the first edge of unease work into him. They descended from the high plain into a rich river bottom that brought them level with the Loup village. The sun was dropping fast. Golden light lay flat across the grass, making everything look still and slightly unreal. Horses and mules grazed in loose herds across the natural pasture, watched over by Pawnee boys stationed at intervals across the bottomland. Paul spotted the mule first, Asinus. Fat and sleek, ears relaxed, eyes half closed, standing in the last of the afternoon warmth with the total contentment of an animal that has survived more than it deserved to and knows it. One of the herd boys heard the column coming. He turned his head, looked directly at them, then looked away back toward the village as if a column of armed riders approaching his position was the least interesting thing he'd seen all week. "Something's wrong," Middleton said quietly. "Or something's different," Paul said. "Don't be so fast to reach for your iron, Captain. If Hardhart wanted trouble, we'd already be in it." Middleton wasn't convinced. But Paul was right about one thing: the reception, strange as it was, didn't feel hostile. It felt heavy, weighted with something else entirely. Then finally, movement. A group of horsemen emerged from behind a stand of timber and came toward them across the plain at a slow, measured walk. Hardhart rode at their head. A dozen warriors behind him, all young, all moving with the quiet dignity of men carrying something solemn in their chests. Middleton studied them as the distance closed. No weapons, no war paint, no ornaments, no feathers, none of the ceremonial display that signaled welcome and honor in Pawnee custom. That absence told Middleton something. He didn't yet know what. The two groups met and fell in together without real ceremony, riding the last distance to the village side by side, exchanging nothing but the barest courtesies. Hardheart's face was composed and unreadable. Middleton studied it the way he'd learned to study terrain, looking for any feature that would tell him what lay ahead. He found nothing he could name. The chief's eyes were focused inward on something, fixed on a point that existed behind his own expression. 20 times Middleton tried to read him. 20 times he came away with nothing. The village received them in silence. The entire population was assembled in the open central ground. Arranged in a great circle by age and rank, the principal chiefs gathered at the center. Hardheart rode through the opening the crowd made for him, and Middleton and Paul followed. They dismounted. The horses were led away. The circle closed around them. 1,000 faces, grave, composed, watching. No song, no cry of welcome, no celebration, just that vast and weighted silence. Middleton's men felt it too. He could see it moving through them, the slow shift from unease to calculation, each man's hand drifting toward his weapon by instinct, each man taking quiet inventory of what he carried and what condition it was in. Middleton let them. He felt the same pull himself, but Hardheart raised his hand and led Middleton and Paul forward toward the center of the circle, and there they found their answer. The old trapper was seated on a low wooden frame that had been built with obvious care to hold him upright, supporting his back and shoulders in a position of dignity. Someone had thought hard about that construction. Someone had wanted him to face what was coming on his feet, or as close to it as could be managed. One look told Middleton everything. The old man was dying. His eyes carried that particular quality of light that belongs to the very end, present but already retreating, as if the intelligence behind them was conducting an orderly withdrawal from a position it had held for 80 years. His face was more deeply cut than Middleton remembered, the lines driven deeper by recent weeks, but there was no pain in it, no distress. The body was surrendering by degrees, the way a fire burns down, not extinguished, but consuming the last of what it had to consume. His long gray hair moved in the evening breeze. His rifle lay across his knees. His possibles bag and powder horn were arranged within reach of his hand. Between his feet, head low to the earth as if sleeping, lay the figure of a hound, positioned with the kind of patient tenderness that only people who have loved animals understand. Middleton needed a second look before he understood what he was seeing. The animal was Hector's skin, stuffed and shaped by pawnee hands with remarkable skill, arranged in perfect imitation of the sleeping dog. The old man's actual dog was somewhere at the edge of the circle, wrestling with one of Hardheart's children. Tashitchana stood nearby with an infant in her arms. Le Balafré sat close to the trapper, and he too had the look of a man measuring the distance to his own horizon. Around them in that inner circle, the eldest warriors had gathered not to mourn, Middleton thought, but to observe. To watch how a man who had lived straight and true made his final accounting. Hardheart leaned forward. His voice was quiet but carried in the silence. "Does my father hear the words of his son?" The trapper's voice came up from somewhere deep in his chest, still distinct, still his own. "Speak, I am about to leave the village of the Loops. I will not be within reach of your voice much longer." 100 Loop warriors will clear the path, Hardheart said. "Let my father have no worry for the road ahead." Pawnee, the old man's voice steadied. "I die the way I lived, a Christian man. I came into this world that way and I mean to leave it the same. Your horses and your arms are good gifts, but a man doesn't need them to stand before the Great Spirit. He knows what color I am. He'll judge by what I was given to do and whether I did it." Hardheart absorbed this. Then carefully, "Tell my young men how many enemies you struck. Let them know your deeds so they can follow your example." "A white man doesn't sing his own praises to get into heaven," the old man said. "What I've done he's seen. He doesn't forget what was good. He won't overlook what wasn't. But that accounting is between me and him, not for boasting." Hardheart stepped back. Middleton moved forward and took one of the old man's hands in both of his own. The hand was light as dry wood. He said his name. He said it again. The old man's expression shifted, something moving through the fog. Something recognizing. "I hope you haven't forgotten us already," Middleton said, fighting to keep his voice level. "Those you helped, I haven't forgotten much," the trapper said. "I'm at the end of a long road, but there's not a day on it I'd cut loose. I remember you, your whole party, your grandfather before you." A pause, breath drawn carefully. "I need a man who speaks English. The traders out here can't be trusted. Will you do something for a dying man? Name it." "There's a long ride between here and where I need this sent," the old man said, "but friendship doesn't expire with distance. There's a settlement in the Otsego Hills. I know it. Take this rifle, the pouch, the horn. A trader carved a name in the stock. Find that man and send them to him. I've been meaning to do it for years. It will be done. What else? My traps go to my Indian son." He meant Hardheart. He's kept faith with me honestly and without fail. Let him stand here." Middleton made way. The chief moved forward and crouched close. The old man turned toward him, finding him by sound and the warmth of his presence. "Pawnee, my people have a custom. A father leaves his blessing with his son before he closes his eyes for the last time. I'm giving you mine, take it. The prayers of a Christian man will not make the path of a good warrior longer or harder to walk. May the God of white men look on what you've done with a fair eye. May you never do anything that makes him turn his face away." The old man was quiet a moment. "I don't know if we'll meet again. You believe in the blessed prairies beyond this world. I believe in what my fathers told me. If we're both right, our parting here is final. But if both trails lead to the same ground, Pawnee, we'll stand together before your Wakanda, and he'll turn out to be the same God I've always known." A long pause. "I won't pretend it doesn't cost me something, giving up the rifle, giving up the hunt. That's my failing, not his." He reached down, his hand moved across the stuffed hide of the hound with the easy familiarity of a man who has done the same thing 10,000 times. "Hector," he said softly, "our last hunt is coming, dog. You've been honest and bold and faithful, every good thing a hound ought to be." He looked up at Hard Heart. "You can't kill the pup on my grave. A Christian dog stays where he falls, and that's that. But you can be good to him after I'm gone, for the sake of the friendship between us." "The words of my father are in my ears," Hard Heart said. The old man's hand searched for the dog's muzzle. He tried to work his fingers between the lips, looking for the familiar living response that wasn't there. The stillness of the hide told him something. Not everything, not the full shape of the deception, but enough. He sank back. His head dropped forward. Two young warriors removed the stuffed skin quietly, carrying it away with the same careful respect that had led them to place it there in the first place. "The dog is dead," the old man said after a long silence. The words carried no accusation, just acknowledgement. "A hound has his time the same as a man. He filled his days well." He raised his eyes to Middleton. "I'm glad you're here, Captain. These are good people and they mean right. But they are not the men to lay a white man's head in the ground. And I've been thinking, put the dog at my feet when the time comes. Side by side if you're willing. No hunter ought to be ashamed to be found in company with his hound." "I'll see to it myself." Another long silence. The old man seemed to be composing something, reaching for words, then setting them back. Middleton waited. "I have no family left in this world," the trapper finally said. "When I go, my line goes with me. We were never chiefs, but we were honest and we were useful, and I don't think that can be fairly disputed. My father is buried near the sea. My own bones will rest out here." He paused. "I won't ask you to move me east. Let me sleep where I lived, past the reach of the settlements. But I'd like my grave to be known. An honest man's resting place shouldn't be hidden like a raider in the grass." Another pause. "I once paid 12 beaver skins to have a carved stone set at my father's grave. It told who was buried there, how he lived, how old he was, and that he was a Christian man. I went back after the French War to make sure it had been done right. It had." "You want a stone at your own grave," Middleton said. "I have no son but Hard Heart, and an Indian boy shouldn't be burdened with white customs he didn't choose. The rifle might pay for such a thing, but no. The rifle goes where I said. It goes to the man whose name is on the lock." He found Middleton's hand in the air and gripped it. The grip was still surprising. "I thought you might do it, but I was slow to ask. A man doesn't like to ask favors outside his blood." "The stone will be there," Middleton said. "I give you my word." The old man's grip tightened once, then eased. "Nothing boastful on it," he said. "Just the name, the age, the year of death. A line from scripture. No more than that. My name won't be entirely lost from this earth. That's all I need." What followed was measured in hours, not actions. Middleton and Hard Heart took their places on either side of the old man's seat and held them. The entire tribe held theirs. When the trapper spoke, a sentence here, a word of advice there, a question about someone he cared for, every head in that circle inclined toward him. When he went quiet, they waited. No one shifted. No one left. The patience was absolute, the way patience is when it comes from love rather than obligation. The sun fell toward the horizon and the sky went through its full reckoning, gold, then copper, then the deep and luminous colors that only open country sky produces. The old man's eyes opened from time to time and found the west, and whatever he saw there or thought he saw seemed to satisfy him. The flame burned lower. For nearly an hour he was motionless enough that his attendants leaned in periodically to confirm what they hoped not to confirm. Then Middleton felt the hand he was holding tighten, not the weak grip of a dying man but something sudden and absolute, a grip with intention behind it. The old man rose. Both Middleton and Hard Heart moved to support him, and he let them, but he stood, fully upright. He turned his face across that assembled crowd with the bearing of a man who has something to say and the authority to say it, the old habit of a life lived outdoors, head up, eyes clear, spine straight. He looked out across them all, then his chin came up. The voice that came out of him was not a dying man's voice. It carried to the edges of that circle and beyond into the grass and the fading light. Here, one word, a soldier's word. The word of a man answering a roll call that only he could hear. Then he was gone. Middleton and Hardheart eased him back into his seat. The movement was gentle and practiced, the way men handle something irreplaceable. For a moment neither of them spoke. Le Balafré rose. The old warrior's voice moved out across the assembled Pawnees like the last echo of something passing from the world. A brave man, a just man, and a wise man has gone on the path to the blessed grounds of his people. When the Wakanda called him, he answered, "Go, my children. Remember this white chief who lived among us in honesty, and clear the briars from your own paths." They buried him under a stand of oaks on good ground. The Pawnees of the Loop have watched that grave from that day to this, and travelers who pass through that country are still shown the place, told that a just white man sleeps there, and that the ground around him is kept clean. The stone came in due time, carried out at Middleton's direction, and set at the head of the grave with the words the old man had asked for. Name, age, year of death, a line from Scripture. Middleton permitted himself one addition: may no wanton hand ever disturb his remains. You have been listening to The Prairie, rewritten as a modern thriller. Written by E.K. Stewart, reimagined as a gritty modern take on James Fenimore Cooper's classic novel. Narrated by Danny, our AI assistant.